Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races, such as the Daytona 24, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR schedule, such as the Daytona 500. We have events from disciplines all across the racing world, from the Indianapolis 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events utilize iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against every driver taking part. And as every race progresses, watch and feel the track change with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
The iRacing Special Events calendar returns once again, and we are back down in Australia for the run around Mount Panorama. It's the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours powered by RSS, and we're delighted to have you all with us today. Hello everybody, my name is Paul Smith. Joining me in commentary for this first stint of the broadcast, Rhys Gardner. I couldn't think of anybody better and more appropriate to be in this race.
Thanks very much for the intro there, Paul. Yes, indeed. The motorsport calendar here in Australia starts off with 12 hours and GT3 cars around the legendary Mount Panorama Circuit. Already hosts to plenty of fantastic endurance events, including the Bathurst 1000, which will be taking place in October this year. But we've got a full roster of special events to go off this year, haven't we?
We certainly have. February, this is the last special event of February after the Daytona 500 earlier this month. Sebring 12 Hours comes up in March with the Road America 500 in April. Big stacked May, month of May. It's not just about the Indy 500 for me. I'm looking at that last one, 4 Hours of Thruxton. That was my favourite from last year. A big stacked special event field and calendar all the way through the season, and well, you've got a bit of everything for everyone out here in this year of iRacing. Looking at how today's event will go then, so we've got towards the end of warm-up here for us. We're then going to go into qualifying. The race is 12 hours long with dynamic weather, and the splits, well, it's done by iRating of the team. You have to declare your drivers, minimum of 2 drivers, maximum of 16. Although, if you're running 16 drivers in a 12-hour race, then something you're definitely not going to be finished up at the front. There is a disqualification limit of 150 incidents. We've got a 50-car field, and Rhys, this is a special event for me. Really special event, always is around Mount Panorama.
Yeah, it's special to me too. I've been to the real world event quite a few times, camping up at McPhillamy Park a couple of times as well, and it's always great to hear GT3 cars roaring by you in the darkness at the start of the race. This is the balance of performance for this particular event. We've had some extra weight being put on for the Aston Martin, the Audi, the Ford Mustang, and the Lamborghini Huracan. The biggest power reduction in the field field for the Aston Martin Vantage GT3. There's been a few races at Bathurst in the Oz NZ Sim community where the Aston has performed disproportionately well at Bathurst, so I think that's a very good route to take there. Only car in the field that has 100% fuel tank capacity is the Ford Mustang, though. Drivers should be able to get about an hour and 15 minutes max out of this car, which should translate to about 9.5 stints in the race.
Wonderful. Yeah, and iRacing constantly trying to adjust that balanced performance to try and give cars a similar performance across a lap. It's never going to be perfect, but that's just the way things are, I'm afraid, in the world of motorsport. And certain cars will suit certain tracks, and this track at Mount Panorama, it's almost a track of two halves, isn't it, Reese? Because you've got Mountain Straight, Conrod Straight, where top speed is key, but you've got to have that grip and confidence in the car over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, you're right. It is a track of two halves. It's traditionally run with quite a low downforce setup. I'm sure the teams will have trimmed out the rear wing as much as they can for minimal drag down the long straights here. But you need a stable car underneath you with lots of mechanical grip, a car that rotates well but isn't like driving on ice, so to speak. With the low track temperatures in the early part of the race, there is a risk of them slipping around a bit too much, at least before the tyres get up to temperature, but you need to make sure you get the run across the mountain right. It is a never-ending series of corners all the way from turn 2 at Griffin's Bend all the way up to Forest Elbow, and passing will be at a premium there too.
We just got a quick glimpse there of last year's winner, Marla Racing Team, and they'll be looking to get another win under the belts here at Bathurst. But Drago Racing took pole position last year, and in the last vestiges of warm-up here have set the fastest time in the warm-up session. So whether they can then translate that into qualifying, we'll have to wait and see. Now, a big thing for these teams here, Reese, going into qualifying will be actually getting tyre temperature in, because with long straights you generally don't get that much tyre temperature into the carcass.
Yeah, indeed. I was looking at some of the cars going around and warm up, and they were weaving very aggressively to the point that they were actually like scrubbing the front tires, going full lock at high speed to try and get heat into them. Obviously even tire warm up is the key to getting a good lap around here, but if you're going to prioritize something, do you go for the front or the rear? I reckon the front, just because it's really easy to get understeer. Qualifying is on here in the pitch black conditions. We'll see which team ends up getting the best time here. Track temperature is only 20 degrees Celsius, so you need to work hard to get the heat into those fronts. We see Luca Kita in the Grid and Go 001 really weaving aggressively down Mountain Straight.
You know, David Addison called me a weatherman a couple of weeks ago on another broadcast, and 92% relative humidity in the air, but we have no forecast rain at all throughout this race. So a nice dry race for these drivers and teams, and it just gives you that little bit more certainty of, right, we're going to run a specific setup and be confident in that, and have everybody getting used to that one setup, rather than having to have an almost mongrel setup where you're having to compromise for wet weather, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a real weight off the shoulders of a lot of these teams. I'm sure that they would have put some of their resources into developing a setup more appropriate to mixed conditions, but they evidently won't need that too much here today. No chance of rain, as you said, and I'm pretty happy about that personally. The wet weather at Mount Panorama can be particularly treacherous, especially across the top. At the exit of McPhillamy Park, there's always a deep puddle that forms right next to the exit curb. The amount of cars I've seen spinning in that section by touching that puddle, I've completely lost count. I'm sure we won't see any of that today.
There's a famous clip from the 1000 from, I think it was from the 80s, before they had the concrete wall on the outside of Forest Elbow, and a car, it was in pouring rain, the car comes out of Forest Elbow and just understeers straight into a tree. It's a famous onboard shot, and I mean, when it rains here, my goodness, do they know about it raining. But, well, we've got the first of the drivers now starting their lap times in qualifying. Remember, it's 2 laps to set a qualifying time, and if you so much as kiss or brush one of the walls up over the top of the mountain and get yourself a 0x off, well, it wouldn't be an off track, but a contact, that will invalidate your lap. So you've got to push the limits, but you've also got to be within the limits as well.
Yeah, a qualifying lap around Bathurst is balancing on a knife edge the whole way around. The walls really close in here as riding on board with Garrett Berry here up to the cutting. This is where you really start to see how treacherous this track can be. You can't see around the corner all the way across the top. You're basically driving through muscle memory and trying to get as close as you can to those walls at entry, apex and exit without hitting them. It looks like Berry might be putting in a bit of a banker lap here. Often we'll see drivers doing that, just making sure that they actually get a time on the board before they start really pushing for a proper hot lap, but it still looks really rapid in these conditions.
And with the headlights illuminating the way, just a narrow beam of light shining your way down the Conrod Straight for Luca Keita. Now for Garrett Berry on the top of your screen as well. So Luca Keita, one of the Grid and Go drivers, they'll be hoping for a good race this time around. And well, they've got plenty of entries in this race so far from what we've seen. I think we counted, was it 6 or 7 entries from Grid and Go as they come up to the timing line.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a lot of teams in here at the moment. So the first times have come in, and the early pace setters are Coanda Esports. In the 08 entry, Elvis Rankin currently has provisional pole, a 2-minute .701. The times are very quick in these cold, roughly nighttime, early morning twilight conditions. So let's see how that improves on the second lap, because remember, while GT3 cars do use tyre warmers, especially with the most recent version of iRacing's tyre model, you do have to wait a couple of laps for the tyres to really be at their best.
Yeah, you do. I found that out the hard way myself personally. I'm not the biggest GT3 driver, I will say, but 2:19 then across the line for Ryan van der Grip. And they're down the order, but the name that's surprising me a little bit is WSR Esports, only been, what, 900ths of a second, off of that pole position time right now. An incredible opening lap, but it's the second lap where we'll really see that difference now. Hugh Barter having a look through the helmet cam as we go down the Conrod Straight. And it's a steep downhill still, before you then got the rise here underneath the bridge.
Yes, and then into the chase, which was added in 1987 when the World Touring Car Championship used the Bathurst 1000 as one of their rounds. It being an FIA-sanctioned event, they needed to put a chicane in, because otherwise Conrod Straight would have been too long, and the Australians were like, oh, you want a chicane, mate? We'll give you a chicane. Turns out to be one of the most treacherous braking zones in the world of motorsports, but Hugh Barter nailing it. Barter, of course, coming from Australia. There's quite a few Australians competing in this event today, and no surprise to see. But at the moment, there's a lot of shuffling going on at the top. We do have a new pole sitter. It is still a Coanda Esports car, but this time it's the 018 of Xander Reed.
Oh, the times are dropping thick and fast here across the line that goes. So, yeah, Xander Reed in the Coanda Esports number 18 is on pole position provisionally. Bleu Mercure, oh no, forget that. Simify Esports Black have just got themselves into second place right now. Those times coming in thick and fast across the line. There's still more coming across to get their times in. And one car that hasn't set its second lap time is the number 96 of Drago Racing, Hugh Barter. So they will be pushing on, and, well, we'll have to see how they get on. But at the moment, an incredibly close field here in this one. Currently...
Oh, did you see that save from Barter across the top, hitting the curb at McPhillamy. He's going to abandon that lap, unfortunately, but man, that was tight. That's the kind of stuff you can expect across the top.
Yeah, it is thread the needle, edge of your seat stuff is that over the top of over the mountain. 47th place is less than 1 second off of pole position. An incredibly close field that we've got here today in this iRacing Bathurst 12 hours powered by RSS. And, well, we're delighted to have you all along here. The last few seconds of qualifying will tick away and we'll take you through your starting grid. So it's Coanda Esports number 18 on pole position then. Alongside them on the front row is Simify Esports Black. Then it's Bleu Mercure in third with Coanda Esports number 8 in fourth. And it's WSR Esports and Sabrina Carpenter. Good to see her racing here. Dylan Burst taking part on row number 3. With row 4, Grid and Go, the first of their cars. Alongside them is Drago Racing. Row 5 for Grid and Go and Williams F1 Team Gaming with BS Competition and Drago Racing number 69. Then it's Falcon Sim Racing Teal and Marla Racing Team, last year's winners, down there in 14th. Grid and Go Esports share the next row of the grid on row 8 with row 9 of Zess Esports and Bleu Mercure. 10th row of the grid for BMW M Team, BS Competition and BS Turner with WSR Esports and literally Grid and Go alongside them. Grid and Go Esports and Simify Esports Orange rounding out the next 12th row. 13th row, Team Alta with Williams F1 Team Gaming, Unity RDV Competition and Dirt Esports on row number 14 with the 15th row of Williams F1 Team Gaming and Stint 1 Motorsport. Then it's SDR Sim Racing and Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue on row number 16. The 17th row of Grid and Go Esports and Drago Racing with Bleu Mercure and Maradness rounding out the next row of the grid. Then Fiercely Forward Pink with Team Floral by Impulse, Drago Racing and VR Campeonato are rounding out row number 20. 21st row, SDR Sim Racing with Bike Colino. Then it's Grid and Go Esports with Solpec Precision Racing, Maniti Racing and WSR Esports rounding out the next row with WSR Esports and Fiercely Forward Gold. And then the final row of the grid, 50-car grid, it's Pole Promotion Esports and Team Bennett Sim Racing. 50 cars, Reese. I tell you what, this is a stacked field as well. The average strength of field, 93.04.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of iRating being thrown around in this race, and there's surely going to be some good gains for the drivers who finish on top. We've got Ferraris at the front of the grid and the back of the grid, but a wide variety of machinery competing here. It seems the Ferrari is the car of choice for drivers up the very top. The Drago Racing number 67, the first BMW in the field, and most of the field does seem to be Ferraris and BMWs. We do have a couple of Lamborghinis in there. The Sheza eSport number 26 is in a Lamborghini. We've got a Honda NSX as well, the literally Grid and Go car. A wide variety of cars taking part in this one, but it looks to me like we're about to get the green flag here. Let's go.
We've had drama for the 167 Williams F1 Team Gaming. Their driver has dropped from the grid, so they're going to have to start from pit road. But we're all set then for the Bathurst 12 hours powered by RSS. Green flag in the air, and we are underway. Down towards Hell Corner for the first time, and Coanda getting a great launch at the front. Little bit of a rub between Simify and Bleu Mercure, and everybody else now is queuing up behind them as they're heading up the hill, up Mountain Straight for the first time. And well, Coanda, they've almost got a comfortable lead at this early stage of the race. But remember, cold tyres, cold brakes, you've got to be careful going into Quarry, as we go through that right-hander. So far, so good. People behaving there, Reese.
Yeah, just enough space being given, but not much more. Turn 2 is so difficult. This track is a public road for most of the year, so there's a very pronounced crown in the road through Turn 2. You have to stick to the inside, otherwise you're going to wash out wide. Everyone was just tiptoeing through there. Xander Reed still in the Coanda Esports 018 and getting his lead out very nicely, but Christian Lamella managing to make his way into second for the moment. Got Elvis Rankin right behind him as they come across the top.
we've got yellow flags down at the cutting. There's been an incident further back. Black flags also for Fiercely Forward Pink and for the FBR Compiato team. So they've got some form of black flag going. But we're still green flag racing here through Forest Elbow for the first time. Head down the Conrod Straight now. And it's all about speed. Get that speed. And tell you what, Commander Esports, they've got the jump on everyone, 1.4 seconds, and that was the checkup at the back of the field before we'd even started, Reese.
Yeah, that was out of frame on the live pictures. Didn't even realise that had happened. So it looks like the SDR Sim Racing's number 2 car, the Maradness machine of Daniel Olsen, and potentially the Bleu Mercure car were involved in that. And this is what happened up at the cutting. The track usually gets blocked when there's a big incident there. Oh, good on the cars coming in to slow up in time, but that was an absolute mess.
I'll tell you what, normally with sim racers, when they see a yellow flag, they keep the flat down like it's Days of Thunder and go into that. But fair credit to everyone there. They saw the incident and backed way off there. So did stop it becoming a complete track blockage. It was bad enough, but still good from them. This battle for second place then between Simify Esports Black and Commander Esports, very intense in the opening stages of this race. You wouldn't think that this was an endurance race. They're going at it hammer and tongs here.
Excellent battle for second indeed. And, well, Christian Lamella doing a good job of keeping everyone behind him, but as the tyres heat up, you may get the feeling he's the proverbial cork in the bottle. There's a long line of cars behind them as Xander Reed gets off to about nearly 2 seconds now in the lead of this race. This is how the contact at the cutting was caused, and one of the BMWs being sent around there into the outside wall. And unfortunately, the more cars that piled in, the narrower the gap got to get through.
Oh, yeah, and a few other drivers ended up with damage to their cars as they came in. And that's the danger, though, with the cutting on lap 1, is that you end up with a concertina effect, and all it takes is just one person to not anticipate that, and then you end up with what we saw there.
Yeah, indeed. Pretty much every sim race at Bathurst carries that risk, and I would say every real-life race at Bathurst as well. You'll notice the sky gradually getting lighter here as we're on board with Martin Kadlachik. The race started at about 6:05 a.m. in sim time, and you'll be seeing the track and surrounds gradually get lighter as time goes on. That will bring the track temperature up as well, but for the moment, drivers just focusing on going where their headlights are pointing.
I will say, and we were talking about this off air before the start of the show, for me, there is nothing more special than the start of the Bathurst 12 hours. Getting that sunrise, and it's always a beautiful sunrise unless it's pouring with rain, but it's a beautiful sunrise that you get here in Bathurst and in this Mount Panorama area. And like I say, I think personally it's one of the most special starts to an endurance race.
Yeah, I would agree the same. The Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue car making up a position there at the cutting, but evidently the Aston Martin fighting back on the exit. I believe that was one of the Grit and Go cars there. Contact on the exit of the cutting this time, and then they came piling in again. So there's been some big dramas thus far in this race. We are not even 3 laps in. You're right, though, as the Dora Esports Ferrari does seem to have some issues down at the chase as well. Looks like there's, was this, we hit one of the bumps and got a bit loose there. Fortunately, was able to avoid the tyre barrier there at the exit of the chase, but gets rolling again nicely. It's not ideal, but yeah, your point about the sunrise. You know, I've been to this event in the real world, and the start, when you're actually at the track, is super special. You know, you're waking up in the darkness, you've got the sun rising over the Blue Mountains in the east, you've got the lights of Bathurst on the plain down below, and then you see the stream of headlights coming up the mountain and across the top before the wall of sound hits you, and you're just assaulted by the vibrations of these GT3 engines. It's beautiful.
As we go through the chase yet again, and drivers now just getting into a rhythm, settling into a rhythm. You can see all that gravel that got dragged onto the track from that Dura Esports car that went off at the chase. And I bet the Tour Esports team are actually glad that there was the updates to the gravel traps a few builds ago on iRacing. Really slowed down that car and fortunately helped them keep out the wall. Cars that have been on pit road, Drago Racing number 96 that we saw involved in that incident up at the cutting just recently. Bleu Mercure, the number 34 car, SDR Sim Racing, Williams F1 Team Gaming, the 167, Drago Racing number 68, Fiercely Forward Pinks 12, Zessa Esports number 26, FVR Campeonato number 9, and Maradness number 17 have all been on pit road. And I can see that only the Bleu Mercure car has actually come back out of pit lane. So plenty of cars. Out of 50, we've got 42 running at the moment. So that has been a brutal start to this race.
Yeah, we can add another car to those that have made it out of the pits. It looks like the FVR Campeonato machine with Raul Antonion at the wheel has made his way back out. But yeah, of the cars still in pit lane, half of them are still technically undergoing towing. So it's been hard for quite a few of these teams. Got to make sure that you preserve the car to the finish. You know, I believe it's Neil Crompton down here in Australia who always says you got to buy a ticket to the end. It works at the Bathurst 1000, it works at the 12-hour as well. This race is sometimes almost twice as long as the Bathurst 1000, so I think that point rings true even more.
That's a great phrase. I like that phrase. I'm going to steal that in the future. Just saying, I'm just putting it out there. Bleu Mercure, here's the onboard then. So this is from the lap 1 incident then. And it was that checkup of Bleu Mercure who got to the back of the Grid and Go BMW that caused that concertina effect throughout the field. So that's a look back at what happened at the start. And that's where we got the majority of our visitors to pit road. But we're over 9 minutes, over 8 minutes should I say now. We're on to lap number 5 of the race. Coanda Esports number 18 has a 2.4 second lead over Simify Esports Black. Elvis Rankin in the Coanda number 8 is in 3rd place, but not really making the moves anymore. So is this a little bit a case of now, Reese, that the number 8 Coanda has said, okay, but my early moves weren't working, let's have a bit of patience now, maybe get a little bit of fuel saving go on here, and then push on towards the end of a stint?
Yeah, I think fuel saving is going to be a big factor here today. As I mentioned at the top of the show, we're expecting 9 full fuel tank stints at least over the course of this race, with GT3 cars typically running about an hour and a quarter or so on a full tank. That means that one of the stints here is going to be a bit over half the length of a full tank stint. Question is, when do you take that short stop? When do you decide to call your stint halfway through and fill the car back up again to go to the end? I think some teams will be saving that until the very end of the race. Potentially some will work the race backwards and get their short stint out of the way now. It's just a question of where you are in the field and whether or not you're going to be encountering traffic. I think in these early stages of the race, they'll be trying to make the tank last as long as they can so that when they do pit, they don't fall back into traffic, because they're not going to have safety cars saving them here.
And that's a key point that you make there, Reese, is, yeah, if you're, say, one of those front runners in the top 10 and you come into pits a lap or two earlier than everybody else, you come out into a line of traffic and suddenly you're stuck behind a slower car on pace, and there's nothing you can do really over the top of the mountain, because really the only overtaking spots around here that are traditional overtaking spots, shall we say. Into Hell Corner is one that you can do. Quarry, that's a good spot, and into the cutting if you follow it through from there. But then really, all the way then over the top of the mountain, through the Dipper and down into Forest Elbow, is pretty much just stay in line and wait for your opportunity down the Conrad straight into the chase.
Yeah, well, I think Elvis Rankin was listening to you there. He blasted past Christian Lamella there on Mountain Straight. Looked like Lamella actually gave him the position. Now, the second Coanda Esports Ferrari has been unleashed at the front of this pack, and we'll see if he can match the pace of Xander Reed. That's the head of the first group of cars. The second group of cars is 13th place back. The Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal car, James Bomi at the wheel, has got Daniel Lafuente and the BMW M Team BS competition car chasing him across the top. It's a good point that you raised, Paul, about pace difference across the top. You know, it's often a gentleman's agreement, but also just a characteristic of the way the track is across the top. It's practically impossible to make a pass cleanly, so you do need to make sure that you're not caught up behind a slow car across the top. It'll be a real battle to get past them. The field spread in terms of lap time at the moment, we're seeing mid 201s from our front runners. The drivers at the back of the field setting mid 202s, so about a second's difference. It doesn't seem like much around a track as long as this, but you'll certainly feel it all the way from the cutting to Forest Elbow.
Yes, you certainly will, and you know, let's not forget 6.2 kilometres in length is this track. 23 turns for the drivers to contend with. It is a true test of a driver's capability and ability to be able to not just be quick, but be consistently quick. That's what really sets apart those good drivers from the great drivers, is having somebody who is consistently within a tenth or even half a tenth per lap, lap after lap, just being relentless with your lap times. That's what you need around here, and having that confidence in the car, being able to go over the top of the mountain, is a big factor in that. You can lose so much time over the top of the mountain here.
Yeah, so much. Looks like James Bomi in the number 3 car has lost a few positions before they get to the top of the mountain. He's just fallen to 16th. He was at the head of that second group before. Apart from that, for the most part, they're all running in a line. Qualifying so close, so competitive. All of these drivers at such a high level of performance that really clear passing opportunities aren't presenting themselves yet. Everyone's just getting settled into the rhythm of the race.
I'm always impressed by the drop there through the dipper. It's just incredible. I'd tell one of my favourite things, if you ever want a laugh, folks, is go onto YouTube and search for the clip of Darrell Waltrip with his ride around Bathurst and around Mount Panorama. It is one of the funniest things that you will watch in motorsport. It is incredible. Luca Kita were on board with them behind the NSX, as the Americans do it, the Acura. Everyone else around the world does it as a Honda. Through the chase he goes. Does Kita pulls out alongside? Can you get alongside enough? The answer is yes. Oh, a little bit of bullying going on. A little rubber paint. And the Falcon car says, thanks, boys. I'll take that place.
Yeah, it's so difficult to actually complete a move in the chase. Florian Lebigra in the literally grid go car, the number 46 there, really pushing Luca Kita on the exit of the chase there, and he's been rewarded with the front of the pack. Meanwhile, James Bomi, who's trying to get back to 13th place, is struggling a little bit. Got Luca Kita alongside him down Mountain Straight. Daniel Alves Lorenco will see that happening behind him and think, yes, please, I would very much like some breathing room. Defensive from the Grid and Go 001. And it seems the Falcon car was a bit delayed on turn-in coming into turn 2 there. Fortunately, you can really hook it into the tarmac through that corner and carry a great deal of speed. So it looks like they've sorted themselves out for now.
I've commentated on James Boumé for a number of years now in a series that we commentate on, we show on RaceSpotTV, the World GT Championship on Monday nights, which, by the way, returns on Monday night, if you are interested in that. A certain talentless hack of a commentator will be participating in that race and the whole championship. Some Yorkshireman, you've never heard of him. But yeah, James Boumé, what a driver Dua Esports have picked up from the Altitude Esports team, because I think he is quite a talented driver, and it was a case of which team not frontline team, but which of those teams that are just below the red lines and coanders would pick him up. I genuinely think that he's got some tremendous talent, as James.
Yeah, that he has, and you know, he may only be running 17th at the moment, but remember, that's in a 50-car field amongst some of the best drivers on iRacing. It's a crowning achievement to even make it into top split for an event like this. So you know that you're among some real legends when you're around here. The lap times are starting to come down. Looks like the Grid and Go 002 is new fastest lap of the race. Connection issues, unfortunately, for the Grid and Go 007 car, and Johan Royer has unfortunately disappeared from the racetrack. That's a big blow for one of the Grid and Go cars there, but the current fastest lap is down to a 2:01.2, Paul. I think we are going to be seeing that come right down as the sun rises.
We certainly are, and it will reach a point, won't it, around here, when the temperature gets to a certain point in the track temperature, then it will reach a plateau in lap time. So we won't be seeing those lap times dropping forever, but we're right now in a sort of golden period, aren't we, where the track is just slowly coming a bit more alive, a bit of grip coming into it, and a nice cold air for the engines to give them maximum power around here. Again, plunging through Skyline, through the S's, into the Dipper, and well, Duck is what I would say from that camera view. Maradness, what's happened to them? They've had terrible look at the start of this race, and a spin, oh dear, for the 17. Maradness, like I say, not having the best of starts. They were one of the teams that ended up in pit road. They are still running though, Nathan Olsen, but down in 47th place.
Yeah, and I think spins like that are already quite common at the Chase. You know, you're coming off the highest speeds on the circuit, heaviest braking zone by far, and you're trying to carry as much speed as you can through the apex, a very sharp corner there at the Chase. Combine that with I would imagine, very trimmed out rear wings that these cars are running just to get that straight line speed, and you've got a car with a very loose rear end, which may not be ideal in these initial start conditions. Thibaut Prevost, meanwhile, up the inside of Dylan Burst, and that's going to move Bleu Mercure back into fourth.
And put Sabrina Carpenter down a place there as well. It's Dylan Burst, as you say, behind the wheel of the number 14, down to fifth for them. Some flashing headlights going on for second place because they're catching up to back markers. That's one of the Grid and Go cars further down that had been involved in shenanigans at the start of the race. That's the BMW that's just out of pit road. No, sorry, the Aston Martin that's just out of pit road. And they're getting moves done. WSR Esports on Grid and Go as well for position 6 and up into that 6th place now for WSR. So good stuff from the World Sim Racing organisation to move up into that 6th place.
Yeah, Martin Kadlachik doing quite nicely at the moment, still one position down on where that car started, so maybe a little bit more work to do. This is how he got it done. Up the inside at the cutting, it's a very risky move to make, but just enough room left on the exit, and he was able to squeeze through by the skin of his teeth. I love seeing passes the cutting there. Meanwhile, the Grid and Go Aston Martin that's just come out of the pits there, I believe the one that we saw Johan in having technical issues before, I do believe that Jeff Giassi has taken over that car and has jumped out of pit lane after about a minute and 20 seconds spent in the box. This could be some mild drama for those coming up on him. Will Giassi let these guys go, or is he going to try and fight to keep his track position? He's going to let these guys go at least, but he's got a long train of cars behind him. They can't afford to lose any more track position at the moment. Still very early stages in this race.
And what a driver, by the way, can I say, for Grid and Go to jump in. Former World Championship pest driver Jeff Giassi. Not a slouch is Jeff, and so they've got him jumping in to that car. One of the Drago cars that has, looks like it has retired because it's still not come out of the pit lane after that opening incident is Alex Dunn, so not able to show his exploits like we saw at Daytona in January, but yeah, so 3 cars showing us not returning to the track after the opening salvos of this race. You are watching the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours powered by RSS. Ready, set, sim. For all of your sim racing equipment needs, check them out. It's Paul Smith and Rhys Gardner in the commentary booth here today, and it's a Coanda 1-2 at the moment. The Coanda 08 of Elvis Rankin up 2 places from where it started. Simify Christian Lamala down 1 place, and here is what's happened to SDR down at Murray's.
Oh, bit of oversteer on the way through. Very high curb at the apex of the final corner. It's very easy to get the car unsettled there if you take a bit too much of that curb, and it looks like that's exactly what happened to the SDR car. Checking back in with the lead then. Xander Reed's lead has maintained itself at about 2.7 seconds, but Elvis Rankin is just within eye shot there, and generally, the cars do seem to be pretty close on pace. Their best laps only separated by a few hundredths of a second at most. So, nice consistent run from Coanda at the front. Still Simify putting pressure on Elvis Rankin there for the last 2 spots on the podium. If we're looking down the field to see who are the biggest gainers, well, I do see a couple of cars up 18 places. Oh dear.
WSR, major issues. They've dropped down from 6th. They've gone down to, 14th and are under attack. So what's happened to Martin then? That's got to be at the chase. It just has to be. And I'm going to put 2 and 2 together and say that there was some form of contact happened.
You know, I've just gone back to check it myself. We're about to see it here. There was no contact. It was a straight-up solo error from Martin Kadlacek. Caught the grass through the right-hander. And once the slide was happening, he could do very little to save it, at least until he got to the gravel. Good thing he didn't put it in the tyre barriers. All he has to worry about now is dirty tyres for the next half a lap.
And a bit of temperature as well, putting those tyres temporarily as well.
Oh!
Get those temps back down.
Lebigra's in the wall.
Oh, yes! Florian Lebigra in that literally grid go car in the wall. That's down at Quarry. And he's taken a tour back to pit lane, so obviously something has happened to him as well. He's got the mechanical meatball flag, so that's why he's taken the tour back to pit lane. Decided it'd be too unsafe to try and drag that car around the top of the mountain. Here we go then, down into Quarry. Grid and go car on the inside. Oh no, it was the BS Turner car, sorry. And rolled it back into the field, and I think that's where the final meatball happened.
Oh yeah, big deep breath from that. So that was contact in the end, and that's the reason why it's always so treacherous at turn 2. You have to get to the inside as early as you can, otherwise you're going to wash out wide over the negative camber in the road. Daniel Alves-Lorenko trying to go for the pass, but Lebigra was focusing hard on getting to the inside here. Nice slow motion here. Thank you to our producer Ramiro for picking this up. Some very light contact, but it was enough to send Lebigra spearing off into the tyre barriers.
It's the fact that you are braking hard into that corner, so the back end is lighter because the weight transfer of the car goes over the front wheels. So it only takes the slightest of touches at the back of the car there, and well, you sent around, aren't you?
That you are. We've had another car tow back to pit lane, Ross McFarlane in the WSR Esports white car, number 27, the latest of the casualties to come out of the early stages of this race. The sun isn't even up yet, and we've already seen plenty of cars have potential race-ending issues. At the very least, we're going to see them return to the track many laps down with practically no hope of recovering a top 10 place.
So, for those wondering, in the top 10, it's Ferrari's 1st to 7th, then BMW's 8th to 10th, with the first non-Ferrari or BMW right now is down in 21st, a Lamborghini Williams F1 Team Gaming Shoma Shintani, is in 21st, with Parker White in 22nd in another Lamborghini. So the favoured cars seem to be that Ferrari and the BMW M4 GT3. I've been fortunate enough to be in a pit road with both of those cars, and it was actually the 296. It was the first year that they were running the 296 in the 12 hours of Monza back in 2023. Both going about things in a different way to each other, but they certainly are both quick motor cars.
That they are. You know, you've unearthed some memories for me of my time at the Real World Bathurst 12 Hour, back when they had the Bentley Continental racing. That and the Mercedes, those deep, throaty, rumbling V8s. I could feel the air inside my lungs shaking as those cars went by. Just incredible experiences. Have a look at how foggy it is here up the top of the mountain. The top of the circuit bathed in that fog at the moment. Track temperature has risen by 1 degree, but I think we're in for a bit of a cloudy day here, at least if the current conditions are anything to go by.
I mean, we've not got the rain, but last year's Bathurst 1000, that got really foggy up over the top of the mountain, and it can be a serious problem around here in full metal racing, because the marshals posts, they have to be able to be in direct sightline. You'll sometimes see it at Nürburgring as well, that temperature inversion that brings the fog in over the top of the mountain can have some detrimental effects. But fortunately here in the sim world, well, we just carry on racing, and that's one of the benefits. Another benefit of racing around here, we've not got Skippy to involve themselves in the race.
No, certainly not. Kangaroos getting onto the racetrack is an actual problem at Mount Panorama, and has been rearing its head every so often over the years. Got to wonder if iRacing's ever going to start putting in a kangaroo simulation model specifically for this track. I wonder if Dave Kamer's going to be working on how much the kangaroos hop, how high they end up getting. We'll have to wait and see on that. Meanwhile, we're going to see what happened to Ross McFarlane here. That's a mistake in the S's for the WSR number 27. Heavy contact down at the bottom of the S's. You got to be so careful braking down the hill there. You are braking and turning at the same time. You're trying to avoid doing that too much, obviously, but you're really balancing the car on the edge of grip as you're snaking down the hill there, and the curb can very quickly upset your car.
And you don't have a small accident there at the S's either. It is a big, hard wall that you get met with, is that one. Me personally, when I'm racing here, I just give it a little confidence tap of the brakes just before you go over the crest into Skyline. May not be the quickest way of going about things, but again, talentless hack here. I need that confidence tap there of the brakes.
Yeah, I find I do as well. It's certainly an exercise in bravery, throwing caution to the wind, doing a blindingly fast lap around this place. There's been some great fast laps being set further back in the field. I was going to shout out the car with the most positions gained so far. It is actually the number 8, the Team Bennick Sim Racing car with Remy Gilbert at the wheel. That car is up 21 positions, having started at the very back of the grid.
Remy Gilbert, who has been quite the revelation in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain Championship, and it's been a great addition to the series. Beautiful shot of the cars going through Skyline there for you all to see, as the sun keeps on rising here at Mount Panorama. Half an hour gone in this race, just a mere 11.5 hours to go for these drivers, but fortunately for them, they're not expected to do the full race, although I'm sure there'll be some drivers somewhere in another split that will be doing the full 12 hours themselves.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's always a few crazy people who try to Ironman these events. It's always fun to see. Sometimes they do it for charity as well. It's always nice to see. But yeah, after 10 laps at this place, I'm tired. I want to have a rest. I cannot imagine driving around this place for 12 hours straight.
After an hour, I'm tired around this place. That mental fatigue. It's not so much the physicality, it's the mental fatigue around here, because you have to be so on it and so inch perfect around this track. It just drains you mentally. Well, like I say, it does for me anyway. There's a reason why I'm sat here in the commentary booth and not out there on track right now. We are looking at the two groups, so we've got that behind the breakaway at the front of Xander Reed. We've then got the first peloton, which is Quandra Esports, Simify Esports, Blue Mercure, Sabrina Carpenter, Grid and Go, Drago Racing are on there as well. And then you've got the second group then, so actually that second group is led by Drago Racing and Grid and Go Esports, Marla Racing Team, BS Competition, Team BMW Team BS Competition involved in that one as well, with Luca Keita in the Grid and Go kart, and WSR Esports Red recovering for Martin Kadlekic. And yeah, so we've got two pelotons going on right now in this field, and it's not the Tour de France. We're not going to have the King of the Mountain to be decided in this one.
I will say, though, I think peloton is actually quite a good word to describe how these guys are driving at the moment, because you know, you're in those early stages of the race before the field starts to spread out through the pit cycles that will inevitably come. You're focusing on driving the track in front of you, the car in front, slipstreaming off them, trying to save fuel. Another problem down at the S's, this time for the Williams F1 Team Gaming machine. The 167 Lamborghini, I think, getting out of there a little bit better than the WSR Ferrari did, but still some heavy damage to the rear.
Now, is that the Williams car that got involved in the incident at the start of the race? I believe it was. So they must have been just not long out of the pit lane, and they're now back in there, unfortunately. Yeah, they were in stone dead last place. So they must have literally just finished repairing the car, get out there, cold tyres, over the S's for the first time. Yeah, it's unfortunately these things happen. I have seen a couple of people commenting in the chat in both Twitch and YouTube. Pleasure to have you all along here. There's been people asking, no Team Redline? No, they're not represented here today, our Team Redline, so they're not involved in this race. And we've had somebody ask, full dry or rain expected? Well, the forecast before the event is for it to be completely dry, and so far the weather seems to confirm that in sim as well. But it is foggy. That's the a bit misty. Sorry, it's not full fog; it's misty.
Yeah, indeed, which does induce some difficulty when it comes to visibility. But when you've got your eyes on the rear bumper of the car in front in these early stages, you're probably not thinking too much about the fog, and it's not like you can see around most of these corners anyway, right?
Well, yes. I think blind corners into blind corners is the way that I would describe this this track. It is a unit. I mean, we keep on waxing lyrical about this circuit, but that's because it is one of the best circuits in the world. And it only gets used, say, a couple of times a year as well, doesn't it? So it's not like it's one that's just constantly on the calendar, say, like a Spa or an Nürburgring.
Yeah, and there's a few aspects to that, actually. There's three main events that take place here at Mount Panorama over the year. There is the 12-hour, of course, then the 6-hour endurance race for production cars, and finally the Bathurst 1000 for supercars later on in the year. And the whole reason the track doesn't get used that much is because it's actually a scenic drive. It's a public road for most of the year. There's driveways that actually go right out onto the circuit, and the people that live up here on the mountain often rent out their properties as Airbnbs and such for events. I'm sure they make a killing from people paying top dollar for that kind of trackside accommodation. It's a funny story about the origins of this circuit as well. You know, there's there's been motor racing in the Bathurst area since the early 20th century. About 1906 or so, they started holding races on the public roads in this area. And then the mayor of Bathurst in the 1930s, his name was Martin Griffin, wanted to build a great racetrack here, as we get another view of the formation lap incidents that I think we saw earlier on. Unfortunately, around the time he wanted to build the circuit, it was the Great Depression, and so the New South Wales state government wouldn't commit funds to build a racetrack. This is an apocryphal tale. Its truth is not entirely confirmed, but the story goes that the Bathurst Council then went to the New South Wales state government saying, hey, why don't we build a scenic drive in the Bald Hills? It'll give jobs to the area and such. And they said, all right, let's go for it. As they were building it, allegedly, some people whispering to each other, hey, this scenic drive we're building, it'd make a really good racetrack, wouldn't it?
This is not a bad job of it as well, is what they made of it. It is scenic from what I've seen of the spectacular photos and pictures that you see on TV. That is a replay of the shenanigans that happened on the formation line. That was before we'd even made it to the green flag. Yeah, that was just one of the big incidents that happened right at the start. The second big incident was at the cutting that wiped out the Grid and Go car and a few others as well, taking a long time on pit road. Back to live pictures then. Dino Lombardi, another former World Championship driver, Pest driver, and the Italian for Grid and Go, looking set sight on 5th place, not quite close enough to make the move into the corner at the bottom of the mountain.
Yeah, chasing the Sabrina Carpenter car of Dylan Burst, but unfortunately it looks like he clipped the wall coming out of turn 2 there, and easy as you like, Dino Lombardi is past now and up into 5th place. That's 2 spots gained now for the Grid and Go Esports 002. But it's always those tiny little mistakes that end up compounding into huge errors, much like we're about to see on the replay here. This is what happened on the first lap, the first real big crash of the race after we went green. That was the one of the Grid and Go BMWs there, getting hit around by the Bleu Mercure car at the cutting, which basically blocked the track for everyone behind.
Yeah, and most people behaving themselves, seeing yellow flags, knowing that you're in a 12-hour race, there's no point going flying into that corner. And yeah, people having to Austin Powers it there to get going. That's one of the downsides of Bathurst. It's tight, it's enclosed. You've got those concrete walls at the side of the track up there through the cutting, and there's very little room for a manoeuvre around there, and so therefore drivers having to be patient and getting their cars turned around. The gap at the front has actually come down slightly. It's now under 2.5 seconds, 2.25 seconds between the two Coanda cars. So is there an element of Xander Reed just doing a bit of fuel conservation? Because since the drop of the green flag, he's been out clear at the front of the field.
That he has. And, you know, the gap has ebbed and flowed a little bit. I think it's partially maybe just breathing the throttle on the way into some braking zones to save a little bit of fuel here and there, but maybe also just realizing, hey, I've run these first couple of laps blindingly fast. I've got a good gap. I'll just manage it now so that I stand chance of making less errors. It's certainly helping out Elvis Rankin, and I think it's helping out the drivers behind him as well. Christian Lamella and Thibaut Prévost are getting dragged along very nicely behind the number 8 car.
It's now story time with Paul Smith here, just 40 minutes into the broadcast, into the race. But you say about sort of breathing and taking it easy around the top of the mountain. The first ever time I won a race in the then British Sim Racers Touring Car Championship, racing the Kia Optima. And those of you who have been in iRacing a long time will remember that car. It's still used. It's a wonderful car. No, it isn't. It's awful. It's understeery as hell. But it was a great car for close racing. And the first ever time I won a race in that championship was around this track. I had a 7-second lead at the start of the last lap, and it was just take it easy over the top of the mountain. Let's just get it home. And because I was taking it easy, I wasn't braking in the normal spots. I wasn't. I was turning in, but I'm going slower, and I nearly ended up hitting the wall and wiping out my race because I was taking it easy. So there's an element of, if you're in a rhythm, especially over the top of the mountain, you're keeping that rhythm. Is my approach anyway.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of validity to that. You know, I remember the stories about Ayrton Senna at the Monaco Grand Prix in 1988, I think it was, where he was just driving metronomically, blindingly fast laps. The team told him to back it off a bit. Soon as he did, he went into the wall.
Yeah, down at Portier. Yeah, and he just took his helmet off and just walked back to his apartment in Monaco and did not speak to the team for the rest of the day. That's how upset he was. And that was, of course, that legendary qualifying lap where he was a second and a half faster than Alain Prost around Monaco.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing seeing the feats that some drivers can come up with, you know. At events at Bathurst over the years, I've seen many laps like that in both the real world and the sim world. Sometimes you just get that magic lap in those perfect conditions. The driver is perfectly in sync with their machine, in sync with the track and the conditions, and you just see sheer beauty around this place. I don't think there's any other track in the world, bar maybe the Nürburgring and Spa, that you can really see a driver's full talents on display as this place.
Yeah, it's... Although saying that, I mean, like, Spa, I just think that over the years, because it just gets used constantly, it doesn't quite have the same in terms of, say, the Nürburgring, I would say, would be the European track where you do get to see somebody's ability behind the wheel. I think that is a defining track in Europe. Here in Australasia, it's Bathurst. Asia, would you say Macau, perhaps, or somewhere like that?
Macau or Suzuka, maybe?
Yeah, Suzuka's a good shout, yeah. Where you just see drivers and see them at their purest, seeing them ring every final hundredth of a second out of those cars and seeing them on the edge, there's nothing like it. Although I will say, standing at the bottom of Eau Rouge Radion, watching Formula 1 cars, or when I went for the World Endurance Championship, seeing them go through Eau Rouge Radion absolutely flat, it is impressive.
Yeah, certainly is. The magic of that sequence of corners has never been really lost over the years. For now, we'll keep our eyes peeled on what's going on in the field as we're rapidly approaching the top of the first hour of this race being done. There will be some teams, I think, that have been thinking about getting their short stint out of the way early, but I think you're only really going to see that from teams more towards the back of the field. We're going to be seeing the short stop happen maybe closer towards the middle or the end for some of our top teams here, like Grid and Go. Alex Noguet is currently leading this pack for 16th place. Got Lassie back pressuring him here. Both of those cars up a good amount of positions, gaining 7 and 8 spots respectively, as James Beaumier behind them trying to make a recovery 5 spots down.
Yeah, James has been a little bit bullied down the field, but he's got into a rhythm now and he's slotted in that 18th spot, but he'll be hoping to move forward. But Parker White, 20th place right now, 9 places gained in that Williams F1 Team Gaming car. He has latched onto the back of this group then in that Lamborghini. So slowly but surely that Williams F1 Team Gaming outfit moving forward through this field. Big mover, Solpec Precision Racing's Garrett Berry up 20 places in this race. WSR Esports Black 21 places, and Team Bennett Sim Racing, they've carried on moving forward as Remy Gilbert, 23 places gained now for that Team Bennett Sim Racing outfit into 27th.
Yeah, very impressive run from Remy Gilbert. Here he is at the moment, coming into the chase, getting rounded up a little bit by Cody Death, who's one of the many Australians who are taking part in this event currently. At the moment, for the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue BMW, breathing the throttle a little bit coming into Murray's corner. It looks like Cody's going to come under a bit of attention from Daniel Sommer in the Dur Esports entry, but Remy Gilbert will be paying that no mind. He's had pace from the very beginning. Qualifying did not go the way of that Ferrari. Okay, car going very slow here on the run up to the cutting. I believe a lapped car just jumping out of the way. The car in 48th position. That's Hugh Barter in the Drago Racing BMW. Evidently a huge pack of cars coming up on him. Best to just let them go before he gets to the top of the mountain.
I can see the logic of stopping there, but I don't like it either, personally. When I'm racing, I don't expect to come across a car that is stationary by choice on track. Yeah, that's what I just think personally. I mean, I can understand why. There was a big pack of cars, so he's had the front four go by him, and then he's just decided, you know what, there's a big gaggle of cars coming through. I'm going to brake, I'm going to pull as far as I can over to the left-hand side, and then he's looking, and he'll have his team.
It is a bit sketchy, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's into the entry of the cutting as well. That's what I don't like as well, that positioning.
Yeah, I think that definitely wouldn't be allowed in the real world. No. But Hugh Barter, once everyone was by, got back up to speed promptly. So good to see that there wasn't any dramas caused by that, but there was a lot of potential.
Certainly was. We have had people asking about the BS competition number 90 car. Oskari Rine and Ryan Barneveld are the two drivers registered for that in the session today. And they are currently, number 90 is currently in the position of 11th right now. So BS competition just behind the Marla Racing team, who of course, last year's winners, up 4 places. They're within 10 seconds of the leader, so maybe playing the long game here for Marla.
Yeah, I think that's what they've come into this race deciding. You know, starting in 14th for this one. It's a lot of pressure for them coming off being last year's winners. But this is the kind of race that you have to take lap by lap, hour by hour. You can't expect to be gaining bulk positions early on unless you're someone like Remy Gilbert, for example, who's made up so many positions so far. But if you're starting in the sort of upper midfield like Marla is, you're just trying to work your way forward incrementally. You're thinking about your strategy. You're thinking about, you know, how long can I extend this first stint? Where am I going to come out in traffic? The drivers will be thinking about that the whole time here.
And of course, with some of these bigger teams as well, they'll have a team behind the scenes as well, being race engineers, so they'll be on the cans all the way through this race, doing the calculations. They'll have spreadsheets set up. They'll have done as much simulation work as possible they can do in terms of stint lengths and what to expect, and doing calculations. And as you said towards the start of the race as well, Reese, is deciding, do we have that short stint, count back and do that short stint early on to try and get a jump over some people, or do we leave it to the very end of the race where maybe we're able to fuel save all the way through so it's an even shorter stop? It's a balancing act in a race like this. Oh! That's Simify Orange, Gabby Montoro, and that's missing a rear wing. Careful, come on onto pit road. Does manage to make it there, but that's a suboptimal Ferrari right there, and that's going to take some repairs.
Well, fortuitously, he had the problem just before pit lane, so a very short trip back to the garage to get the car fixed. Was this a solo error? Was there contact? It looks like maybe a tap from the Ferrari behind on the exit, just exacerbating the issue he already had of catching the grass there. That was a lucky escape there. But pit lane's right there. He can bring it straight in. I think they're going to be in there for a while, though, because I don't think the rear right tyre was attached.
I tell you what, it's going to be a change of underpants needed for that car that came flying through behind them. It was Blue Mercure who had the little push on the back of them, and it was the Williams F1 Team Gaming car, number 5, that had to take to the grass to avoid that spinning car. So yeah, Simify Esports Orange, big dramas then on the exit of the chase. Here we go, here's Blue Mercure. It is a mistake coming through the the chase. And, I mean, the accelerator does work both ways there, Blumik. You can back off the throttle.
Yeah, but unfortunately, when you're loading up the left side of the car out of that corner, you're just focusing on getting to Murray's at that point. So, I mean, it can happen in the blink of an eye, but sim racers and racing drivers in general do have some of the best reaction times of anyone. So, it's not an excuse, but it did happen very quickly. If it were me in the car behind, I probably would have done the same thing.
And we've of course got the benefit of hindsight and multiple replays and being able to critically analyse to the nth degree, whereas you in that car, you've got literal split seconds to make a decision, and sometimes it's the wrong decision.
That's it. Unfortunately, making the wrong decision at this place can often be race ending. So you do need to keep yourself on a tight leash. Back to the battle for 16th. Alex Noguez is still holding on nicely to this one, with Lassie Back and James Bumet in hot pursuit. The Williams F1 Team gaming car of Parker White has really fallen back from these guys now, and he's under pressure from that Bleu Mercure car. Vasilios Belitsiotis at the wheel of that Ferrari. So it looks like we might be seeing a battle of the mid-engined Italian cars making their way across the top here.
For me, you look at it, you've got the Ferrari 296 turbocharged engine, you've got the BMW M4 turbocharged engine. The Lamborghini is the first of the naturally aspirated engines out there on the track, isn't it?
Yes.
Is it the track that's favouring the turbocharged cars, perhaps?
I would imagine it would, because you've got quite a bit of elevation change going on around this place. Yeah, I think back to when I've been to the track in the real world, and I decided to go with my camping group and do a lap on foot. We were camped up the top at McPhillamy Park, and it was a nice stroll down through the S's, down through Forest Elbow, and when we got to the bottom of the mountain, I'm like, that was nice. Then I turned around and looked at where I'd come from, and I realized, oh dear, I have to go all the way back up there. It's only a minute pressure difference, but it's enough, I think, to make a difference, and in that case, I think the turbocharged cars would do a bit better. Forced induction cars do tend to perform better at higher altitudes.
I mean, when you're thinking from the lowest point to the highest point, it's 174 metres difference.
Yeah.
Here on this track. That's for those of you using Freedom units, that's 570 to 571 feet approximately. So the steepest gradient, by the way, is a 1 in 6. So for people who don't know how ratios work, that means for every metre that you increase in elevation, you're moving forward 6 metres. So it's quite a steep hill. Is 1 in 6, and that'll be at the Dipper. Will that be? And the highest point, approximately above sea level, 875 metres above sea level.
Yes, so it's not quite as high as, say, Interlagos or Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez in Mexico. Those are two very well-known high-altitude tracks. But I think there would still be an ever-so-slight advantage to running a forced induction engine at Bathurst. You'll have more consistent performance generally at the top versus the bottom, but potentially a bit too minute to even make any meaningful difference. Regardless, I do think the Lamborghinis are doing all right.
As we go down the Conrod Straight once again, looking at the queue, 7th place, Drago Racing's Daniel Pastor at the head of this group, with his teammate Johan Haaf behind him in 8th, who's up 4 places in this race. It's Grid & Go Esports then in 9th, ahead of Marla Racing Team, the last year's winners, in 10th place. Remember, of course, last year's event, it had inclemental weather, to use long words, otherwise known as it was raining. And it was tricky conditions for those drivers out there last year, and we're seeing that difference. Yes, it's a bit misty, it's a bit murky, but we're not expecting any rain at all here today. We should start clearing up around about 8 o'clock in sim time. We're just past 7 o'clock in sim time in the race. So we're coming up to 1 hour completed of this iRacing Bathurst 12 hours powered by RSS. And, well, it's calmed down now, hasn't it, Reese? Famous last words.
Yeah, almost every time you think things have calmed down at Bathurst, the mountain will throw a surprise at everybody. Simify Esports Black and Bleu Mercury Esports at the moment now battling over third, as it appears Elvis Rankin has gapped them now in the second place Coanda Ferrari. We'll have to wait and see if they end up making any further moves towards the pit stops here, or if they're just keeping their lines consistent, keeping their fuel burn consistent at the moment. What are they planning for the first pit cycle? None of our front runners have pitted yet. I would gather we are still about maybe 15-20 minutes away from cars having to pit for the first time.
Oh, now, battle for third on screen. You see the trackside pictures and the main picture, and the picture-in-picture of the onboard Bleu Mercure of Thibaut Prévost behind the wheel in fourth place. Christian Lamella in third for Simify Esports Black. Started on the front row of the grid with that Simify Esports Black car, and it's still up there in the podium positions right now. But Bleu Mercure, well, they started third. They're down a place as well. Now Sabrina Carpenter, Dylan Burse, is on to pit road. So that team pitting, that's early for me. So I wonder if they're getting their short run done now. Although that'd be a very long short run, wouldn't it?
That's a curious decision to come into the pits now. I mean, we are just under an hour. Potentially, this car is going to try and split the race equally into roughly hour-long stints, but I'm not sure what benefit there would be from doing that. Dylan Burse getting the pit stop done. Tyres being changed, evidently. Saw it going up on the jacks there. I can't quite remember if the jacks go up in the pits anyway, regardless of whether or not you're taking tyres. No. But, yeah, we'll see how that works out for them.
Yeah, if you're just taking fuel, then no, it won't go up on the jack. So, yeah, so definitely taking tyres. 25 seconds, so not a full tank there. So that's normally around about 30 seconds, isn't it, for a full tank on a GT3 car. Oh, we'll have to wait and see whether that... Let's see how that pans out for them. And they did come in from within the top 10. So once we get all the other pit stops done, and this is the question now, have they got themselves some free air? Do you know what? They've got themselves some free air. So did one of the team just say, look, if we take a pit stop now, we've got a nice gap of clean air in front of us and we're not going to get held up?
That is potentially the reasoning they're going for. From some of the in-sim text chat messages I've been seeing over the start of the race, it would appear that the Sabrina Carpenter team is... Oh, yeah, there we go. Hello. Interesting. At the end of the first hour, we have a good haul of cars coming into lane, most of them being our front runners. This is interesting.
Well, let's not forget the balance performance adjustments. There were fuel adjustments. Only the Mustang had the full fuel tank, remember? Now, it was only 2 or 3% per se across a few of these cars, so right on that hour then for pit stops. But crucial for me is BMW's staying out for another lap. Drago Racing with 2 of their outfit, Marla Racing Team and BS Competition, a Ferrari of WSR Esports Red in 5th. So of those cars and of those teams gone into this race with the intention of, we are running to a fuel number only, because that will get us the result here.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. On board with the Bleu Mercure car. It looks like that was a late entry from them. I think they would have picked up a black flag from that, but it got very close on the way into the pits there. It's an interesting pit entry at Mount Panorama. Got to negotiate a couple of chicanes on your way into the pits. So it's something that's really worth practicing if you're wanting to enter an event like this. But it is very interesting to see that all the BMWs have stayed out pretty much.
And in the net lead is the Sabrina Carpenter team, Dylan Burr. So that shorter pit stop, because it was 40 seconds for the rest of them. But Dylan Burse out in the net lead. Car 7 is stopped out on track. That's the Simify Esports black car. The car that started on the front row of the grid. They've got going again. And I think that's down at the end of the mountain straight.
Yeah, not ideal for the number 7. We'll obviously be getting that to you as soon as we can to see what happened to them. But now the front-running BMWs respond by coming into the pits a lap later. We'll see what the blend looks like when they come out. This is what happened to the Simify car. Just looks to me like... yeah, cold tyres and slithering across the track there. It's almost like there was oil on the circuit and he damaged the rear end as well.
Yeah, that's potentially going to be enough a trip down pit road to get some gaffer tape and various other things used. So those 6 cars that stayed out, they're all onto pit road right now. So they were able to get a lap longer. So it's the 23, the 67, the 90, the 69, the 10 and the 20. They all stayed out that extra lap in that first stint of this race. So how will things pan out? Well, Dylan Burse, he's not waiting around. He's going to say, do you know what, chaps? I'm at the front of the field, and a very proud Australian, running a bit wide there, Dylan, if you ask me at Hell Corner, but out there at the front in their Ferrari after the short stop at their first pit stop, 25 seconds compared to 40 seconds of Commander Esports, who are about 6.5 seconds back in second and third.
So, the Sabrina Carpenter team going for track position here in the early stages of the race. The Coanda cars have emerged together, a lot closer together than they were before. Looking at the pit stop times, it appears Elvis Rankin's stop was completed about half a second faster than Xander Reed's was. No driver change for pretty much anyone here in these early stages. I would expect that we're going to be seeing driver changes happen maybe at the end of this second stint at the earliest, or maybe we'll see them try and split the race evenly into 3-hour stints. We'll have to wait and see on that, but a very interesting scenario that we're going to be seeing here. Replay of Juan Blenat for the SDR Sim Racing Ferrari. That is hard into the wall at turn 2, and the rear end of the car is completely destroyed.
And unsurprisingly, mechanical warning flag for them, so they are on pit road getting repairs done after taking a tour. And it's those cold tyres. I think a few cars... Oh, car 7's slow again! Up over the top of the mountain now. It goes from bad to worse for Simify, and in fact they've taken a tour back to pit road. So Simify Esports Black, they're on pit road. So is James Boumet for Falcon Sim Racing Team.
Oh dear.
Oh my goodness, it's all going wrong for those two teams.
You know, this is something that we see at Bathurst all the time in both the real world and the sim world. Once that first stint is completed, everyone thinks that they're in the rhythm of the race, but it's out of the pits after the first stop where you start to see drivers really making mistakes. We'll have a look at what happened to the Simify car here. Looks like this is across the top. Dare I say maybe the exit curb at McPhillamy Park? Oh no, right before it, a big snap, and my goodness, that was a lucky escape for the approaching cars. One of the Lamborghinis glancing off them there. Oh my goodness, that is that would be almost an instant red flag in the real world. Fortunately, the only thing we have to worry about here is maybe a hard hit on the steering wheel. Have a look at the impact here, Paul. It's that kind of impact that has really caused some pain, some injury at Mount Panorama in the real world. I'm amazed that the car still had all 4 wheels attached there.
I didn't think it would, to be honest. That was a brutal impact. And I have seen drivers in the past get injuries from direct drive wheels. I mean, that Lamborghini with the glancing blow there just really finished it off. Yeah, that was a brutal hit. You don't like to see it at all. But yeah, I've seen drivers on onboards. I remember Jamie Fluke in a Porsche Esports Super Cup race years ago. This was at Circuit Barcelona de Catalunya, and he was pretty much full lock and got a hit from behind, and then another hit, and it was that second hit that really just twisted the wheel, and he injured a wrist, I think, in all of that. It was. It's no joke having these direct drive wheels with, say, 25 Newton meters of force going through them.
Yeah, certainly not. I never thought I'd see the day when we have drivers taking their hands off the steering wheel in the event of a crash in a sim, but that's the world we're living in now, with direct drive wheels becoming cheaper, more common, more accessible to everyone. The Simify car once again.
Oh no!
Oh dear, that's actually the other Simify car. That's the 04, the orange entry. But also at turn 2 there, one of the other Ferraris spun. That was not ideal. Yes.
So that must have been when SDR had their incident that we saw earlier, and
and that's what took out. That's what took out Bomey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Massive netcode.
I know. One or two won't like me using that word in the sim racing broadcast world, but it is true. And you've got to remember, you are all racing on the internet, and it's got to have a certain amount of prediction in its software, and unfortunately, massive space there, big collision there, and James Boumet will be absolutely livid at that, because he'll be saying, well, I was miles away. Dirt Esports, what's happened to them now? This is going through turn 2, and again another one to drop it there. You're right, it looks like the cars are acting like there's oil being dropped there, even though there hasn't.
Yeah, cold tyres coming out of the end of the first stint. You know, by the end of the first stint, the car is light, the tyres are hot and grippy. You know, you're driving as hard as you dare, and the car will be feeling good late on in the stint. Then you come into the pits, maybe change tyres, definitely fill up the fuel tank. That will completely change the behavior of the car. You have to reset your brake bias as well. You would have changed that over the course of the stint too. So I think a few drivers are getting caught out by that.
Yeah, it does appear to be that case, and that track temperature, it's still at 20 degrees on my end, so it's still quite cool. We're only 7:15 in the morning. The sun has risen, and it is trying to break through this fog, this mist that we've got over the track, so it is trying to break through in these conditions, but still chilly out there. You can just see the shine there on the start and finish straight, so there is a glimmer of some sunshine coming through here now, Reece.
Yep, I think, yes, looking at the skies, I can see the white disk of the sun has emerged above the horizon now. Not that much light is getting through to the circuit, with, it seems, quite a bit of cloud cover over the circuit at the moment, and still dealing with that mist that's permeating the entire facility. But good to see that we have some more light out there, and the night running headlights have been switched off, so we are officially in the daytime now.
I could tell you now, as somebody in the UK, we do not know this year what that burning ball of fire in the sky is, because we haven't seen it all year. It's been nothing but rain for the start of this year. Trust me, it's been awful. But the drivers will. Now, my question to you is, will the drivers actually like the sun coming out and starting to burn that mist away? I mean, you can visibly see that the mist is burning away here. Are they wanting that temperature in the track, or do they want it to be cooler conditions still?
It depends on what they've set their car up for. I would suspect most of the race being going through the middle of the day. It will be ending at around 6 p.m. in sim time. You would want a car that is better in those daytime conditions, so potentially a little bit more oversteer engineered into the setup. That is going to cause some problems while the track is cool, because cars do tend to be a bit more oversteery, or at least have more turn in colder conditions. But when you get to the middle of the day, you want those kinds of behaviors in the car, because the hotter the track gets, the more understeer you'll experience.
Well, it is the Sabrina Carpenter team, Dylan Burse, who leads this race by 7.5 seconds. They are pulling away slightly from the Coanda Esports team in second and third place. Blue Mercure are in fourth place right now, with a bit of a gap actually back to Drago Racing's in fifth and sixth place. Drago Racing, by the way, just quietly going about business here, moving up through the field. So they're into that top 5 now, Drago, with their BMWs. Grid and Go Esports are 002. Dino Lombardi in 7th, with Marla Racing Team were just on board with their Ray Natalva in 8th place there, the BS Competitions, Oscar Irine, and then WSR Esports Red rounding out your top 10 as things stand after the pit stop cycle. You are watching the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours, powered by RSS. It's Paul Smith and Reese Gardner bringing you the opening of this race. Pleasure to have your company here today. Everybody watching at home or out and about, on your mobiles, on your tablets, on your PC, wherever you're watching us. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you settled in with the beverage of your choice. Usually at Bathurst, it's usually a 24 pack of beers, isn't it? Little stubbies in the in your little holders.
Yeah, indeed. I remember telling my European friends for the first time about the drink limits at Bathurst. You know, as a spectator, especially camping up the top, you are allowed to bring alcoholic beverages into the track. The limit officially is 1 carton per person per day. That gives you a sense of how much people imbibe at this circuit.
The a carton, that would be 24 pack of stubbies then, isn't it? Yeah,
it would be. Yeah. But I have heard stories of people coming.
If you're staying 4 days, that's 4 cartons. So you probably get through that by day 2.
Yeah, probably. I have heard stories of people coming to the track earlier on in the week in the dead of night to bury extra cartons in the ground so that they don't have to worry about getting checked on the way in. Oh dear, the whole subculture that springs up around this circuit is crazy at times.
That reminds me of when I went to. I've never been to Bathurst, and I would love to come here for the 12 hours. I mean, been there for Fiercely Forward Pink at the cutting, and yeah, they've got to Austin Powers that one around. I would love to come to this event. I really would. Or the Bathurst 1000 as well. That would be a tremendous one to go to. But I remember going to the 2013 Belgian Grand Prix. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there was a van in the camping area, which was a group of German supporters who'd come along with this van. And the van literally had a military cot. So just a basic cot with a sleeping bag. A full sound system that would be good enough for a gig in the back of the van, and then just beer. That was literally all they had in the back of their van. And the group that I was with, the couple of the guys had run out of their beer on the Sunday afternoon after the Grand Prix, and I said, just go see the Germans, I'm sure they'll sell you some. And yeah, they did.
Nice.
They had so much beer that they turned it into a business, and they were selling beer to the rest of the spectators.
That's crazy. I love that. Oh man, the things we do to enjoy ourselves at a motorsport event, it's fantastic to hear. But yeah, I think beer is all you really need for a motor race, and maybe some pommes frites as well if you're going to Spa.
You can tell the British people at Spa, by the way, because they're the ones who are walking around with mayonnaise on the back of their hand from when they've stuck it out going, no! For the free. So that's usually how you spot the Brits around there. I will say, you say beer is all you need for motorsport. I'm a teetotal. I don't drink, so it'd have to be some form of soft drink for myself, personally.
Maybe a nice cup of tea. That would be nice to ring in the day here at Mount Panorama. Keeping our eyes peeled here on the battle of the BMWs. It's a very nice fight going on at the moment here between the two Drago cars at the front of this pack. The battle for 5th that we're keeping an eye on. Johan Harth and Daniel Pastor at the front of the pack, getting chased down by the Grid and Go Esports 002, which, let me just check down the timing order. Yes, I think I can confirm. That 002 Ferrari behind them is the only car in the field that still occupies the same position they started in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite the thing. I'm just looking down the timing screen that we've got, and the amount of either people that have been in the pit lane for a long time or have flat out retired the cars. 35th is the last car that has that is still kind of running without a long pit stop. But even them and the Blue Mercure number 34 have been down pit road twice. So I would say of all of the field, 33 have actually been legitimately only in for their scheduled stop. Everyone else has had some form of incident. That's how bad it has been. There's enough of slow-mo look, and the photographer, rather fortuitously, having his camera ready for that one.
Indeed. Every time I see a car spinning at the cutting there, my heart just drops, because I don't know if another car is going to be coming round the bend in a few seconds. I'm sure the driver of the 12 had his eye on his F3 black box to see if anyone was coming, and just managed to get the car turned around and going again in time. But it's one of many risks that you have to balance around this circuit. It is wide enough to fit 2 cars around most of the way, but you carry so much speed across the top of the mountain that it would be a very silly idea to go 2 or even 3 wide across the top. It's going to be challenging to even get a run to get there in the first place. But I'm sure that's not the last spin we're going to be seeing at that section of the circuit. Pretty much every corner around here has some pitfall that takes down one driver or another.
It is the section of track that really gets me in terms of the accuracy, the pinpoint accuracy of the world's top drivers, is that run through Reed Park and Sulman Park of, 1, the speed that they're carrying, but 2, how close they get the cars to the wall lap after lap as well. It is incredible pinpoint accuracy that those drivers are going to. McPhillamy Park, by that point, you've got that little bit of runoff and gravel trap to work with, but it's that section of Reed Park and Sulman Park where you're building that speed up and carrying it through those corners. It is incredible to see just how close they get to those walls.
Yeah, indeed. I make it a point of watching the top 10 shootout at the Bathurst 1000 every year, just to see how much the drivers push the limits across the top. And the run out of the left-hander before McPhillamy Park is always a bit of a clencher, part of the track. It's not uncommon to see cars just glancing off the wall there, the amount of speed that they're carrying, how hard they're pushing. So much elevation change across the top as well. You're going uphill almost the whole time, but there's a few dips across the top of the mountain as well, through what is colloquially known as metal grate, because, well, surprise, surprise, at the bottom of the elevation change there is a metal grate, and that's really where you see the cars push to their limits. They're getting forced into the ground as they travel downhill and then very quickly uphill again.
I'm going to bring up something that on my timing screen that I've got access to. It's a little bit different to live timing screen that we've got on the RaceSpot YouTube feed. If you go into the chat on RaceSpotTV's YouTube feed of this race, there is a live timing link. Unfortunately, we've not been able to share that elsewhere for the time being. Hopefully that we can get that organised. But I've got an average 5-lap pace on my timing screen. Now, our commentary colleague, Peter Mackay, he gets so excited by the 5-lap pace. He really does, Reese. You do not understand just how excited he gets by it. Sabrina Carpenter team right now. Now, we know that they're running a lighter car because they only took a 25-second pit stop, running an average lap time of 2:01.575. Coanda Esports, Xander Reed. I'm actually just going to wait because they're going to be coming over the start and finish line momentarily. Their average lap time over the last 5 laps is 2:01.796. That front 3 of 2nd, 3rd and 4th are all running within a few hundredths of a second of each other, average lap time across 5 laps. The rest of them, Drago Racing, down 2:01.9. So you can just see how that group of 3, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, are pulling away from that pack.
Yeah, they're carrying the pace from qualifying very nicely to make their way through. And, you know, as you continue further on into the race, I think you're still going to see that 5-lap average drop every so often. Johan Harth here in a bit of a sandwich with his teammate Daniel Pastor up ahead of him and Dino Lombardi in the Grid and Go car just behind. It would be a real challenge to keep average lap times down in a pack like this, because you're going to be compromising in a few places around here. You know, the slow in, fast out is certainly the way to go, even at this track, but you'll see in the section coming up here, the run down through the S's, just look at how the gap will ebb and flow here. Pastor gained a little bit on the way through, bouncing over those curbs, just barely holding onto the car there as the driver in front, but Johan Harth making up ever so slight of a gain in the braking zone down the hill. You know, if there was no one in front of him, he'd probably be pushing a little harder, let alone a teammate. But man, sometimes around this track, you don't even see them have all 4 tyres on the ground the whole time. The dipper, very common place to see cars going airborne.
Yeah, and you're seeing that illustrated right here, right now, through that super slow-mo. Thank you to our broadcast producer, Romero, for that shot there. Great shot of the cars taking air through the dipper. 1 in 6 drop is that, as we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast. So Drago Racing still 5th and 6th place for the time being, and the sun is out for these drivers. The sun's got his hat on, and we're delighted to see that here as we go through Hell Corner up Mountain Straight once again. Now I've had somebody here, Reese, somebody in the chat, in the YouTube chat, has corrected me, saying that I've been calling it Quarry Bend turn number 2, but they've said no, it's Griffins.
Yeah, I think it's at the point where it depends on who you ask, I think, at this point. Traditionally, the corner has been called Griffin's Bend after the aforementioned Martin Griffin, mayor of Bathurst, at the time the track was constructed. But some years it's been called Falcon Tyres Bend for sponsorship reasons. On some track maps it is labelled as Quarry, so I understand where the misunderstanding comes from. But I think we were having this discussion before we went live. There's quite a few corner names around this place that it's more about what the most people agree on rather than what the track officially says.
Yeah, so I'll be calling it Quarry because that's what my track map says. I've got multiple track maps that have said the same as well, so I'm going with that now, but I do take your feedback on board. So thank you very much for that, everybody at home. We have had people asking as well, because there's other people, other streamers are out there streaming their point of view of this race, and we have had somebody in the Twitch chat saying that they're a little bit confused because Matt Malone is in this race, but it doesn't show him on this leaderboard. So, Reese, if you want to just maybe explain what's going on with that. Why are they not seeing Matt Malone here?
All right, deep breath, here we go. So, so many drivers register, so many teams register for this event. There's thousands of drivers that register for these big events, and obviously you can't fit them all into the same server. The maximum field size of this event is 50. Only 50 cars make it onto any given grid. So what iRacing does is it organizes every single entry into splits. So multiple servers are running right now, running this race at roughly the same time. The earlier time slot for this race is still going at the moment as well, with I think about 5 or 6 hours remaining. But what you'll see happen from there is that, yeah, you'll see your favorite streamer racing in the back Bathurst 12-hour, but they are in a different split. And splits are organised by iRacing. The higher your I rating is, the higher your split is going to be. We are broadcasting the top split, which has a strength of field or average I rating of about 9,300, and that's really up in the top leagues of drivers on iRacing. So yes, you may not be seeing who you're expecting here if you're watching some POV streams alongside. This is just the very tippy top of the drivers competing in this event. About 4,000 drivers registered for this particular time slot.
As we take a look a little bit further down the field, Stint 1 Motorsport in there, Ferrari, Michael Kaibach, and then it's Bike Colina with Santiago. Oh my goodness, this is Yorkshireman trying to pronounce names. Santiago Baztarica. There we go. I'm getting confirmation from a producer that yes, well done, you've butchered his name. So yes, one of the few Porsches out there on the field today. So great to see the rear engine Porsche being represented here in this race as well, just further down the field.
Yes, doing okay at the moment. It's a nice livery on that Porsche as well. I believe the only Porsche in this field. I haven't seen any others, so it's interesting car choice. The Porsche 911 GT3R has, in past seasons, been known for being slightly slower down the straights, but that doesn't look to be the case now, especially with those balance of performance changes. Catching up in the slipstream is Baztarica, catching up to Michael Kaibach in the chase. The Porsche, of course, is a very interesting car compared to all the others here. It has the rearmost engine of anyone. Porsches traditionally have the engine slung over the rear axle as opposed to slightly ahead of it, as with most of the mid-engine cars in this race. What that does mean is the Porsche has pretty good traction out of the corners because you got all that weight over the rear wheels just driving the rubber into the road. But we'll have to wait and see how the behavior of that German machine compares to this Ferrari across the top.
And the fuel tank is right over the front axle as well of that Porsche, which means that as you get later into the stint, the front of the car actually gets lighter, which changes the characteristics of the car to become a little bit more understeering from my past of attempting to drive this car. Beautiful shot there of Forest Elbow, a nice wide-angle shot through Forest Elbow onto the Conrod straight there. Great to see those cars getting so close to that wall on the outside there, but it just shows you just how tricky that corner is, and it's downhill all the way through that as well.
Yeah, this is another location that I visited in the real world, and one of the commentary cliches of any broadcast at Mount Panorama, the commentators say that TV doesn't do this place justice. Sorry to say, but that's 100% true. You know, looking at the run into Forest Elbow up in the top left there, even from this angle, you don't quite see just how steep the run into that corner is. I've stood on the track there on my own 2 feet, and I could feel myself wanting to fall down into the corner. It is a cliff of tarmac that you have to negotiate on the way down.
And it's why you see drivers just struggling on through that right-hander towards Forest Elbow, because you're braking, but immediately after the corner, but it's such a steep hill that you're having to brake very hard to get the car whirled up into that left-hander. You've got to hug the inside as much as possible because of the camber of the corner, but then you've got to allow the car to then drift out as far wide as possible on corner exits, carry the speed, because that speed that you carry out of that corner takes you all the way down the Conrod straight. It is such a challenging corner. I mean, we could pretty much say that about every corner around this track. Where is a non-challenging corner around this track? I dare people to say any of them, because they're all challenging.
I mean, if you're driving on your own, probably the entry to the chase, it's just a flat-out right-hander you have to negotiate. But then again, we saw early on in the race a couple of cars getting loose over the bumps there and spinning on the way into the corner.
The race leader is stopping at the side of the chase.
Oh!
It's the Sabrina Carpenter team, Dylan Burst. Don't say they've run out of fuel.
Oh, no, surely not. It's only been half an hour since they stopped. I mean, potentially.
They were on lap 16 of their stint.
Yeah, that's right on the money for halfway, for half a fuel tank, which is around about what they put in, I think. Oh, dear. Dylan Burst doesn't show any signs of escaping back to pit lane from here. And judging by those tyre tracks, it doesn't look like there was any real problem with the car before he brought it to a stop. That's a bit of a mystery.
That I think that's a fuel. I think that's fuel running out. If we could...
Okay, so Dylan Burst in the InSim text chat has said, "Hit-a-roo, good game, chaps," and it looks like that's the end of the race for the Sabrina Carpenter team. I was saying earlier on towards the start that the team wasn't taking this race 100% seriously. It seems that they've decided to call it a day.
Really? Not taking it serious? Never.
Yeah. Well, relatively. Not as seriously as everyone else is taking it, but, well, we may or may not see that car back out on track later, but I think Dylan Burst has decided, yep, you know, I've had my time, I've led a few laps, and, well, let's just try for the next time slot.
Well, what that does mean then is the Commander Esports cars of the 08 and the 018 are at the front of the field, just a half a second or less between the two of them. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to Blue Mercure in third place, Thibaut Prévost in third place for that French outfit. Drago Racing then up into fourth and fifth places respectively at the front of this gaggle of cars, and look at that queue of cars behind them. They've got the Grid and Go car, Marla Racing Team, BS Competition, WSR, a Grid and Co car, a BMW M Team BS Competition car, all in the queue, and Blue Mercure number 32 is not that far back either.
Yeah, this is a really intense pack. Hasn't been much change for position in it, but that's just because these drivers are driving so close to the limit here. Another nice slow motion shot. Looks like the photographer catching some really good action of the Porsche and the Ferrari here making their way through. Just goes to show how close they are riding to these walls, and how wide they go out of Hell Corner as well. You know, that it used to be that that curb used to just be a flat ribbon of asphalt that just extended the exit of the corner. It's been changed over the years into a proper curb, but drivers still use it to their full extent.
Curbs originally got brought into motor racing to stop dirt and stones getting brought up onto the track. And when they brought curbing into race circuit design, drivers went, "Oh, that's extra track that I can drive over." And so they still brought on dirt and stones just from the back of the curb instead of from the side of the asphalt. So it was a kind of a, okay, yep, that worked, but it didn't work as well. And, well, you give a driver a little bit of extra piece of asphalt or some way of extending the width of the track, they will take it.
Yeah, and especially in Formula One now, it's gotten a bit silly. You know, I've had whisperings in my head of a video that I'd like to produce at some point about the history and evolution of racetrack curbs over the years. We're at the point now in Formula One where they need to thicken the white line across the curb on the exits of some corners, and then put a blue line behind the white line to really say to the drivers, no, you cannot go beyond this point. I mean, you give a driver an inch, they'll take a mile, and we're seeing that in action, aren't we?
Don't get me started, Reese. I am the self-appointed arbiter of track limits, and it is something that it makes my blood boil. Is the white lines are there for a reason. They're to delineate the edge of the track. If you're going over the edge of that track, especially, I'm a reasonable person. I do think that, yeah, if you've got wheels on within the track limits, okay, you're pushing that bounds, but that's it. I don't go as far as what the British Motorsport Association goes to. So Motorsport UK, their regulations are you're not allowed the wheels, the outside wheels of your car, over the back edge of a curb. So whereas in Formula 1 it's all about the white line and having one wheel in or on the white line, in British Motorsport it's no, you can't go over the white line, and if it's a curb you can't have the outside edge of those wheels, outside wheels go over the outside edge of the curb, unless the curb is wide enough that all four wheels can go over the white line. Confused? Yes, I know, but that's what we have to live with.
Yeah, absolutely. And down here in Australia, I don't know what these specific regulations are, but you only have to watch a few supercars races to see that curbs are effectively considered part of the track in the Supercars Championship. Though they do ping people for cutting the track occasionally, especially in the first couple of corners at Adelaide. We'll check in with the conditions here once again. We can see the Mount Panorama riding on the side of the hill. That's the entry to Skyline, and the S is up there where you can see that banner across the track. And well, there hasn't been much of a change in the track temperature. The sun is beating down on the circuit, but we are only still at 21 degrees Celsius on the asphalt. I'm sure we'll be seeing that number rise by a few degrees in the next hour or two.
Drago Racing just switching their two drivers around on track, so now it's Johan Haaf who's leading that peloton of cars ahead of his teammate Daniel Pastor in 5th place here. One thing that I think that we can all agree on right across the world of motorsport is sausage curbs have no place on a racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, sausage curbs resemble curbs in their original form. You know, you only have to look at footage from the 80s to see that racetrack curbs used to be crazy high and drivers would not try to hit them at all. And I think sausage curbs brought that back a little bit, but they are a clear safety issue nowadays. You only have to look at that. I can't remember the driver's name, a lower formula driver that ended up hitting a sausage curb at Monza and ended up breaking his back. It was not ideal at all. So yeah, I would agree. Sausage curbs don't really have any place here, but I wouldn't mind curbs being a little bit more substantial at some racetracks.
Abby Eaton in W Series and another driver in a lower formula race at the same track at Kota both ended up with broken backs because of sausage curbs. Yeah, and it's the fact that they can launch the cars as well. We've got to find that happy medium, but you've also got to then have an approach that can suit motorbikes as well. So if you've got venues which aren't having motorbike racing at all, you can maybe just stick with the one type of curbing. Where you've got motorbikes involved as well, you've got to take that into account because you don't want riders getting launched across a gravel track.
Yeah, that's the issue with motorcycle racing. At least in car racing, you have a metal and carbon fiber casing around you if you hit something. If you're a motorcycle rider and you have an off, well, there's nothing separating you from the track hazards at high speeds. So it makes sense that motorcycle tracks go for wider, flatter curbs and no sausage curbs. But when you have venues that share car and motorcycle racing, it does end up creating a few points of contention. Mount Panorama doesn't have that issue. I mean, the first ever race at this circuit back in 1938 was a motorcycle race, but this track has just gotten too dangerous for the two-wheeled motorsport in recent years. There hasn't been any motorcycle racing at Mount Panorama now for probably going on 30-ish years now.
Jake Sperry, our commentary colleague, who will be on the show later on in this broadcast, does make a good point. Remember Dennis Hauger's spear as a spear at Silverstone? Yes, I remember that. Yeah, and we could go on and on about the evolution of curbing and track limits and things like that until the cows come home. We really could. But there is a motor race going on. As a famous Australian once said, we went motor racing, and it is Quander Esports who are leading this one 1-2 at the moment, but they've only got that 3-second lead over Blue Mercure in their number 33 car. They've got a decent gap, though, between themselves and this gaggle of cars, headed by the two Drago Racing number 69 and number 67 cars. It's not so nice for Johan Half because he's just not able to keep up with the pace of that front three.
Yeah, Thibaut Prévost here is in a bit of no man's land himself. It appears he is still running times pretty competitive with the Coanda duo ahead, but the gap between them is only changing by hundredths of a second, if that, every single lap. So I think he's just getting in for the long haul now, enjoying a gap of about 6.7 seconds over the Drago car of Johan Half, and it would appear a lapped car in between himself and that pursuing pack as well. That will be curious. Which car is that? That's the other Bleu Mercure car, the number 34 that had problems earlier.
Yeah, it was. So whether they can get a result out of this one. I have been critical of teams and drivers in the past in these top split races, where as soon as they find that they can't win, they just give up. Oh, we've had a crash. There's no point carrying on. Let's just quit. And I don't like that approach myself personally. I think you learn more from having challenging situations and carrying on in a race after getting repairs done than just giving up. Because if you can then go through an adverse situation and push on and just salvage whatever you can, you're going to learn more and develop more as a driver, as an overall driver, than if you just drive fast just for the win. That's my own personal opinion. I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but for me, I just don't like some of the attitudes of some drivers who are just a case of, well, I can't win, so the toys are out the pram, I'm going home. I'm taking my bat and ball.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. You know, when I'm driving competitively in the sim, I always try my best to get to the end as best as possible. There's always an opportunity for some kind of recovery if you're assaulted with setbacks early on. I've always been of the opinion that, you know, I think I see it in discussions online as well about, you know, say when a new Formula One team comes in and they're slow, it's like, oh, well, why did you even bother? Because being part of the event is the point. If it was only the winners racing and no one else showing up, it wouldn't be a race, would it?
I mean, you could argue, especially in Formula One, the last few years. I mean, last year it was basically McLaren. The years before that it was Red Bull for a couple of years. Before that it was Mercedes. You know, so what's the point in anybody racing then if they're not going to win? I'm sorry, I can't take that. Again, I'm going to go back on my experience of commentating on the 12 Hours of Monza back in 2023. There was a team there, the 9 und 11 team. Surprisingly, ran a 911. Who would have thought? They had a 911 991. Of course, they were onto the 992 at that point, not the Evo car, but the first 992 in the Cup cars. And they had a gearbox fault, and they didn't have the spare part that they needed. And they got in touch with Porsche to say, "Look, can we get a part?" And they were like, "No, we don't supply that part anymore." So they had to ring around, find somebody who had a 991 Cup car, drive to, I think it was Germany from Italy, which, okay, it's not too far, get the part, drive back to the circuit, get the gearbox repaired, and get out there for the race. And they took part in the whole race, and they got the Spirit of the Race award for what they had to go through. They didn't take part in qualifying, they started at the back of the field, and they got to the end of the race.
Excellent story, that. I do remember reading about that event at some point. It's always nice to hear that teams will put in every effort possible just to compete, and you know, and competition, of course, and the spirit of competition is a big part of all of this. But it's not the only factor. You know, especially in big events like this, where you have the top sim racing teams competing. You've got sponsors. You've got an entire team behind you, engineering working working behind the scenes, figuring out strategy, you know, all of that sort of stuff. A lot of people are giving up their time and money in a lot of cases to compete in events like this, and you want to honour that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, won't look good on your sponsorship portfolio if you're going out looking for a new sponsor and the prospective sponsors look at it and go, "Oh, what happened in these races? Oh, we just gave up."
It's not worth it, mate.
Yeah, you're all right. I'll go and sponsor another team, thanks. So yeah, it's this is why I always encourage people to just keep pushing on and keep fighting. But there we go. We are still, by the way, looking at this pack of cars. Not a lot of movement happening here. It is very much, as I say, a peloton in this gaggle here, going from 4th place all the way down to 12th is this group of cars right now. And they are coming up to some lap traffic. That number 34 Bleu Mercure car of Corentin Lassine in front of them in their Ferrari. The problem for them is that car itself is doing 2-minute 2s right now. It's on a similar pace to the pace that these guys are doing, maybe 0.4 of a second slower per lap.
Yeah, so they'll be on them very shortly indeed. The Team Benick sim racing car, the hardest charging in the field, meanwhile, has put another notch in their positions gained. Now up to 24th place for Remy Gilbert, and that is 26 positions gained for that car. But they are no longer the hardest charging car in the field. That honour appears to belong to the WSR Esports Black entry, car number 21 in 19th, up 27 places. That's a monumental rise.
Yeah, Santeri Martikainen, who has moved up those places. So, yeah, intriguing to see that with them. And, well, as we go and carry on through, heading towards the top of the hour once again in this race. And we're still sticking as we are. It is worth pointing out a few of those teams further down the order. Solpec Precision Racing, number 162, they're up 23 places. We saw them involved in a fight with the Bytes Kalina car. They're up 20 places themselves. WSR Esports, another one of their cars, the blue car, is up 24 places. Daniel Ferguson as well. So quite a number of cars that were down towards the rear of the grid, working the way through. Part of that will be due to incidents and cars that we've lost in this race, but also they've had to make some moves as well.
Yes, a poor qualifying performance, but ultimately good race pace is always a challenge to overcome at a track like this, but it is possible. And we've seen quite a few teams show what they're really worth here as the sun rose this morning. You know, emerging out of the darkness with 15 or more positions gained is certainly a fantastic way to start your Bathurst 12-hour, but we still have well over 10 hours remaining in this race. We're still in, effectively, the beginning stages.
Yeah, it's just early part of this race. We've still got plenty of action to bring with you here today. It is worth pointing out later on today, after myself and Reese, it's going to be DJ Clark and Justin Prince. We've got Jake Sperry and Brad Dalton who will be on, and then Ewan O'Leary and Lorenzo Bonda to round out this broadcast here today. So a mixed, varied production team and broadcast team here across this fall. 12 hours of this iRacing Bathurst 12 hours, and Bleu Mercure 32 has decided that this is the time to come onto pit road and get a pit stop done. That's a little early for me, if you're asking me.
Yeah, 24 laps completed on that stint. I think this is going to be their short stint. Or at least shorter than the others. I would have expected them to pit a few laps earlier if they were going for the full-on half stint that's expected to be needed to reach the end of this one. So, an interesting decision from Bleu Mercure, Emmanuel Oliveri. in the car now, and we'll see what more they can do here. In the short term, it is going to gain them track position in the next stint, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to be following them in on this lap. A 40-second stop for them, and yeah, it looks to me like 40.1 seconds. That's pretty much on par with the stops that we've seen. Regardless, still a bit early. While we're on the subject briefly of you know, the other fantastic commentators that are going to be joining us later on, I think it's our producer behind the scenes, Ramiro, who's really putting in the hard yards here. He is going to be behind the cameras for all 12 hours of this.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's going to be putting in the hard effort in this one. Why don't we give you a little bit of on board with the last year's winner, Marla Racing Team, the number 10. They're in the leading the third BMW. Good if you could count, Paul. Let's go and give you some time on board with them. The Marla Racing Team, last year's winners. They've been working their way up through the field, 7 places gained. And they're up into 7th place right now. So let's give you a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion. There we go, a little bit of the sights and sounds of this iRacing Bathurst 12 hours, powered by RSS here across the iRacing eSport network of broadcaster places. And well, it's Paul Smith, Reese Gardner here for you for a little while longer yet. You'll probably get another hour or so of myself. Reese, well, he'll be disappearing off a little bit earlier than myself. Unfortunately, prior commitments means that we don't quite get the full 3 hours of yourself. But we had you on the pre-show.
Yeah, certainly you did. Of course, sometimes when these big events happen and there's so many drivers registering at the same time, it can take a little bit longer for the servers to actually go up. And unfortunately, there is a hard limit to the time that I can spend here in the first few hours of the race, but I'm going to be making the most of the next 50 or so minutes that I'm going to be here. We are going to be seeing the second round of pit stops happening very shortly, and it'll be interesting to see what the cars that pitted off sequence end up doing here. The fight for fourth place still ongoing, and it doesn't look like anyone's really prepared to make a big move just yet. Still settling into the rhythm, a slight twitch for the Marla Racing Team BMW there, I believe, on the way out of Hell Corner. They're certainly not coasting their way around, are they?
No, they're certainly not, and so therefore they're pushing all the way through this race. I mean, you look at the pole position time that we had in this race was a 2 minutes .492. Fastest lap that I've seen in this race is in the 2-minute range towards the end of a stint. So they are pushing. They're about half a second slower than the qualifying time. So it's a sprint all the way through to the end of one of these special events.
Yeah, we saw briefly at the top of the screen, fastest lap of the race going to the Grid and Go Esports 004, Hidinoa Mimasi with the fastest lap of the race there. Actually, I believe there's been a driver change in that car. It may have been set by the starting driver when the track was still very much shrouded in darkness. But yeah, the pace has come down though, and we're seeing those average lap times sort of still hovering at the front around the mid 201 area. Fastest car on track last time by was the number 89, Daniel Lafuente, who was involved in this pack a few cars back. 201.498 as it stands at the moment. The 19th place car at the bottom of your screen, Team Alta, Lasse back, really pushing the limits up the top. I saw him do that characteristic glancing off the wall on the run up to McPhillamy.
Lasse back. If ever there was somebody who was a win it or bin it driver, it's Lasse, isn't it? Ah! Blue Mercure, Esport number 33 onto pit road. So 28 laps is the stint for them, and Thibault Prevot is onto pit road for a change, possibly a change of driver, I would imagine, after 2 hours. But that's the first of our pit stops. 28 laps from them. The rest for the front, Coanda, they're on lap 29 of their stint. And yes, driver change.
Andrea Bristow making his way into the car there. The Italian taking over. And yeah, it looks like a bit of a flip from what we saw in the first stint. Remember that that Bleu Mercure car was one of the Ferraris and a few other makes and models that pitted a lap earlier before the cars here in this third place pack. Now I think we're seeing a bit of a switch up. They've realized, yeah, maybe we can eke out an extra lap out of this stint. So just to be safe, come in with 28 laps done. Bristow has made his way out of the pits in 20th place. So keep a close eye on where he's going to end up out of the pit cycle. We'll see if that ends up making up any track position over the Coanda duo at the front.
Yeah, well, we should expect to see Coanda onto pit road, possibly this time by, although they didn't have to do that pacing from the Conrad Straight this stint that they had to do in that very first stint. You wouldn't sort of use that much fuel from where they start on the Conrad Straight, but here we go then. This is down the Conrad Straight, down towards the chase then for that third place and back group, and Grid and Go, them and Drago have just pulled away a little bit from Marla Racing Team and the rest of that gaggle of cars. So as we carry on, Coanda stay out once again. So I do think that was a little bit of an early stop from Bleu Mercure.
Yeah, looks like it. And actually, I'll correct myself from earlier. It was not a longer stint than the first one. Bleu Mercure actually went a lap less on that stint than they did on their first. We're going to be seeing some more cars come into the pits, though. The BS Turner number 1 entry is in, as well as Grid and Go 004 and 005, and the Williams F1 Team Gaming 1 machine with Parker White at the wheel. So 2 29-lap stints to start the race from from all of those teams. But we're seeing these drivers in this third-place pack pushing it to 30 laps in this stint, maybe beyond.
Well, the 2 leaders are on a lap 30 of their stint as well. There's a number of driver changes coming in now as well. So the cars that are on pit road right now, they've decided 2-hour stints for their drivers is the best way to manage their outfits as more cars head onto pit road for us here. As you're seeing on screen right now, pit road's a busy old place to be, and certainly drivers getting in and out of those cars and changing over. But out at the front, Commander Esports still out there on lap 30 of their stint. They're just heading down the Conrad Straight as that gaggle of cars, Drago Racing, Grid and Go, Marla Racing Team, BS Competition, WSR Esports Red and company, Grid and Go, as well as the BMW M Team BS Competition, they're all together on the Conrad Straight themselves. Will we see the leaders onto pit road this time? If we do, they'll be disappearing off to drivers left. They're hanging over to the left. Yep, onto pit road for your race leaders.
Yes, and driver changes have been happening all the way through the field. I wouldn't be surprised if the Coanda cars decide to go for a driver change here. Elvis Rankin in the lead, Xander Reed in second. We'll see what more they can do out of this, as it looks like Grid and Go 001 and 002 are in as well. Daniel Lafuente in the BMW M Team BS competition car coming in as well. They seem to be the only ones on pit lane at the moment, outside of the cars that are casualties of this race so far. Looks like there has been a change in the 8 entry. Tristan Iglesias taking over, but Xander Reed evidently staying in the 018.
So going for a triple stint for Xander then at the start of this race. That car having led 29 laps of this race. The Coanda 08, 16 laps that they've led this race with Tristan Iglesias. I'm still getting used to a few of the driver changes that have happened during the winter as well, of course, with teams like the Apex Racing team deciding that they're no longer going to have an esports outfit, meaning that there's been a few drivers going about on the driver market. I think Johan Haaf, he was one of the long-time drivers of Apex Racing team. He is in Drago Racing now. Pete Berryman's in that team as well with him. A few others find themselves elsewhere. So yeah, it's taken me a while to get used to some of those driver changes. I was saying before the broadcast, very much commentators are a creature of habit. Xander Reed is pulled over and is on pit road again, so something has happened to Xander.
Oh dear, that's far from ideal there for Coanda 018. He's missing his rear wing. Has he spun out of pit lane?
We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we'll get the replay machine.
No, he spun at turn 2.
There's a car off at the exit of the chase, car number 8. They've gone off now as well. So that's the Team Bennett Sim Racing, Leo Brown, who's had a spin. We've got drivers onto pit road, Drago Racing and BS Competition, but Marla Racing Team and WSR Esports Red staying out for another lap. They're going on to lap 31.
Wow, okay, so this is the longest stint we've seen in the race so far, but what a development. Xander Reed falling victim to something that we've seen before in this race. The initial laps out of the pits here, coming up to turn 2 for the first time. You're dealing with new tyres that are still getting up to temperature. He turns in, there's a twitch, and then a slide, and he slithers into the barriers. Huge impact there for the former race-leading car.
My oh my, that is massive incident then in terms of the race. Remember, that was a car that has led 29 laps. Leo Brown, another one that was just fresh out of the pits, gets onto the grass out the chase, spun around. I don't know if there was that much assistance, to be honest. They were on an early lap of their stint with that Team Bennett racing car, but this has changed matters for quite a few of those cars, and now Coanda, it's just one car at the front, and it's a lot harder when you've not got a teammate around to help you out.
Yeah, certainly. That Bennett Sim Racing entry having problems is particularly heartbreaking, because that was the car Remy Gilbert was driving. We saw that brilliant rise up through the field from that car. Looks like all of that hard work has just been undone. A real shame to see, but it proves that no one is safe from the dangers of cold tyres here at Mount Panorama. This is on board the Grid and Go BMW that was there when the Bennett Sim Racing car had its problems. Again, it's a case of a poor exit from the chase, and maybe the Bennett car was already sliding when contact was made, but at the end of the day, yeah, once again, another car still involved.
I do think that in that case, that Grid and Go car did actually just back out, just try backing out, but you can't...
Yeah.
You can't suddenly just come completely off the throttle, or else the car's behaviour at mid-corner, it can just unsettle the car and you have your own accident. As finally, the Marla Racing Team and WSR Esports Red onto pit road for their pit stops. Lucas Prada getting into the WSR car. Reina Talva still behind the wheel of that Marla Racing Team car. Of course, remember, last year's winner is the number 10. Here, so don't count them out here. Tristan Iglesias then heading towards Murray's corner once again, and at least their tyres will be a bit more up to temperature and pressure, having been and completed 2 laps of this stint of the race. Marla Racing Team coming out of their pit box, so too are the WSR Esports Racing Red. So we'll give you a little bit of a rundown of how things look after the pit stops in just a few moments' time. But the complexion of this race affected once again, Reese, by cold tyres.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see so many cars fall victim to that, but it's not a difficult mistake to make. I think it's once again, you got to remember Xander Reed here stayed in the car, and I think that's another factor. I talked earlier about how you already have the car set up for the end of the previous stint. You got to put your brake bias back to what it was. You got to deal with the cold tires. You got to deal with a track that might be a little bit different to how you imagine it, and unfortunately, the tip into turn 2 here, such a high load, high speed corner, it overwhelmed the tyres, and I think maybe Xander Reed had the brake bias too far back. That's the only explanation I have.
Or maybe just carried that little bit too much speed into the corner that he would have normally carried on hot tyres, hot sticky tyres. Well, we'll have to wait and see, but Jarno Koch now is in that Grid and Go Esports car all over the back of the BS competition BMW like a nasty rash, but I'll tell you what, he's not giving up. He's wanting to push forward in that Grid and Go car and get ahead of them. Drago Racing have been split by the Marla Racing Team, so Drago still in 4th, but WSR Esports, now did they have a shorter pit stop than Marla? They did, but only by 2/10, so Lucas Prada is up there.
Yeah, he is. Not much difference on the pit stop times. I think it's going to come down to the difference between outlap and inlap. Behind these guys, they're side by side. Atte Kalpinen making his way past Reina Talvar there, and the move is complete at Murray's. Behind them, the BS competition car defends from Jarno Koch in the Grid and Go Ferrari. But I think this fight's going to keep continuing. I think Reina Talvar wants to fight back. He knows that these guys are coming off last year as the previous winners. They need to consolidate themselves in those top positions, but it appears that Atte Kalpinen has gotten up to speed very quickly.
Well, don't forget, remember, Kalpinen pitted a lap earlier than Reina Talva in that Marla Racing Team, so they're still getting their tyres up to temperature and pressure, whereas the Drago Racing car, a bit more grip, a bit more confidence in the tyre as well, and able to push just that little bit harder out of pit road. So yeah, we've had big changes in complexion of this race. Leader now is the 08 of Coanda Esports, Tristan Iglesias, fresh into the car in that Ferrari. They are leading by just 2.5 seconds over the Bleu Mercure number 33 of Andre Bristow, who's himself got into the car this stint. Drago Racing, Nicolas Robler is in 3rd place ahead of Lucas Prada for WSR Esports. Good showing from them so far here today after qualifying up in 5th place, let's not forget. Drago Racing, Ati Kaupanen in 5th place then ahead of the Marla Racing team in 6th, who, remember, last year's race winners. They want to come back and get the repeat here. Oscar Rine still behind the wheel of the BS competition car in 7th, ahead of the Grid and Go esports car of Jano Koch in that 002 car. BMW M-Team BS competition, Daniel Fuente is in 9th, ahead of Sven Hasse in the Grid and Go 001 car in 10th place. That's your top 10 right now, and we've got a busy pit lane because there are a number of cars who have either retired or are getting repairs done, and they are currently Xander Reed, Quander Esports, sat on pit road in the... whether they'll get that repairs done and come back out, I don't know. Maybe they'll help out their teammate by going back out there. James Boumet, Falcon Sim Racing team, they've had further issues. He's still in pit road actually, and I think they may have parked that car and are done for the day. Dirt Esports as well, another one who is out along with Falcon Sim Racing in the number 44. Sabrina Carpenter, Dylan Burse, well, we think he ran out of fuel on the Conrad Straight and parked the car and is done for this race. Simify Esports Black, they were victims of the cold tyres after the first pit stops. Christian Lamala, they have retired their car. Fiercely Forward Pink as well, issues for them along with SDR Sim Racing, who again, another one that fell foul to cold tyres. FVR Compinato, they are on pit road and retired out of this race along with Simify Esports Orange. Zessa Esports, the number 26, they are parked up. Drago Racing, Hugh Barter, Meatball flag for them. They are still sat down there but pretty much out of the race along with Muradness as well. WSR Esports White, they had a meatball and have parked the car an hour and 47 minutes ago. Literally Grid Go, Florian Lebigre in that Honda NSX, they parked up early on along with Drago Racing's number 68. Williams F1 Team Gaming number 167 were one of the early victims, and SDR Sim Racing number 2, the last car, all on pit road. So currently we have 32 cars from 50 that started this one, Reese.
Yeah, after only 2 hours complete, and real shame for the SDR Sim Racing car. They were only able to complete 2 laps before having to park it. Sometimes your race is over before it's even started, as we saw with that big concertina at the end of the formation lap while we were still shrouded in darkness. Well, regardless, I think it is a good opportunity for some teams further down the field to come back. The Bleu Mercure Esports number 34 is the last running car on the circuit at the moment. Maxence Godino, very skilled driver at the wheel of that number 34, has managed to make it up 3 positions now for that car. So it's never over until it's over here at Mount Panorama. Meanwhile, this trio of BMWs leading the pack for 5th place. It would appear that Ati Kaupanen is on a nice run of laps at the moment, setting pretty consistent 202.2s are the Drago and Marla cars here. A little bit further back on time, everyone else in this pack. But got to remember, it's the start of the stint. They have full tanks of fuel to contend with, a lot more mass to throw around. That will cost them lap time in the short term, but maybe wait about 10 laps or so and you'll see those times start to come back down again.
We're setting the wheel. Cars just going a little bit wide through McPhillamy Park, and you're playing with fire when you hit that outside curb at McPhillamy Park, because it is such a high curb, isn't it? And it's so easy that curb just kicks the back end out, and you're heading towards the scene of the accident.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of places around this track where that can happen. You know, you lose it even slightly across the top of the mountain, and your best hope is to have your entire sector compromised on lap time. And the worst is obviously a race-ending crash. It's a treacherous circuit here at Mount Panorama, and I'm mighty impressed that we still have 32 cars running after 2 hours. Yes, it is quite a big casualty rate for this event, but regardless, it still takes quite a bit of effort to wheel these cars around for a few stints. So some impressive drives going on at the moment. We'll check back in for a moment with this battle for third. Lucas Prada still chasing Nicolas Rubilar, who has taken over the Drago Racing number 69, but his teammate Ate Kalpanen is starting to make up some time. Only a few hundredths gained on the last lap, but he's still a tiny bit closer.
And it only takes just a few hundredths here and there, and maybe a tenth of a second a lap here and there, and it just closes that gap up and gives you the opportunity to then close up. We've still got that 9 hours and 45 minutes. Get me hours and minutes mixed up sometimes. So we've still got plenty of time in this race, and there's plenty of time for mistakes to happen as well for the drivers out there. So we've seen even some of the very best have incidents out there today, and it could be a day for where maybe a quote-unquote smaller team can come through and get a win here, perhaps. Maybe Bleu Mercure could get their first iRacing special event win.
Certainly possible. Andre Bristow certainly has a lot of pace underneath him. He's setting times that are competitive with the rest of the field, but maybe a tiny bit slower at the moment. He's setting 202.2s, whereas we're seeing 202 flats from Tristan Iglesias in the lead. Rubilar and Prada setting 202.1s. I mean, the lap time gaps when you start talking about it like that are really nothing much in the end. It's a matter of a few hundredths per lap, but it all adds up over an event as long as this.
Yep, certainly does. So as we head on down towards Murray's Corner once again, Drago Racing, Nicolas Rubilar under pressure from WSR Esports, and that WSR Esports car went 1 lap longer on its fuel stint. So it's a case of, are we going to see again those two hit a fuel number and try and just gain by getting that little bit longer on fuel before we see them pit. So it's an intriguing one. It's really going to be interesting to see how we all get on towards the end of this race, and unfortunately for myself and Reese, we won't see the end of the race in terms of commentary, but I'll be certainly watching, keeping an eye on this race through the rest of my day. Yeah, certainly fun to see this one so far here today, but it is the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours powered by RSS. Mount Panorama has bitten hard on quite a few of our drivers, but still the action is aplenty up at the front of the field. Third place not secure for Drago Racing right now.
Certainly not. Lucas Prada is keeping very close company to Nicolas Rubilar at the moment, and well, I wish I could see the rest of the race, but unfortunately by the time the checkered flag falls, I will be fast asleep, in very deep sleep. It's currently 20 past 11 in the evening here in Perth, Western Australia, so the latter hours of this time slot don't really work for me, but obviously it's Bathurst, I'm Australian, I gotta be on this show. It's practically a formality, really, but it's good to be here for the first stint of this race and see some of the best drivers in the sim world in action here. Looks like Ate Kalpanen here starting to make some tracks again on the battling duo ahead, but there's a huge pack of cars still behind him going all the way down to P11. The Bleu Mercure Esport number 32 rounding out this pack here. So despite losing one car early on with big problems in the opening laps, Bleu Mercure still in a couple of very strong positions as we find our way through to 9 hours and 41 minutes remaining in this race. Keep an eye on this BMW here. Daniel Lafuente will see what he can do to get past Jarno Cockers. There's a pass there in the background there. Manuele Oliveri getting the Bleu Mercure 32 past Sven Haase.
Yeah, that's not an easy driver to get past either, I can assure you. And Sven will want to get past as quickly as possible. But Emanuele Olivieri is somebody who is talented enough to stay ahead of Sven. That is for sure. So Bleu Mercure, yes, they are a relatively new team to the world of iRacing, and pretty much made their debut at the Daytona 24 Hours in January. So yes, they're a new team, but they're not new people to sim racing and to these special events. They have got a vastly experienced team of drivers behind them, and certainly they are putting on a heck of a display. But right now, Tristan Iglesias has actually gapped out a little bit more at the front to 3.2 seconds over the Bleu Mercure number 33. But it's this pack at the bottom half of the top 10 that we've been focusing on for pretty much the last hour, Reese. It's been, I'm not going to say tense, but it's been close between this gaggle of cars.
Yeah, far and away the largest battle on the circuit at the moment. We have 5 to 7 cars, all within a second or less of each other, depending on where on the circuit they are. And keeping an eye on the lap times, we're seeing some really solid consistency for all of them. Like the fastest car in this pack, setting a 201.884, was Daniel Lafuente. The slowest car in the pack, well, Sven Haase, a 202.56, but that's due to having a pass made on him on the previous lap. Pretty much 201.9s is what you're expecting from the slowest drivers in this pack. They are insanely well matched right now.
It is incredible, and to see that being matched for so long, and with different drivers as well. Remember, we've had change of drivers involved in this last pit stop, so getting to see how different drivers can match that pace of their teammates. And from speaking to race team bosses and engineers over the years, talking about with endurance races, a lot of teams will try and match drivers who have got a similar driving style into one car, so that they can all pretty much drive the same setup of car. But there's some that have the attitude, race engineers have the attitude of, we set up the car to what will be the fastest that it can run. It's up to the drivers to then maximise that pace.
Yeah, that's a point of contention a lot of times when you're racing in a team in sim racing, as well as we keep an eye on Santiago Bastarrica in the sole Porsche in the field. We also checked in with the battle between Jordan Johnson and Lewis Barlow for P19, the Solpec Precision Racing 162, the only McLaren in the field. But back to your point, yeah, I've had that issue sometimes when I've been racing with a team in an endurance event where the setup just doesn't gel for me, and I need to really change my approach to how I drive the car. You know, as I've gotten better over the years, I've gotten used to it a bit more, but certainly in those early stages of competing in special events and endurance leagues and things like that, it was a bit of a mental hurdle to overcome. That yes, sometimes you are setting up the car to just be as fast as it can go, and you have to drive around it. You can't necessarily set up the car to your preferences here. As up the inside goes the Porsche on the 007 Aston Martin. Whoa, that's a little bit of contact there, unfortunately. And Bastarrica, evidently that's not for position from what I can see. 22nd place at the moment. Is it? No, actually, that's the Grid and Go Aston Martin, I believe. That's a couple of laps down.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right there. I stand corrected. Now, the Aston Martin flashing its headlights at the Porsche. As soon as if I'm the Aston Martin driver, and I have that Porsche making that move, and I'm laps down on that other one, I'm breathing out of the throttle early, going into the braking zone of the chase and letting that Porsche by. That was fighting for fighting's sake, and I'm sorry, that's just not cricket to me.
Yeah, I see your point. We've got to remember, though, that Grid and Go car, yes, it did start a fair way down the field. It's currently 2 spots up from where it actually started the race, but they're probably well aware of the maximum pace that the car can do, and they just want to focus on staying ahead as best they can. You know, the more track position they lose, the worse their initial finish may be. But yeah, I suppose their perspective would be that the Porsche was aggressive and pushed them off. But you're right, at the end of the day, blue flag's advisory only, and they're not under any obligation to let faster cars go. But yeah, that probably could have been sorted out a little better for both parties.
You lose overall less time rather than fighting with each other. I think is fair to say. So that's just my opinion. Of course, other people are entitled to their opinions, and they usually do write those in the YouTube and Twitch chat. So we'd love to hear your opinions. Great to see Sean Campbell. It's a shame not to see him out on track, unfortunately, but great to see Sean in the YouTube chat. So I prefer to see you out on track personally, but there we go. And we have had the big discussion, Reese, which is daylight savings time. As soon as you mentioned about where you are in Australia, and somebody pointing out they're glad they live in Queensland because it's the same time all year round.
Yeah, that's the same here in Western Australia as well. We live in a country where the states can decide for themselves whether they want daylight savings or not. I think about 15 years ago now, WA tried daylight savings, and we decided, nah, we don't really like it that much. We'll just go back to being the same time all year round, and I'm personally quite happy about that. I've had a few heated discussions with some about the value of daylight savings time, but that will be a discussion for another time. Back to the battle here in the back half of the top 10. Emmanuel Olivieri has certainly put some space between himself and Sven Haase now, hasn't he?
He certainly has. I am actually surprised to see that he's been able to pull clear of Sven by a second now in that Bleu Mercure car. So the Ferrari going well for him. He's now behind the BMW of Daniel Fuente in that BMW M Team BS competition car. Nice easy name to say when it's towards the end of the race and you've got a fatigued commentator. But yeah, it's certainly, it's not the longest name I've ever seen in one of these special events, I will say that. So fair credit to them for that. But yeah, it's been slowly, just methodically moving forward. 8 places gained for that number 32 Bleu Mercure car. 10 places gained for the BMW M Team BS competition car of Daniel Fuente as well. So in the top 10, those two are the biggest movers, along with Marla Racing Team at 8.
Some solid performances from the BMWs in these early stages, and I think a part of that for the Marla car at least was extending that second stint by a lap. Yes, they did end up losing out to Drago because Kalpinen got into the car a lap earlier and was able to heat up his tyres a bit sooner, able to go for the pass there. But once again, it is still very early stages in this race. We are not even a quarter of the way through. And that's why I love this race so much. You can spend literally an entire day watching racing here at one of the greatest circuits on the planet.
As we plunge downhill down the Conrad Straight once again, and I remember when it was Caltex that sponsored the chase as well, back in the early to mid 2000s as well, with the Red Bull. It was Holden Commodore, wasn't it? Red Bull.
Yes.
Team round. Yeah. I'm trying my best to show my old knowledge of V8 supercars from back in the day. 22 degrees track temperature, so it's slowly climbing up as that temp. Air temperature has gone up a couple of degrees as well as we reach 8:30 in the morning here at Bathurst. That's about right, really, isn't it, for this time of year? What date are we in sim this time? It's the 21st. It's today that it's actually down as in sim.
I'm seeing February 15th.
Yeah,
yes.
No, sorry, that's me misreading the wrong thing.
All good. Yeah, you'd be surprised how cold it actually gets in Bathurst this time of year. Of course, this is the southern hemisphere, and so the seasons are inverted. When it's summer in the northern hemisphere, where you are, Paul, it is summer down here in Australia. So just coming out of summer and into autumn about this time of year, it's usually when you see some of the hottest daytime temperatures as well. Can get well, it's not uncommon to see daytime maximums of 40 degrees Celsius in many places in Australia, but Bathurst gets super cold at night. I'll bring in one more story about my time attending the real Bathurst 12-hour here, the real world Bathurst 12-hour, I should say. I stupidly forgot to pack any warm clothing one year I went. I was camping, I ended up waking up, and I was actually shivering. Like, the nighttime temperatures went down to like 1 degree. And so I took every single shirt I had packed for the weekend and I put them all on at once. I wore that until we could go into town and get a hoodie.
Yes. You know the old saying, proper planning prevents poor performance.
Yes.
There's enough a word in there, but unfortunately I can't say it on broadcast. But yeah, it can catch you out, and it's. I will say the thing that surprised me when I went down to Australia for the 2014 Australian Grand Prix. So that was down in Melbourne, which is a little bit different to Bathurst in terms of during the summer into autumn. I walked out of the airport at 8:30 in the morning, and it was 24 degrees, and I was not prepared for that. Because I'd come from a relatively cool UK, and whack, it hit me with that heat.
Absolutely, and Melbourne and Victoria in particular, it gets quite humid during the summer. Over here in Perth, we are blessed with a dry heat usually in summer, so it's not as bad as it could be. But I still don't like walking out into an oven during the summer. Actually, it was only a couple of years ago. Actually, over here during the Christmas period, we had an entire week where the daytime maximums were over 42 Celsius. It was horrific.
I've only ever experienced that once in my life, and that was in Austin, Texas, back in 2016. And it wasn't for the Grand Prix. I was there for another event at the convention centre, and it was July 4th weekend as well, and it was 43 degrees Celsius. I just could not cope with that. My northern British blood just could not cope with that sort of temperature.
You probably melted a little.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Not fun at all. Well, we'll be keeping our eyes on those temperatures for sure. We've been going over the track temperature up to 22 Celsius at the moment, but if you're interested in the air temperature, it's remained at 20 for the time being. It'll probably go up by a degree in the next half an hour or so, but it looks like things are nice and stable in this morning section of the race. As we start wearing on into maybe hour 5, hour 6 or so, you're really going to start to see those temperatures creep up, because the skies are relatively clear and there'll be not much of a barrier between the sun and the racetrack as we keep an eye on Grid and Go and Williams F1 Team Gaming fighting over 14th. There was also a change for 19th place. Earlier on, we saw Jordan Johnson in the Solpic Precision Racing McLaren fighting with Lewis Barlow in the Team Alta number 4. Well, it looks like the Grid and Go 003 BMW with Niels Rotela at the wheel has made his way past both of them and is now into the top 20.
Yeah, just making it into the top 20 indeed. Yeah, looking at Noah Edler and Benedek Vida in this fight for 14th. This is about the closest fight up in the top 20 where they're trying their best to make their way past, but it's Ferrari versus Lamborghini. Mid-engined cars, both of them. Different ways of going about it, though. You've got a naturally aspirated V10 in the Lamborghini, and you've got the Ferrari with a turbocharger fitted to it as well. And again, lovely super slow-mos coming out of the cutting. Photographer I tell you what, mine back would break if I did that.
I mean, I think well, coffee's obviously popular, and the spectator area is up the top of the mountain. But I think he might have had a bit too much there.
Yeah, I've heard of getting the caffeine twitch, but that's a bit much.
Let's go! Come on!
We have had the question of somebody asking if there's been an Acura in the top split. There was. The literally grid go car of Florian Lebigra. Unfortunately, they've been retired for the last 2 hours and 10 minutes. So the only Acura has been departed the circuit. We've only got, how many Aston Martins currently running? 1, 2 Aston Martins running at the moment. We've got a solitary Porsche out there as well with the Bytes Colino car. So, unfortunately, not the greatest mix-up of car types, of cars, should I say, but manufacturers. But there is a good mix, though, still. That Lamborghini being the highest Lamborghini in 14th for Williams F1 Team Gaming.
Yep, making the move at the chase very nicely on Noah Eder in the 005 Ferrari. It looked like a textbook pass that Benedict Vida made there, and it's one that you'll expect to see a few more times at least towards the end of this competition. Moving back up to this insane pack of cars, we have 7 of them involved, 4th place, all the way down to 10th. And Emanuele Olivieri, I mentioned before that he put some distance between himself and Sven Haase in that battle for 10th. I don't even see Haase in the frame now. That's how far ahead they are. Seems the Grid and Go 001 has been struggling for pace in the last stint or so, running about half a second slower than these cars in this pack.
Yeah, average 5 laps is losing 0.3 of a second per lap is Sven Haase on average, but as you say, half a second on that last lap. So yeah, Sven Haase not comfortable, not happy with the car as it is right now, but this gaggle of cars still in the top 10, and it's still really close for them. And the thing is, this is all the fight for 3rd down to 10th place right now, and WSR Esports Red car of Lucas Prada had Drago Racing Atti Kalpinen just draw them in, because remember that WSR Esports Red car was with the other Drago Racing car of Nicolas Rubler.
We don't see that obviously from the Ferraris in this pack, but it's a curious coincidence. Lucas Prada is doing his best to keep up at the moment, but he is struggling to get back into the 201s on lap time. Question is, will Atti Kalpinen try to force the move at some point? I think if I was in his position, I would want to fuel save a little, try to extend the stint again, but you never know. He might feel like he's being held up eventually as his fellow team car continues to jet away, setting lap times that are pretty much the same, a 2:01.7 for both of the Drago cars on the last lap.
Yeah, so matching pace for those two. It's worth pointing out that the WSR Esports Red car, along with the Marla Racing team, did go a lap longer than the Drago cars. So, again, that variance of stint length, Coanda were a lap earlier than those two cars that I've just mentioned as well. So, the different stint lengths coming into play towards the end of the race, that'll have a bigger effect. If you're able to save more fuel, it means that that last stint in the race, or whenever you choose to have that shorter stint, you're getting less fuel having to be put into that car, and it can have a big effect in terms of the results if you're as close as they are. Because let's face it, there's still 16 seconds covering the top 10 right now.
Yeah, very close indeed for nearly 3 hours into this event. So we'll see down into Murray's Corner who gets the best exit on the way out. Once again, you want to try and avoid that curb on the inside, but you can run all the way across the curb on the exit and beyond. If you're some teams, they've really been dipping wheels off the curb into the gravel at some points there. Meanwhile, apparently connection issues for Johan Rouillet in the Grid and Go Esports Aston Martin. Remember that recent coming together with the Porsche up ahead. unfortunately, the problems have compounded again for the 007, and it would appear that for the time being, they are out of the race. Johan Ruyer was also the starting driver for that car, so he's been plagued with quite a few gremlins today.
I think he's actually still out there. No, he is still out there, so he hasn't disappeared entirely. So I wonder if it was just a temporary thing, because they have actually, 007, they are ahead of that Porsche out there. So, yeah. Although they are further down the field, they're in 31st, aren't they? But they've got ahead of that Porsche again, as that Aston Martin. Remember, that's the Porsche and Aston Martin that were rubbing doors and a little push down at the chase when they were lapping.
Yes. A little minor bit of controversy there. Lapped car not giving way, not that they're required to, but indeed, it's something that we're going to be seeing a lot, I think, towards the back end of the race as more cars have problems and inevitably drop off. That's one of the properties there on the side of Conrod Straight, and they're just passing by one of the properties that is usually open for accommodation during events at this track, but they do charge a pretty penny, and rightfully so, as Atte Kalpinen makes the move on Prada.
That was the time to pull the trigger and go for it. So Drago back together, 3rd and 4th, but Lucas Prada's not giving this one up. He's showing his nose into Murray's. That's not normally the best place to overtake at. But Drago, look at it. It was a flash of the lights. It's a, nope, come on, I'm coming through now. Thank you very much. I'll take that spot. And Drago Racing up into 4th place now for Atte Kalpinen. He decided he'd had enough and he was off there. Reese, we've only got about another 4 minutes of your company, or even less than that, about 3 minutes of company here. Thoughts before you go? What are we thinking, the opening of this race?
Well, I think the early morning conditions, the cool track temperature has really claimed a few drivers over the course of this one, particularly the second of our Coanda Esports Ferraris that was leading the race for a time. The first lap out of the pits for Xander Reed, and it all came to a very grisly end at turn 2. I think we may be seeing a few more instances of that in these early stages. Once the track temperature starts coming up, probably will be less of an issue, but I think the drivers have well and truly learned by this point they need to take care on the outlap. They can't afford to push too much. Track temperature still only 22 degrees Celsius, but a little bit more energy being put into the tarmac by the rising sun. The tyres should heat up a little faster going forward. That's my main takeaway from this. Keep an eye on those outlaps when the pit cycles come around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a key factor of this race, that is for sure, in this one. And Mount Panorama now, bathed in sunshine. Earlier on, it was a misty old start to the race. The race traditionally started in darkness here today, and a glorious then day that we are going to get for the rest of this one. No rain expected throughout this race. We're going to have sunny intervals, partly cloudy skies, and the air temperature has come up slightly by half a degree, so we're getting there, Reece. We're slowly gaining temperature at this time in the morning.
That we are. You know, we have it drilled into us here in Australia growing up about how the sun's ultraviolet light intensity changes over the course of the day. Hottest period of the day, traditionally, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. So we're going to have to wait another couple hours for maximum UV from the sun. That's when I think the track temperature is going to really come up. Still 2 and a bit hours remaining until we see that, though. For now, the focus is on the on-track battles here, and it seems like the Drago Racing BMW has dealt very well with the cool temperatures in the initial part of this race. WSRE sports car and the Grid and Go 001 having maybe not as much pace as they desire this early on in the race, but potentially they have set up their car for those higher track temperatures we'll be seeing later on.
Well, we're going to have a change in the commentary booth. Thank you very much to Rhys Gardner for joining us for the opening of this race. Enjoy the rest of your evening, Rhys, and we will say hello to DJ Clark. Good afternoon, DJ.
Well, good morning from where I am over on the west coast of the U.S., but delighted to be here and watching this fantastic racing action with you, Paul. It is fantastic stuff. Anytime you get to go racing at Bathurst is always a very, very good day.
It certainly is a good day. We'll be... got to put up with me for 15 minutes before we switch over to just in print. So yeah, the on-screen graphic a little bit early there, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's been an intriguing opening to the race. We had the incident at the back of the field at the start of the race when there was contact with a concertina effect before they'd even made it to the green flag, and we saw a few teams having to head onto pit road at that stage. Then up at the cutting, there was contact for one of the Grid and Go BMWs. It was a Blue Mercure car that got into the back of them, and that started a bit of a concertina effect in the midfield on that opening lap at the cutting. A number of cars ending up with severe damage, having to pit in lap 1 and lap 2. Then the big talking points has been about the outlaps from pit road. One of our early drivers who started on the front row of the grid, Simufy Esports Black, they started on that front row and then out of pit road into Quarry Bend at turn 2, losing the back of the car, getting damage to the car done. When they got repairs done to it again, had issues, they've retired their car. And then the big talking point, the team that had been in the lead for 29 laps of this race, Commander Esports, Xander Reed, comes out of the pit road after lap number 2, after the stint number 2, should I say. Cold tyres, spun into the wall, and that was their race as well. So it can happen to even the very best, DJ, out there.
Yeah, and that was actually the point I was going to make as you were saying that the trickiness of these conditions, and credit to iRacing, obviously, for being able to model these conditions correctly. It's going to be, I think, this race decided on the in and out laps here. Obviously, the in laps so crucial to be able to maximize that time. But coming out on the outlaps with the cool tires, getting everything up to temperature, specifically coming up through Quarry Bend and up through the rise on the mountain, going to be very, very difficult. We've been following this battle here on your screen, obviously, for a long time. This great battle with Drago Racing, WSR, and Male on back. A little surprised here that we haven't seen Ate Kaupinen start to be able to break away. Checking out a battle here farther in the back as well with Dominic Hoffman and Sven Haas as they're getting a little bit close, seeing if we can maybe see this play out. I don't think we're at the point of the race quite yet where we're going to see the super aggressive moves being made up and down the hill, well, particularly up the hill, not necessarily down the hill, as that would be just about as crazy as you could get. But I'm interested to see here how everybody starts to play themselves out, particularly in this battle up in that 4th place on back, as we're starting to see a little bit more of a stretch out. And then again, this battle with the 001, the Grid and Go Esports machine in that Ferrari.
As, yeah, we see that 4th place, 3rd and 4th place battle and going down the mountain now through Skyline. And Sven Hasse has dropped that place. He was in 10th at the start of this stint. It's just dropped back a little bit. That BS Turner Dominic Hoffman car getting past the latest one into 11th. So Sven, his car just doesn't seem comfortable right now, and it might be what Rhys has been talking about in his stint on commentary of setting up your car for what the conditions will be coming forward a little bit later on, because you will see hotter conditions happening. We're getting close to 23 degrees track temperature in Celsius. So you will see that change, and that changes the grip and the balance of the cars. Speaking of cars, there was a car heading onto pit road then in the background of shot, and that was the Bleu Mercure number 32. 29 laps for Emmanuel Olivieri. So Bleu Mercure deciding again, they're pitting early once again for that car. 29 laps, we've been seeing 30-31 laps from teams.
I don't like that if that's a strategy call necessarily. It could be a little bit indicative here for the Italian behind the wheel of that Ferrari, that they're maybe trying to go off cycle a little bit, but with the lack of rain that we've seen coming here, I'm not sure what the strategy would be. The only thing I can really think of is maybe just try to find a clean part of the track right now, but even with that, we are so far advanced into this race that you're really not going to find all that much clean air. As there we see a BMW coming by. Also looks like Martin Toth, I think, has been in pit lane for a hot minute. Yeah, and here the Ferrari's going to come out right in the midst of traffic for Bleu Mercure. So not sure what this call is unless they're just running the wick a little bit hotter than everybody else.
Well, we'll see how it goes for them. On to the throttle, out of Forest Elbow and down the straight. And here's what's happened to Martin Toth then for the WSR team, and it's connection issues for Martin. Oh dear. The number 16 WSR car, Martin Toth, well, he is still running, thankfully, but connection issues for them as well. It's, yeah, unfortunately, as we say, you are racing on the internet. You are having to connect to a server, and if your connection's not completely clean, it can just cause a little bit of issues out there. But thankfully, able to continue in that number 16 WSR car. We've seen a number of cars in the wall and out of the race. I can tell you though, and I was talking about this with Reese earlier, about teams getting the cars repairs and getting out there. SDR Sim Racing, Fabrizio Belziti is back out on track, and the number 2 car is in 44th place, but an hour and 2 minutes pit stop there is back up and running for the SDR team.
Well, I think that goes to show you really two things when you talk about these iRacing special events. Number one, you've put in so much work to this. You have undoubtedly trained and perfected the car, and it would be a real shame to just kind of see all of that work go to waste. So I think there's a little bit of that stick-to-itiveness and that, you know what, we're going to get out there and we're going to make the best of it kind of atmosphere that you see from a lot of these drivers. The flip side of that is you never really know what can happen in these races. We've already seen, by my estimation, about 18 cars or so taken out of this race, and I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that we see a few more. These things get a little bit sketchy there on the exit of Hell Corner. I don't think we could see a few more get out of this race, so there could be them falling down through the order, maybe rising back up as here comes the pass. This is going to be going down into Griffin's, and able to make it work there for that bite machine. Good play, good pass.
And again, that Bike Colina team, the number 11, into the top 20. Now remember that's the pit stop that happened for Bleu Mercure, so they've got a heavier car, they've got colder tyres, so they're not going to be able to fight that quite as hard on that opening lap. Lewis Barlow for Team Alta now trying to tag onto the back here, and Bleu Mercure number 33 onto pit road. That's a 27 lap stint there, so that's a lap shorter than if it was a full push stint there for Bleu Mercure number 33 that was in second place.
Well, we do have to remember, in terms of the dreaded balance of performance that we always talk about, the Ferrari is running at 96% fuel as a result of that balance of performance, which is one of the lower ones. It's actually tied for the least amount of fuel in the car with the Chevrolet Corvette and the Acura NSX, or Honda NSX, depending on where you are in the world. So I'm not altogether unsurprised that we're seeing that. Still, I would have expected them to be able to push a little bit longer. Nevertheless, maybe just playing it a little bit more cautiously. Not really sure what it is. As we check in now with this battle for P12, this is going to be that Williams F1 Gaming team, Vita and Grid and Go Esports with Noah Etter. Again, the battle for P12 right now.
Again, two teams that have stacked the field. Grid and Go with the most entries of any team in this field. And Williams F1 Team Gaming, again, another one that has got a number of cars in this race. I can tell you that the number 33 has come out in 17th place. Just coming through now towards Reed Park and Solomon Park. So cold tyres, it'll be interesting to see whether they've learnt from other people's mistakes and are taking it easy on this opening lap.
I think you have to. I think at this point, the word has gone up and down the paddock that you have got to be ultra, ultra careful. And if you lose, let's be honest, it's a long lap around here at Mount Panorama. If you lose upward of a second on that out lap, that's okay as long as you keep all four tires on the black stuff. That is the most crucial thing that you have got to keep in mind, as we've seen so many of leading drivers here have those incidents early on. I do hear pit stop signs going off again. Not sure who that is in the field, but I did hear that.
Number 34.
There we go.
So yeah, that's way down in 30 seconds. That's one of the cars that had issues early on, is the 34 Bleu Mercure car. They're getting a pit stop after 30 laps. Ferrari running 30 laps, so you can do it. You've just got to manage your the loud pedal.
Well, and that's so difficult to be able to do as a driver, because your natural instinct is to push, push, push the entire time. And you've got to really find, frankly, around a place here like Mount Panorama, a good dancing partner, because you can't run at, say, 7/10 up and down the mountain. As we take a look back at some replays here early on, this was the formation lap, as you said, and things getting crazy off from the get-go.
Yeah, that was where the concertina happened, going into Murray's corner. Number of teams getting damage and had to go straight onto pit road. That was what happened on that formation lap then at the very start of the race. Of course, it feels so ever so long ago. And then this was going up the hill into the cutting, the 003 Grid and Go car getting tagged from behind by a Bleu Mercure car, and then others coming flying in, getting turned around as well. The majority, though, getting onto the brakes and stopping before the cutting, which meant that they were able to hang back and stop further track blockages from happening. But it was a bit of a mess there at the cutting. That was on lap 1 of the race. I think the other dramatic big thing that happened was, of course, the 018 Commander Esports Ferrari. Cold tyres in towards turn number 2 at Griffin, and the back end just swinging around and hard into the tyre barrier. And remember, that's the car that had led 29 laps of this race, as we go back up towards the top 3 of this one right now.
Yeah, top 3 now that we've seen that Bleu Mercure Esport machine down into pit lane. So this battle that has been, frankly, raging. I thought for a second we were going to see a little bit of separation with them, as it looked like farther back we were getting some gaps after Kauppinen had been able to make that pass on Lucas Prada. But looks like we're back to where we started. And back to what I was saying about the fuel save around this circuit. You've frankly got to run at 10/10 up and down the mountain. You can't lift off because the rhythm and the timing is so ingrained. Where you really make up that fuel save is coming down Conrad Straight and then again up towards the mountain. That's where you're going to make up that fuel save, is lifting and coasting into the cutting, lifting and coasting down into those heavy braking zones, and being able to use the benefit of the draft to maybe be at 96, 97% throttle here down Conrad Straight.
Well, there we are. That lead pack, it is incredible just how close that they've all stayed together. Third place and down to 8th on track. So yeah, this has been really close at the front of the field. And remember that we're nearly 3 hours into this race. 17 seconds cover the top 8 right now. Tristan Iglesias at the front of the field has just lapped a back marker in a BMW. That would be the Pole Promotion esports car. BS Turner, Dominic Hoffman onto pit road from inside the top 10, as is Grid and Go Esports, Williams F1 Team Gaming, Grid and Go, another one of their cars as well, onto pit road. So pit stops are starting because we're hitting the top of the hour here. The top 10 though, it is Commander Esports ahead of Drago Racing with their teammates in 3rd place as well. WSR Esports Red in 4th ahead of Marla Racing Team. Last year's race winners, don't forget, 5th place. BS Competition in 6th ahead of the Grid and Go 002 car. BMW M Team BS Competition in 8th ahead of Grid and Go 001. And then you've got these cars onto pit road to round out the top 10 of this race. Well, it's at this point that I'm afraid that I'm going to have to step aside, much to the cheers of some people in the YouTube chat, but instead I'll be handing yourselves over to Justin Prince. This is the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours powered by RSS. Take it away, Justin.
Well, thank you very much once again, as we are in the midst of the pit cycle. As he said, TJ Clark alongside of Justin Prince. To say the very least, so far, an intriguing race, and as discussed so far, DJ, the racing has been fairly intense. We've seen attrition hit early on, but in the midst of pit cycles, as drivers are going 29 laps now, some in the comments along with the broadcast, including Sean Campbell, mentioned that's now the expected distance with full push for these drivers, as we are now looking like these drivers are now at the fairly comfortable to be able to get to this top of the hour with the way the range is looking.
Yeah, that's what it seems. A couple of teams outside of that window, but for the most part, it is that hour mark. And I think, as was said just before I jumped on the broadcast, is we've got even more drivers. Iglesias diving on in, and the likes of Burke Mortel, Barlow, Sven Haas, a lot of drivers diving down into pit lane. The longer you are able to stretch these pit stops, the longer you're able to go, the better off you are going to be come the end of this race. The obvious thing is you're going to be able to minimize the time you spend in pit lane on that last pit stop. Do I think we're going to get to a situation where we're going to be able to necessarily completely eliminate a stop? Probably not, but you're going to see a severe reduction in time when you do that. But that all said, none of that matters if you make that mistake on the outlap. We have seen cold tires be such a storyline here today that you've got to be very, very careful as we take a look at the WSR Ferrari. Yo, and there are those cold tires coming back to bite you.
And right in front of that camera operator who had some interesting moments earlier on. That's obviously a rough place to go around, because if anybody around that part of the track comes by you, they can't really see that you're blocking the racetrack, so you better figure out a way to turn around quick.
And I've got to say there, for that number 21 machine, that was a little bit of a slow turnaround for them. Thankfully, was able to get it to go. By the way, that's Antoine Lacharitz behind the wheel of that WSR Esports Ferrari, able to get it together. He's going to have that relative box pulled up that tells him where cars are around the track, so he will be able to see if one is coming on, probably why he took a little bit more time there rather than simply turning off the traction control and dumping the clutches. Here we go, down into pit lane comes Aute Kauppinen, as that is the leader of that battle for what we believe will cycle out to be P4 when stops are done.
Yep, the pit party continuing on for many of the BMWs and some of the Ferraris here as they work their way around. And I will say, no, when it comes to this event, it's been a talking point for those watching on and some of the drivers that competed. Remember, in the Daytona 24 DJ, it ended up being where the BOP ended up leaning towards the Porsche. It seems for this time around, at least with how things have looked, Ferraris seem to be the preference here for a lot of the top drivers in the top teams, at least. Although there are some drivers that are trying to buck that trend, like the BMWs that have been in the top 5, the Ferraris have had a good balance at least to start this year.
Well, I think that's one of the inherent advantages of the Ferrari platform. Just in general, it's a pretty driver-friendly car. It's mid-engine, so drivers that may be a little bit more in tune with a more single-seater style of driving where you get a little bit more rotation out of the platform, you're going to find yourself a little bit more at home in the Ferrari as compared to, say, the BMW or although we really don't see any out here today, the Mercedes, that tend to have a little bit more understeer, that are safer to drive, quote-unquote, but a little less responsive as things go. And compare that to some of the likes of the Porsche or the Lamborghini that tend to be a little bit twitchier, just in the inherent style. Now, obviously, as you go into setups, you can dial all of that out, and these cars are going to be on the ragged edge because of the setups that are brought. But in terms of that balance of performance, yeah, it really is seeming to favor that Ferrari, even though, as we said earlier, 96% fuel, so you've got to really do more work in the Ferrari to be able to maximize those pit stop lengths. Checking back here on the battle for 16th, Unity RDEV Competition and Williams F1 Gaming Team. This battle, I believe we've got a mid-pack or a driver who is third in line there. That is just a little bit off. That's a couple of laps down there, I believe, in the Lamborghini, the pink machine.
See that? At the very least, at least to me here, DJ, it's important to be able to come back and be able to at least try and log the laps, get your team's a decent finish, because we see early on attrition was a big factor with the start and in the nighttime. You're talking about a race already, came in and was thinking, okay, there's a lot of people in the draft, then check in on the scoring, there's 32 cars running in the lead lap. At this point, if you're that 2 car, there's a lot of real estate to be made up to be the very least, as we take a look at the battle for 11th. At the least, get your car back out there, because you can pick up 15-20 spots in the span of just about an hour or two just by running the laps and get yourself a decent near top half finish.
Exactly. Now, do I think that those drivers that had those incidents early on, are they going to be competing up for the win of this race? Are they going to be competing for a top 10? Probably not. But as I said a little bit earlier, you've put so much time and effort into this race. You have prepared. You have tweaked the setup. You have done so much. You're not going to throw that away. You're not going to want to just say, all right, well, there goes 12 hours. We'll just get some sleep now. No, you're going to want to put everything together, and you're going to want to see what it can do. So you're going to let things loose. You're going to have the opportunity to, as you said, Justin, get that top half finish, get a little bit of bragging rights. And I think as attrition continues to go on, as we saw just a little bit earlier with that WSR Ferrari, even now as track temperatures continue to rise throughout the day, you're still going to see drivers making those mistakes on those outlaps, and there's constantly going to be opportunity to strike. Want to give credit here to Andrea Brissot. Incredible stuff here from the Bloomer Q Esports, pulling away from Nicholas Rubilar in the Drago Racing BMW, gaining about 9/10 of a second over the crest of Skyline and over the hill. I'm not sure there if Rubilar made a mistake or what happened. I didn't necessarily see, but just perfection there for Andrea.
Yeah, I think that's really just, in terms of scrubbing to the lap difference, just his ability at the top of the mountain coming into play. And the best drivers when it comes to here are able to conquer those very difficult technical areas up at the top, because that entire stretch, I'm referring to all the way from not just Quarry Bend, but up from the cutting, all the way to where it's tight, up McPhillamy Park, down all the way through Skyline, through the Dipper to Forest Elbow. There's so much need to be perfect in that area because the walls are so tight. There's so much sensitivity to the line. You can't afford to have any major slow-ups on your angles there because you'll crash if you make a mistake.
Exactly. It's the point I was making a little bit earlier, checking back. This is BS Competition running in about 6th place, and they've got that battle with Ate Kalpanen, and it looks like Grid and Go Esports, Jarno Koch behind them. So nice little three-way battle here for 5th place, or excuse me, 6th place. But no, Justin, to your point, and you come up the hill, and the minute you enter Griffin's Bend, you have to be 10/10ths. You cannot back off through this section of the track because it is so physical and so demanding that if you do back off, you throw off your rhythm, you throw off your game a little bit, and that merest minor mistake can absolutely send you tumbling into the wall. I was with some friends this last weekend checking in on the race, kind of explaining what Bathurst and Mount Panorama was to, frankly, some racing neophytes, and I showed them an onboard of what it looked like coming over Skyline up and through Solomon and McPhillamy Park, and I mean it when I say that their jaws hit the floor. They said this should not be possible, and they're right. It is superhuman to be able to drive this circuit.
Super loud for Grid and Go machine in this battle, by the way, for the 6th spot. Staying up the BS Competition, Drago Racing in the choo-choo train as they go just behind Mountain Racing Team and WSR. This choo-choo. One thing I've also noticed here today is importance of pit stop is going to be a word. A lot of the passes likely going to be made, but in the terms of the 002, decent competitive pace so far we've seen for the Grid and Go car. Stayed amongst the top 10. Really, to you at the very least, how do you make these types of passes when you seem to have these draft lock trains here today?
It's a little bit of what we saw, I think, earlier. I believe it was Ate Kalpanen that was able to send the move down for 4th place. Kalpanen, by the way, was falling down through the order into 7th. Not entirely sure. I think that was just a slow pit stop for him. You've just got to wait and be patient. I hate to say it, flash the headlights a little bit coming out of Forest Elbow. See if you can get into the driver's head a little bit and wait for that mistake to happen. Forest Elbow is a very tricky corner. You've got to carry a lot of speed through that left-hander. And even these best of the best type of drivers can get offline even by just a mere inch or a mere centimeter can really affect that line coming down. And so when you see that opportunity, when you see that minor break in the armor, you have to pounce. And that's the trick. You've got to go, go, go. And frankly here, I think that may be the opportunity for this Ferrari. Jarno Koch, as we talked about in the 008, looked like he's got a pretty good run. I don't think it's going to be close enough, but it did look like that Drago Racing of Ate Kalpanen didn't get the best run through Forest Elbow. And that's going to be a mental note here for Jarno. He's going to think about that. He's going to recognize that. And you're going to look for those opportunities where those drivers are just a little bit offline, throws things off a little bit. Maybe you're going to have that. And of course, the other thing, it's the easiest way to get past, is executing on those in and out laps coming through pit lane. If you're able to maximize through there, you're going to be able to get a pass the easy way.
I mean, when we've called action in real life, and I know you've done a lot of it to say the very least, execution is so critical with that. And a lot of the drivers are already talking about, too, in terms of some of the discussion, too, for those who haven't tuned in, cold tires here at this track can be very deadly in terms of the time because it takes a few laps for them to get up to a heat cycle. And as we know, for example, when I was with SRO in real life over in a couple of those PA opportunities, it took 2 to 3 laps to go up an extra 2 to 3 seconds on lap time just because it takes that much to be able to get to your peak optimal performance window on the tires. And that we've seen for a couple of the competitors did pop up, I think, with some of these position battles that we've seen in these choo-choo trains.
Exactly. Recognizing where they come out in pit lane, trying to jump around a little bit, put that pressure on when the driver in front of you has cold tires. Cold tires, easier to make a mistake on. If you pile on the pressure early on in that stint, in those opening laps or two, that's when you want to try to maximize. And, you know, the flip side of that is as a driver, one of the things that you're going to prepare a little bit more on the simulator that you're able to do as opposed to real life is you can quite literally come into pit lane, change the virtual tires, go out, do 3 laps until the tires are fully up to temperature, come back in and just practice those in and out laps to not only figure out how to make the best time around the circuit on cold tires, but also figure out what that warm-up coefficient's going to be, what it's going to be like to really bring the tires up into the realm, and where you're able to push and where you're going to have to back off a little bit more. It's that give and take and that knowledge base that really separates the good drivers from the great drivers. That's where they're going to really, really see it as, ooh, number 11 there. That's the battle a little bit farther down in the order. That's for about 21st position. That's the Colino machine, Pedro Moreno behind the wheel. I think that Porsche may have made a little contact coming down through the dipper.
Yeah, a little bit close calls with the walls there. Can't confirm. They just about scraped out the right door, maybe the left as well. The next leg. That bottom box. Still though, speed difference with the toe, dead even when it comes to the Team Ultra car we're on board with. He's not able to set up any moves quite yet in this battle, but Lewis Barlow keeping a decent eye on staying in the train. Now, funny thing is, too, with the practice side, there is a little bit of a caveat, too, with the sim side, at least. You don't have to worry about the waste of the tires. If people did those 3-tire stints every single time in real life, there'd probably be a stack of 1,000 tires somewhere in the pit lane.
There'd be a stack of 1,000 tires and a bill about $5 million worth. And that's one of the advantages that you're able to get on the simulator. But the flip side of that is when you are in real life, you're still going to practice those out laps. You're just going to be making mental notes very, very quickly. You're not able to get as much information, but it's all about just processing speed and how you're able to get those together. And whether or not you do those insane outlap practices here, or you're just clicking off the laps to feel what the car is going to feel like, it's still about that mental process. What is the car doing at this point during the stint? How is it responding? What's going on? As looks like Royer's coming down into pit lane. This is a car a little farther down in the order, so not surprised by this. I think this is down at about 29th position, Grid and Go Esports. They're a little bit out of sync right now, so not surprised by that.
All that's wow. Still in this main battle for the top 5. Maui Racing Team, which has Bill Deans behind the wheel. They ended up picking up the win last year, remember, in this event. That was after 5 years as their anniversary of being able to start in the sim, mind you. And Phil, mind you, has also gotten a lot of chances in real life. If you follow along with social media, races a fair bit in Italy. Actually picked with the 2023 Italian GT Championship as a Pro-Am driver, a part of that series. So the real-world experience definitely helping a bit, but also one of the team's star drivers that they've really developed on the sim side too, since Maui Racing Team came into the scene back around 2020, 2021.
Yeah, this has been a team that is very much solidified itself as one of the best in iRacing. Obviously competing in a lot of these special events. We see them quite often, and it's always a real treat to be able to see them. They're great groups of folks. Very, very happy to see them doing well, and really, like I said, they've become one of the stalwarts. We tune into these special events. We tune into Daytona. We tune into, obviously, Bathurst here. Anything like that, you're going to see these guys on the grid, and you're going to see them up towards the pointy end without question.
Exactly. And keep in mind, the case of Phil, he did pick up some good momentum when he appeared under the BS competition banner also. picking up 2 wins as part of VCO Infinity, which was the event where, for those who didn't know, 24 races, 24 hours, chance to battle in multiple different disciplines. And Deans had been one of the drivers, picked up a couple wins in the Silverados, specifically in the NASCAR stock cars. So definitely has the ability to win, but he also still trying to figure out a way to get back up to WSR because Lucas Prada has stayed up the margin right now in the 201s, 2/10 up over this entire pack last time by to be able to grow the gap a little bit.
Yeah, Prada's just stretching his legs as Belizzi also down into pit lane as well. Another one of those drivers that I believe is off cycle just a little bit. Yeah, trying to close in here, and I think this is where things get a little bit difficult as a driver. You've got that rabbit in front of you trying to close on in. There's SDR Sim Racing. That's Belizzi down into pit lane. They're waiting here. Just take a look at them. Obviously not going to miss that livery. Looks like a pretty standard pit stop off the jacks there for a fresh set of tires. But back to Molly Racing Team, and Denny's trying to close in on Prada. The rabbit in front of you, I don't know about you, Justin, but for me it's 6 one way, half dozen the other. Sometimes it's really nice to have that car in front of you, to have that target to chase in on. You know where you need to go. And then there are other times, depending on what your mindset is and kind of how you shook things out, that it's actually a detriment because you see the car you need to chase and you're going to over push a little bit as a result of it. You're going to tense up a little bit. You're going to say, I need to close down on them. And obviously these are some of the best on iRacing, so they're going to be a little bit calmer. They're going to keep that adrenaline down, as we often like to say. That's the sign of a great driver, is if you can keep that adrenaline down over the course of a race. But we're all human, and sometimes that comes out a little bit. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Right now, Prada clearly has the advantage in that Ferrari. Wonder if that comes down to a little bit of the balanced performance that we were talking about. Maybe we're going to see some moves here in the back from the Grid and Go Esports machine. That's Jarno Koch behind them, although they are being caught a little bit. Here's a replay, Centoni Motorsport. This is number 92. Looks like connection issues as well. This has been a real problem. We've seen a lot of drivers suffering from connection issues over the course of today.
They are using the US East server, by the way. Just double-checked on that end. No, sometimes we've seen the Australian server. There's a lot of servers opportunity across the iRacing world to be utilized by the service. So that's a bit of a factor maybe. But I was about to say, in all of this too, is we see one of the Drago racing machines, 2 Drago cars in the field. One of the rising teams from a couple of years ago, now one of the top teams on the platform. Couple wins in VCO Infinity last weekend as well. Drago Racing has really built up the talent, because I know for a while now they've had a lineup that's been able to contend in multiple different disciplines. They also race on the IndyCar side. I know you've gotten the chance to call and take the virtual one, on top of course working the real world IndyCar too. And we've seen Drago be competitive there.
Yeah, and talk about a different discipline. You know, we mentioned a little bit earlier kind of the desire from a lot of these teams maybe to come over, if you're used to a more single-seater style approach, to maybe jump into a mid-engine car. I am astounded by Drago Racing and Kaupinen in particular, the ability to come from that open-wheel background into something like a BMW. I get behind the wheel of the BMW. I know it's a fast car. I know it's incredibly quick. I can't make it work, because to me, that understeer and that stability of the car drives me crazy, coming from more open-wheel style driving. You're talking about not apples and oranges necessarily, but I would say oranges to grapefruits. They're similar, but wildly different at the same time. It's a different way of approaching the car. It's a different braking style coming from GT into an open wheel background. It's a different way of really setting up the corner when you're talking about trail braking, when you're talking about throttle application. You can be a lot more aggressive in a GT car with the traction control, with the ABS. You've got to be a little bit more finesse driven in that open wheel. So to be able to switch between the two and be as quick as they are is really a testament here to these Drago Racing gentlemen.
Started with the endurance side, but also built up the talent on the IndyCar side, absolutely. In particular, if anything, been able to contend some of the top teams there. Still bundled up, coming out of Forest Elbow. Coming in, still not able to find a way upon Barnveld in the midst of this train. They are still slowly but surely now clicking the time. Back to closing up to the 23 car. The bottom box, as we've seen, Alta has found a way around the Porsche during the midst of that conversation. It took a few minutes, but the 4 finally able to get around.
Yeah, Lewis Barlow just kind of doing what I talked about a little earlier, recognizing those opportunities for an attack, got it done, really kind of just recognized that going into Hell Corner was able to make it work and was able to get that pass done. That's what it's all about. Recognizing those opportunities, and now look at this, for Team Alta in that number 4 Ferrari, stretching their legs over Bike Colino and Pedro Moreno, just starting to really expand that gap. And that, frankly, is the flip side of the equation here, Justin. When you get that pass done, when you are no longer being held up by another driver, you have got to capitalize, put the pedal to the metal, and steam away as much as humanly possible. And that's exactly what we're seeing here from Lewis Barlow.
Yeah, able to try and get a little bit of space now. They're about 1:30 back of the leader. It would take another 3 seconds to get the Solpac Precision Racing's Jordan Johnson for the next spot for them. One of the things to mention, by the way, in terms of strength and numbers, we talked about some of the alliances, of course, Malay versus Fierce competition with some of the drivers. The interesting thing, if you haven't noticed, and I know it was probably talked about earlier on, for those tuning in, I want to touch upon this again just in case. Winnegold started off this race with 7 different teams that made top split, for example. When you're talking about strength and numbers, you usually have so many drivers that run, and you obviously have them with good I rating over the course of the teams in terms of your average for where you get placed. But in the end, remember, first of all, this event brought to you by RSS. As we continue on with the action, it's been a busy day as we talk about our partner here for today, for the Bathurst 12.
Yeah, great stuff here across the board from them. You can really get anything you want from RSS to be able to make that perfect setup you are able to get and make it feel like you are in the driver's seat. Fantastic stuff. I got to tell you, if I was in the market for a sim rig, that's exactly where I'd be going.
Absolutely. To say the very least, some good sim rigs and some good availability to be able to get yourself into a sim. But the point I was going to make is strength in numbers on terms of not just having a good rig, but also having a team roster here in this regard here today, DJ, can be very helpful in terms of the preparation side of the very least. Not sure how it feels when you have about 7 groups of you trying to beat each other on the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, when you come into a race like this, it is a little bit interesting in iRacing because you don't fully know who's going to be in that top split. Obviously, the way this is broken down is that you take an aggregate of the overall I rating and of your team, your drivers. You average that out, then you put that into a blender and you see where you compare to everybody. If you're in the top 50 here, for example, that is going to get you that top split. So there always is a little bit of a question mark when you come in. Who are we going to be facing up against? Now, obviously, if you're coming into this, you know you're going to be up against teams like BS Competition, like Coanda, like Dragos, things like that. But sometimes there is that question mark. Now, there's obviously also a lot of conversation that goes on in between teams as they kind of talk about everything. You know, you're racing against the same relative group of guys, guys and gals, week in and week out. So you kind of have those communications. You know who you're going to be up against, but there still is that question mark when you log into the server. Okay, what split am I going to be in? Makes things pretty interesting.
It does, and definitely adds that little bit of competitive aspect, absolutely, at least to me at least. Try and beat your teammates and be able to prove you're the best out of the team. Now, the interesting thing, by the way, coming up for this group is they do have Pole Promotion Esports. You see that greenish card that just passed by. That will be up the road from these drivers. Solpeck Precision Racing, meanwhile, had another technical issue. Technical issues popping up for Jordan Johnson, who was just up the road. Johnson, for reference, is still being scored on the track by 3 seconds, but some of these competitors are still battling with their internet connections. My suggestion whenever I see that, DJ, is, have you ever thought of just putting glue in the internet socket and just trying to put keep the internet cable in the way? Don't do that. That's a good way to execute your house.
Yeah, don't do that. And for those who are maybe turning into sim racing for the first time, never really seen something like this, you know, connection issues and issues on the rig itself, hardware issues, stuff like that, that's really our version here of a mechanical breakdown, whether it's an engine failure, brake failure, anything like that. That is really the analogy that we like to draw between that. It's sort of those force majeure moments that you're not able to control, that you're not able to put together, that you're not able to prepare for, that just happen over the course of a racing weekend. So always unfortunate to see when it's completely out of the driver's control, but these things do happen. And whether it's that, you know, you've got a screw loose on your pedals, or you lose connection on your wheel, or like we've seen here many times today, you've got that connection issue on the internet side of things, you just got to roll with the changes as they come, and it's hard. Good question that came up in terms of a conversation from those on the YouTube side here at iRacing. Mr. Booney says, what do people think is better, triple monitor or a bigger single monitor? You know, those ultra wides. What do you think's better and why? Personally, for me, I would go with the triple. I have an ultra wide on my rig. I love it. But I had to get an ultra wide basically because of space limitations. I would go with the triple because the advantage of the triple as compared to the ultra wide, you still get a little bit of that wrapping effect with the ultra wide, but with the triple monitor, you're going to be able to see out of the side of your car more. You're going to get a better view out the left and the right, and that's really what's important when you talk about getting that extra fidelity on the screen. You want to see out of the side, so you're not necessarily having to use the look left, look right button, that you're going to be able to just glance and see it. That's where I break down. Justin, what about you? What do you think?
Well, that's a tough question because to me, when I got triples compared to a single in terms of the normal monitor size, I think that's where it became very helpful because I could actually see what was next to me in the car instead of guesstimating the racing lines. So that's what helped in that case. But that was about 5-7 years ago before I even got an ultra wide. The ultra wides these days work almost like as two monitors connected to each other, at least to me. So to me at least, it's the ultra wide's a happy medium between just a normal monitor to having 3 triples. I almost argue having 2 ultra wides count as having 4 monitors in theory. So really it's it's a bit of a preference thing in terms of budget thing, you have to say.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And, you know, I think, frankly, putting 2 ultra-wides together, you may get a pretty good wraparound. And, of course, obviously, the perfect solution is one of the Uber ultra-wides. I don't know what the technical term is, that have the full 180 wraparound, where you're really able to just be encapsulated by it. But, you know, I've never thought about actually running a double ultra-wide, but that may be the way to do it, Justin. I quite like that.
I mean, I've done stuff contractor side where a lot of sim builds for the high-end side go with 3 of the ultra wides to make that 180 feel.
Oh, that is a budget and a style that I can't even begin to imagine.
Yeah, I mean, when you spend $10,000, $20,000 on a rig, you may as well go big on the monitors. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I've done a few of those installs as well, and I got to agree with you there. There's certainly a level of, well, spent this much, why not?
So I think that really opens up part of that conversation in terms of the conversation. So we fall back on board with Jarno, one of the drivers who 5 years ago was a part of those who competed in some of the Ferrari challenges, raced in the esports competition in the past year. One of the drivers has been around for a good 3 years with Grid and Go, the German. Very formidable and normally will run a Ferrari.
Yeah, normally will run a Ferrari. And again, that just comes down to that driver preference that we talked about. Whether you like that sort of stability of the front engine machines, or whether you want a little bit more of that responsiveness from a mid-engine, it's just kind of what you want. Now, obviously, as we get into the upper echelons of sim racing, you're going to find a lot of drivers that, frankly, will chase the BOP a little bit more. They're going to look coming into every single race, okay, what is the optimal setup here? What is the best car that we can get bang for our buck go forward? And so that's going to define a little bit of what they're thinking about. But at the same token, as we see the other Grid and Go esports machine, that's the 004. And I believe we've had a driver change there as Haiti Noah Mimasi stepping behind the wheel of that machine in another Ferrari.
Yeah, and I know a few people were saying, what happened in terms of the battle for 13th? How'd they get to 14th? Well, can't confirm Williams did drive by about 7 laps ago. Then they lost a lot of ground over the course of the laps, and now they come out, well, not the greatest of spots because they come out right in front of traffic, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a factor. See the Aston Martin Grid and Go stay in the choo-choo train. So the window for some of the teams involved in some of the attrition earlier is open. Majority of the others are still 14 to 16 laps into their cycles here, as it looks like the 004 try to just stay out of the way of some of those position battles as they heat up the tires.
Yeah, that's some good sportsmanship there. You do love to see that when you've got drivers that are coming in and out. Obviously, a teammate there, so there's going to be cross-car communication, but definitely what you want to see, that respectful nature. And again, going back to what we've talked about multiple times over the course of today, that cold tires on that outlap, you saw it coming through Griffin's Bend, just not able to get the grip coming through that right-hander. You saw the Ferrari wash out a little bit wide. They kept it together, may have been able to keep things up and going, up through the cutting and up the mountain, but just not able to get it. Right now, though, we keep an eye on this gaggle, let's call it for lack of a better term, Drago Racing, right in the middle of it. That's a Kopanen behind the wheel of that BMW, chasing another BMW for BS competition, Ryan Barneveld. Phil Dennis leading the way in that Ferrari Formula Racing team. About a 1.1 second gap to try to catch up to Lucas Prada, WSR Esports. A little bit surprised that Prada hasn't been able to break away from this group, but I think that's really just a testament to the speed that we see from all of these leading pack drivers as they charge down the hill here. As I said earlier, I mean, just jaw-dropping on board. Absolutely remarkable to come down through the dipper over the course of Skyline. I don't know about you, Justin. I am not the best driver in the world when it comes to a sim, so to say I've been able to get through this course cleanly once would be a bald-faced lie.
I mean, if you had me as a driver for your endurance race or this racetrack, I'll just be honest with you. I don't know how many laps you would survive in terms of that. I'm just not the greatest on the road courses. I know how to commentate a road course race. Just for the longest time, I didn't know how to turn right. I'm not kidding. I had to be taught in terms of a road car how to actually hug the curb for right-hand turns. So, yeah, I'm usually an oval driver, if you haven't realized, in terms of the iRacing servers, but can talk about road course racing, because that's where the background pops up. In our words, it can be scary if you don't have the experience to drive here.
Very much so, and I have to agree with you. My initial come up is we do have a little bit of a battle here. BS Competition, excuse me, that's a lapped car as they put him behind him. But I have to agree with you. Very similar. When I first sort of came up on iRacing before commentary entered into the equation for me, it was open wheel ovals. It was dirt racing. It was a lot of oval stuff, and the road courses were kind of an afterthought. And now as time has gone along, I've spent a lot of time really working on my road course craft, and getting that as well as I can forward. And for me, while I won't necessarily compete on a road course, I don't claim to be able to do that well. I will practice on a road course quite often. Love that from our director. Just that beautiful yaw of the car as they lose that weight over the crest of the hill coming down. But yeah, I will run on a lot of these courses, depending on whether I'm calling them on the sim or whether I'm calling a race in real life. I will spend about an hour or two before I head into the broadcast booth just running the car and track combination. Be able to talk to the drivers a little bit better, kind of prep a little bit, know what's going on, and be able to better prepare myself.
I'm always one of those, whenever I have an opportunity like this, in many of the cases, try and soak up as much like a sponge in terms of the information. And I think that's kind of where some of the drivers have now led towards, in terms of having that knowledge base so critical to be successful in the first place, in terms of the strength in numbers, and also having the right personnel in it. One thing I will say too that comes to mind with this as we go on is a lot of those drivers that we touch upon that had the oval backgrounds coming up, I know a lot of them have also developed the road side, in particular on the platform, and some of the teams such as the Williams machines we've seen in some of these events have picked up some of those that have developed from originally being oval competitors to now being oval and road racers with high I ratings and high SOF starts. You kind of have to be multifaceted now in iRacing to be able to run for the best of the best teams, because it's, in some of the cases, you're not just going to drive one singular car type of track. They might throw you into, say, a stock car on the sim, or throw you into, like we've talked about, an IndyCar race for your team to be able to try and add to those ranks and see, can they develop you to be multifaceted?
Yeah, I mean, it's frankly very similar to what we see in the IndyCar series, where you have to be able to drive oval, road, street, short ovals, super speedways, kind of everything in between. The difference being, obviously, is that you're going to have different car control on each of those types of races, and it's going to be wildly different in that regard. And it really goes to show just how talented these drivers are. And again, as I talked about a little bit earlier, it's not just sort of the obvious things. We take a look, by the way, track conditions not really changing too much. We've seen a couple degrees Celsius rise of the track temperature. Air temperature has stayed relatively the same at about 21 degrees Celsius, 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temp up to 25 Celsius, 77 Fahrenheit. But again, the big story for me is gonna be that 81% humidity. Definitely making the air a little bit soupy out there. But, yeah, I mean, when we come back to talking about switching between the cars, you're also talking about switching between braking styles, how much you're able to trail brake, the way in which you're going to be approaching braking. You know, when you're talking about an open wheel car, an Indy car, something like that, you're really thinking a lot more about slamming on the brake hard and then lifting off and modulating the brake pedal as you come down into the actual turn-in and apex of the corner. When you're talking about more of one of these GT cars, you can really slam on the brake and keep it there. Because of the anti-lock braking system, you're still doing brake and throttle modulation throughout the corner, but you can have a little bit more room to be able to play with it, because as opposed to the open wheel car with no anti-lock braking system, here you're pushing up against that ABS kicking in. And if the ABS does kick in, there are detriments to it, don't get me wrong, but you're going to have a little bit more breathing room than you are as opposed to a lockup necessarily in an open wheel car. So it's understanding the limits of each car is really and truly what it is. And then obviously going into the stock car scene, if you're thrown into that, understanding that, you know, braking into a corner is almost less about slowing the car down and more about getting the car to rotate and real brake modulation there with that. So plenty of different ways to be able to attack that middle pedal. It really just goes to show how talented these drivers are.
How much they know to be able to exert just the right limits in terms of some of these battles. Speaking of battles, 10th, how things are going right now. That's one of the Blue Mercure machines. Livieri behind the wheel. Akita right behind in the army of grid and go cars in this pack of the Battle of Ferraris. And keep in mind, not sure if you kept an eye on the Daytona 24, Blue Mercure coming out and immediately making an impact, acquired a lot of star drivers right before the Daytona 24, DJ. The organization sponsor based out of France specifically has picked up a lot of talent in a short amount of time. Some of them have raced with teams like Williams, for example. Blue Mercure has made a statement early on they want to compete, and they have competed in a lot of these races so far with team cars now second and about 10th, respectively.
Yeah, it's really impressive, and we see this every once in a while on the sim racing side of things, that you see a team sort of rise up out of seemingly nowhere and be able to create and put things together. You know, we've seen it in years past. We talk about the sort of the rise of Drago Racing as one of those. Grid and Go, another one that I think has sort of come up over the course of the years. And, you know, it's really always special to see. And it's kind of one of the, I equate it to silly season, to the politics of motorsport when you talk about real life, where everybody's going to go, how things are going to slide out, what's going to break down and be, who's going to be where, that kind of thing that always seems to happen. Really fascinating stuff to be able to see. So it's always pretty interesting to see exactly what's going to happen when we talk about those things, and always happy to see another team burst their way onto the scene. Not only taking some of the well-established drivers in the world and building that brand, but it's another opportunity, another avenue for new drivers to establish themselves and make a name for themselves on the sim racing side.
And really putting together a star lineup, all managed by Vijay Clement, who, by the way, 20 years old, their team manager, according to their post when they first started up the organization, but also a driver that's competed in Formula 4 competition. So trying to keep this stable together. It's been incredible what we've seen from Blue Mercure in their start here today. Now, as we continue on in the midst of things, the question that comes along is there more than Ferraris and BMWs? Yes, we have some McLarens in the midst of the field from Solpac Precision. We have a couple of Lamborghinis in the field and Aston Martin from Grid and Go. There is a fair amount of diversity in terms of the mid-pack today. It's just the way the strengths have gone to answer that question. And keep in mind, some of these teams have those car preferences. Some will chase the top car based on the event, in theory, for your BOP.
Yeah, and iRacing always does a fantastic job really breaking out that balance of performance. And as we look across, they have 3 different ways that they kind of adjust the balance of performance. There's obviously the most standard way to do it, which is that kilogram weight penalty. As we keep our eye on that battle for P10 right now, Blue Mercure and Grid and Go. We may have to, as Blue Mercure comes down into pit lane. Now this is, I think, going to be the downfall of this team here, Justin. We have seen Blue Mercure coming down in early, and I think that's going to come back to bite them. This is something that has happened to the team across the board.
I think there's a chance with the way things are looking here is that they make a driver change here. Feliciotti is one of their IndyCar competitors, one of the top drivers you can have in the car. We've seen that they have available. I think right now, unless they get something majorly drastic on a fuel save here to stretch the runs an extra lap or two for the next 8 hours, they're going to have an extra stop to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, they're coming in 10 minutes early, 11 minutes early compared to the stop time that we would expect. Yeah, that doesn't sound like much, but everybody else is able to do a stop every hour. They're roughly going every 50 minutes, there or thereabouts, when you kind of look at the breakdown of everything. After 6 hours, that equates to a pit stop. I think this could come back and bite them. I don't know what the strategy is. I don't know if they got off cycle a little bit early, but this is not great for them.
I think it's more so, remember the attrition earlier on. If it's forced from attrition, it's the tough part of how things could go in the early going, because we've seen a couple teams, knowing that was discussed with Paul in particular, with Reese, that some of the teams early were trying to stretch, not going full push to about 30, 31 laps in the first couple stints. But also remember, first couple stints, we've seen track blockers, we've seen crashes on the pace lap. It was pure calamity. When it was dark, it's gone and calm. Now that the visual markers are there, and the in-sim time is almost 10 a.m.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And obviously, the great question mark here for a lot of these races tends to be the rain profile coming in now. We don't really have those full course cautions that you would see in a real-life race. We do have rain that can come in, but the forecast here today looking like it's clear across the board. So that means that you're not really going to get that chance to gain some of that time back unless, like you said a little bit earlier, Justin, you see some massive fuel save coming a little bit later.
All this as well, by the way, in this battle for what's 8th, BMW M competition machine trying to find a way to push ahead in an extra spot here in the battles with the Grid and Go cars. And as we continue to see some of these drivers settle on through here, already coming up to 8 hours to go. Jarno's kind of separate out from the rest of the field. Captain's been able to build up the distance to the rest of the BMWs. Lucas Herman having a chance to be able to get that well-known 89 car up to the top 8. Here's the look at the difference of the train. About 7 car lengths. That's how much that Ferrari for Grid and Go has fallen off.
Yeah, really starting to fall off here as we watch the BMW come down the hill. Both relatively stable platforms, the BMW and the Ferrari. BMW, like I've said a little bit more, has a hair of that inherent understeer that's going to make the car a little bit more predictable. The Ferrari is known, or at least was known, to chew up its tires a slight bit more, but obviously a lot of these drivers are going to know that. They're going to be able to chase that with the setups, try to dial that out a little bit more. So we'll have to see if that ends up being. Obviously, everything's in a really, really good spot here. We're not dealing with outrageous heat, so I don't think tire wear is going to be too big of an issue for any of these drivers. As we take a look right now, coming down into Murray's Corner, they continue to just try to keep that pressure on. Grid and Go just starting to fall back a little bit more. Here is Bloomer Q. Again, that second place Ferrari coming down into pit lane. Andrea Brissot, looks like that's going to be another early pit stop. This one only about 7 minutes early, but early nonetheless for that Ferrari-based squad. And it looks like Prevost going to jump in the car now.
So another change for them. Both the cars were aggressive in the early going, hurt as well. Top of some of the forced troubles we've seen for some of the teams. Also down in the pit lane right now is Liska for Williams F1 Team Gaming 3. They haven't moved out of the box yet. One of the Drago Racing cars is still getting repairs. Ross McFarlane has stated the car for repairs as well from one of the WSR cars for those also hanging around the spots. So with that in mind, it's now 6 for now for Drago Racing. Captain expecting pit stops to be busy in about 6 laps, which would be just around about 4 minutes past the hour is the estimation here. And that's going to be the most important thing. Most of the field today, DJ, is sticking to 40-second pit stops right now on the racetrack. We haven't seen anybody take any gambles on the tires outside of what we've seen from Sabrina Carpenter in the opening hour of this race, where they took the lead with the shorter stop and, of course, had a incident that popped up in the first into the broadcast that sees them out of the race. Most of the field is sticking to that 40 seconds of the pit lane, get the service, get out, keep it simple.
Keep it simple. I think you hit the nail on the head, Justin. Why change it? 40 seconds in the pit stop. You know, there's part of me that thinks maybe you try to double stint the tires to prevent a little bit of that sketchy outlap shenanigans that we've been seeing. But at the end of the day, I don't think anybody's going to throw that risk out here at this point. You're spending more time with the changes that have been made to iRacing in the past couple of years. You're spending more time getting the car fueled than you are changing the tires. So it's ostensibly a free tire change. Why not get the tire change?
Some side-by-side popping up. Look at that. Kita drives his way back to the 8th position. And there one of the Ferraris able to make a cut ahead. Those blue and yellowish machines, again, started things off as an offshoot for their team after some of the drivers were free agents. Built essentially their own brand, be able to sell some setups, be able to work on coaching with drivers, you know, those types of things. But the competitive side for Grid and Go has become one of the better teams you can find in iRacing, where you can argue they're one of the top 10 competitive organizations in these esports events just because of the way they built the talent pool here for Grid and Go.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's one of those things that you see those splinters, kind of like we talked about a little bit earlier with Bloomer Q. You see those splinters make their way out, you know. Families are always rising and falling here in the sim racing world. We see the rise of some, we see the fall of the other. Now, there's always going to be some consistent names, I think, that you're going to see. WSR is one of them, BS Competition, Coanda, certainly not in this split, not in this run, but Team Redline, another one. You know, we've always seen some of these familiar names, but got plenty that continue to pop up and surprise, and it's always interesting to see who's it going to be this time around. And the same is true in the rail racing world. I mean, how many times have we seen, you know, teams burn brightly and then, you know, morph and change into another team, another iteration? Not everybody is a Ferrari. Not everybody is a Team Penske that's going to be there for decades upon decades upon decades. You're going to see that ebb and flow of new and young teams make their way up.
By the way, some of the errors like the 005, Noah Eder, you'll see pop up, just came down pit road. So the expected pit window is open with us at 3 minutes to the hour right now. Some of those drivers are getting to the 28 lap mark, which was the earliest expected pick mark. All of this conversation has been, well, this entire time, for those wondering, yes, we do have a race leader. Tristan Iglesias has led now by 13 seconds. We haven't talked about the Coenda car because he's grown the lead since we started our stints here by about 3-4 seconds. In other words, Coenda is doing what you expect from one of the longer standing teams on the platform at this point.
Yeah, I mean, going back to our previous conversation, definitely one of those Ferraris, one of those Team Penske's in the sim racing world. Coenda is one of the gold standard teams, and Iglesias showing why here. And let's be very clear, this is not a walk in the park. Let's listen on board here. I want to listen when he does the chase. Pretty early liftoff. That means he's not pushing too hard. That's what I wanted to hear. He's in fuel save mode. He is absolutely just focused on trying to extend these stints as long as possible. You hear a long, long lift and coast phase for him, which tells me this is a driver that has got this Ferrari exactly where he wants it to be. This team has set this car up well, and they are able to fully focus on extending that pit stop time as much as possible. That is a real shot across the bow if you are any of these other drivers that sit 12, 17, 18 seconds back from Coenda Esports in that 08 machine.
Keep in mind, Iglesias, talented competitor for Coenda, originally came from the Altus camp 40 years ago. Also, as one of the drivers that was the Rookie of the Year on Porsche Esports. He's not amongst those in the pit wave. Luca Kita amongst those in, as you see, as expected. Teams up on the jacks, getting some fresh rubber. Yeah, Bennett Vita coming on in for Williams. As some of those drivers cycle on in as we reach the top of the hour at the moment. We'll go through the rundown once we go through the full pit cycle here, as they continue on with their service. BS Turner also coming on down, a part of the cycle. Of course, that connection with Turner, who races in multiple different disciplines in real life, still strong in the virtual world. But off and away, as expected for a majority of these drivers, 39-40 seconds. For everyone we just seen on the screen, no troubles in the boxes popping up with the strategy as Blue McCure will drive by them.
Yeah, and especially here in the sim world, obviously pit stops, there is a slight bit of variability when you talk about the amount of fuel put in, when you talk about the tire changes, that kind of thing, but you're talking about tenths of a second variability. The biggest problem you're going to see coming down into pit lane is picking up those dreaded pit lane speeding penalties, or if you overshoot the box. And thankfully in these GT cars with the anti-lock brakes, you're not really going to have nearly as much of that as you would in, say, a series without that ABS. As we do see our leader, the Spaniard Tristan Iglesias for Coenda Esports, coming down into pit lane. So he will bring that Ferrari to the attention of the Coenda virtual pit crew. Nicholas Rubilar should take over control of this race for Drago Racing if they are able to make it at least one more lap. This, by the way, is the third stop that we have seen today. Exactly as you would expect, as Elvis Rankin gets behind the wheel of the 08. Little driver change there for Coenda.
He's popped up in the real world. He's popped up in the sim world, to say the very least. Rankin, again, you have to pride him in terms of how he's developed, because he originally made his name, in my opinion, in the spec cars with some teams like Orion, for example. Then, of course, got opportunities in part with the sim and Skip Barber competition. Rankin, one of the better drivers you can have, and again, was a big pickup a couple years ago to add the young driver to its stable. He'll try and keep this lead stable as he comes out of pit road.
He should be able to. I mean, they had a pretty big gap. Rubilar, by the way, does take over control of the race. Team BMW M Team BS competition. Lucas Herman behind the wheel now. Running that sort of modified Turner livery that we do see. I do love the split liveries. The BS competition, the BS Turner machine, you will see in that true split livery that we have come to expect from them over the course of the campaign this year. And this is also something that we're going to see quite a bit on these outlaps, as we are going to see that weaving down the straightaway here, just trying to get those tires up to temperature down the mountain straight as much as they can. You really want warm tires when you dive into Griffin's Bend and start to make your way up the hill. This is where it gets so sketchy, and you have got to be so careful.
Yeah, still following on the BS competition machine in their fight. They've stayed with Kita. In fact, Herman actually cycled in front of Kita. Remember, Kita just had made the pass up the straightaway, down the mountain straight specifically. Right beforehand, he is looking to make the pass. Now he runs over the 89 on speed up at the top of the mountain.
And that is that sketchiness that you have got to try to hold on to. Very tricky to be able to keep things together. Thankfully, he was able to do so. My goodness gracious.
Kita's definitely got the pace and a scrape of the wall. Herman trying to hold on the outside now as they make their way up the Conrad Straight. Kita looking faster. Will there be a lift here? It looks like at this point Herman backing off a touch. Did go a couple miles an hour slower. Lets on by Kita and recognizes speed for speed into the chase.
And Justin, you asked me a little bit earlier about how to make those passes when you are in the draft trains, when you're trying to get your way around. What you just saw from Luca Kita is one of the ways that you have got to maximize. If you do go for the undercut pit stop strategy, that means that the car in front of you is going to come out on cold tires when you have got nice, hot, sticky tires, and you have got to attack.
That's exactly what they did here. Keep in mind, some drivers yet to pit and are still stretching. They're still on lap 28, expecting a lot of stops here. Drago Racing is up in front as the leaders by 5 seconds for the moment. Keep in mind, Prada got reeled in by that entire pack after building up a 3-second buffer much of this stint. Prada will be looking to try and keep himself in front of the 10, the 90, and potentially the 67 once they bring in that Ferrari. Let's keep an eye, though. Will there be a stop as they make their way up to Murray's Corner? Yes, there will, but not for the BMWs. Barneveld and Dean Zamatsto stretching themselves as Prada comes into the slalom and cuts himself into the course for pit road.
All right, this is very interesting. I'm impressed what I'm seeing here out of the likes of both Drago Racing machines, as we also see that Grid and Go Esports Jarno Koch that we followed quite a bit earlier. They're coming down into pit lane, but the likes of here, both Drago Racing, Male, BS Competition, they're able to stretch this a little bit longer. I like that there for them. Do see a change there, as it looks like that's going to be Katalich getting behind the wheel of the car right now for WSR. It's a good run for your other drivers, seeing them pop in and pop out, both Ferraris there. All right, WSR Esports making the change. But yeah, as I was saying, Drago Racing, Mala Racing Team, BS Competition, and Drago Racing again, able to stretch just a little bit longer into this stint. And as I was talking with a little bit earlier, I forget if you were on with me, Justin, or when it is. These times do tend to run together a little bit. But you're able to make that stretch. That's a good play. That means you can maybe, if not fully eliminate a pit stop at the end of the race, you're going to be able to eliminate time at the end of the race.
I think it's more so the time, absolutely, here for a lot of these teams for that end of race. Some of these other drivers are right on the money for their fuel stops. But the BMWs should be starting to peel on down with them at 29 for reference. Ribelar, well up the road. Right now, both of these BMWs, you see the 10 and the 90, looking to stay in sync. Dennis going up, Dennis holding on as here they go. Pit road entry. Ribelar also just went down pit road. And a lot of these drivers not afraid to cut a little bit of the grass to make sure they can get to the yellow cone as efficiently as possible for that service. Ribelar looks solid this entire stint to keep the advantage as the higher up Drago cars. The others stop, and they are also joined by Kapanen, who gained a lot of ground in the 67.
Yep, and that's where you're really able to chase that time. One of the things that we haven't talked about is what we call chasing the cone, pushing down into that pit lane speed entry line, trying to make up time there. You see it so many times. The later you can brake coming down into those corners, the faster you're going to be. It's tenths of a second. You're not talking about a whole lot. And over the course of a 12-hour race, it may not seem like a whole lot, but trust me, those tenths can add up. If you're able to really perfect it, it's going to come out great. By the way, Alexander Spets getting behind the wheel for Drago Racing. Looks like Johan Harth also getting behind the wheel for the other Drago Racing machine. And the Male Racing team, Phil Dennis is going to stay behind the wheel.
Yep, and looks like they'll keep the stints going off and away, and that means, as you've seen TJ Clark and I a lot in the booth, Justin Prince here with you, as we are now at the end of that cycle. So here's the situation for those tuning in, as you see some of the side-by-side pop up. WSR Esports cycles ahead of Drago Racing in this fight for 6th. It's Coanda that currently leads over the Drago Racing 69, Blue Mercure's 33. Mount Racing Team BS competition cycled ahead of WSR with the pit stops, though. That's how much time was lost after the change. It wasn't from pit road, I think, but the WSR machine did at least hold off the other Drago car for 7th. Grid and go, 002, then 001 or 8th and 9th. BMW BS competition is in 10th, the M team specifically, rounding into top 10 on the pylon. Under 8 hours to go, DJ. And so far, the field, for those that are still on circuit, still having everything go to the strategy, the way they're looking to contend here when it comes to the Bathurst 12, brought to you by RSS.
Yeah, some really interesting things there on that outlap. Number one, you saw Alexander Spets in that Drago Racing BMW overtaken by WSR Esports. Again, that's hot tires versus cold tires. That's exactly what we talked about on the previous lap. And now you're looking to see here, maybe we're going to get a little bit of a pass coming down into the corner. Dino Lombardi thought about it. Also saw, I think, a pass up in front, farther up in the order, so some changes going around. But the biggest thing for me, Justin, is I want to keep my eye here, though. Dino Lombardi putting a lot of pressure onto the back here of Alexander Spets in that Drago Racing BMW. But the biggest thing for me, Coanda Drago Racing up at the front of the field. We said that was 13, 14 seconds, maybe even up to 17. I don't fully remember. That's now down to 11 seconds. That was an excellent in and out run for Drago Racing. But there could be a problem here because we're about to have a battle for P2. Prevo and Harth going at it.
There goes Prevo moving his way ahead. Harth shuffles his way to 3rd. Johan Harth looking to now reset. Big pickup for Drago, to say the very least. Harth getting swarmed by lap traffic also. Maniti and Fiercely Forward are right behind them.
Yeah, this is going to start to get a little bit interesting. And interestingly, talking about that lap time difference, it was not on the leaders. That was actually not lost, it looks like, in pit lane. Everything relatively equal on pit lane time. Only about 0.3 of a second a difference between the likes of Bloomer Q and Coanda. Coanda just looks like they're losing time. Elvis Rankin not necessarily getting that machine up to speed. We're going to have to keep our eye on that gap, just as we're going to have to keep our eye here as Drago Racing with Johan Harth losing a lot of ground coming down the hill and down through Forest Elbow. Bloomer Q with Prevost starting to stretch their legs. The Dutchman looking very, very strong here as the 4th hour of this race, 5th hour of this race begins.
Stepping on through the action so far. What's been a busy afternoon, for some busy night times if you're one of the drivers local for this top split action here today. Again, it was 7 a.m. Eastern time. The drivers had the splits open up here today. Here's a look at the slow-mo with that 33. And look again how close these calls are when it comes to the elevation up the hillside. You're just about grazing these walls to to set up this entry. And right now that 33 is trying to break the trap. There's the snake.
Yep, that's a little bit of what we like to call the dragon move over on the open wheel side of things, really trying to break that draft as much as possible, pushing their way out and around. But Bloomer Q looking very, very strong, I have to say. I like what I'm seeing here. Let's take a look at the gaps. It still holds at about 11.5 seconds, the gap between Coanda and Bloomer Q. And on the last lap, looks like Elvis Rankin was able to gather things back up a little bit more, but crucially here, the gap between Bloomer Q and Drago Racing, that was about a second difference.
Big time differences popping up in terms of speed intervals, absolutely. Thinking about the average over the past 5 laps when they've been up to speed reference. Dragos have the speed advantage, obviously, since the stint change. That's been flipped around on its head here for that Ferrari as it boosts on away. Keep in mind, some of the air choo-choo trains to touch upon. The 90, 67, 002, and 001 are a choo-choo train that you also see in your pylon. Things are getting bundled up in some parts of this racetrack. Not so much for your top cars. You have a lot more opportunity to be able to focus on your marks when you aren't gathered up car to car, like this pack that were bumper to bumper up down the hillside.
Yeah, you're able to have a lot more time to think about things and get things established, but my goodness, this is, again, what we've seen really in this battle from about 6th place on back. It's pretty crazy to see how everything goes. As there we watch the other Drago Racing machine a little bit farther back in the order. That's going to be Alexander Spetz behind the wheel. We saw Spetz lose a couple of positions as a result of that opening run. And here's Williams F1 Team Gaming. Oh, the Lamborghini just getting it wrong down the hill. Contact in the back, and there the bumper goes flying.
That's the 5 going around in that sequence. Williams F1 Team Gaming machine having a bit of problems there. So they are currently scored 31st. They had 4 minutes of damage repair. In part, I think, from that situation previous. That's why they're now in the 30s, for those keeping track of the racetrack. That's how big the damage can pile up here if you hit these walls here. These walls are not soft, to say the very least. No safer barriers here.
No safer barriers here. It is concrete all the way around the circuit. Not the easiest way to be able to get together. We take a split screen look here. Everything's starting to come into play. Bloomer Q and the number 32 machine trying to close on in as they charge down the hill. Not too far off of the battle here in front. Very, very close running. You've got to love what you are seeing if you are a race fan. There is nothing better than GT cars running up and down the hill.
Yeah, that's the BS Turner car up the road. You see them with their split look like they have on the iRacing platform. And the interesting thing to me here, in terms of that look at least for today, for the one car, is that in real life, the Bathurst 12, double checked on this, was regulated by SRO Motorsports Group. As we both know, Turner Motorsports has a different sponsor for the SRO events on the American side. Again, I understand there's the partnership sponsor to sponsor. They've stuck with this look for the cars. It's an interesting balance compared to what the real world looks are for some of the teams that have the real world competitors and real world teams that take part in these virtual events.
Yeah, and it's always one of those things that I think specifically with that the SRO iteration of Turner Motorsport. That was a 3-year deal that I believe that was signed with Robbie Foley and Justin Rothberg with the Latta Creek Company coming on board as the primary sponsor. I have not seen entry lists for Sonoma up to this point, so I don't know if they are back or not. I will look that up here momentarily and let you know if those have been published yet. Obviously, that Sonoma race coming at the end of March, if memory serves correctly. So I don't think official entry lists have been published. But yeah, I mean, Turner Motorsport, one of those teams that has so many fingers and so many pies across racing all over the world. Obviously, primarily known here in North America for their efforts with BMW, but a very well-established brand and team. Want to bring attention there as it looked like Dino Lombardi, who I was kind of pointing at a little bit earlier in the race, that's that first grid and go esports machine, looked a little sketchy coming up and over in McPhillamy Park, and that kind of led to a little bit of run. I think his teammate here, Luca Kita, could have a run, and we could see a little gridandgo.com esports Ferrari on Ferrari action, as indeed Kita's going to take a look to the inside. Let's see if Lombardi facilitates this pass, maybe gives a little bit of a lift. That's exactly what he does. By the way, if you want to tell the difference between those two cars, Lombardi in the 002, red end fences, red mirrors, and then Luca Kita in the 001, that's going to be that neon yellow end fences and mirrors.
Just those little nuances that you have car to car, just to tell the difference for your spotters. As right now, Barneveld still maintains in his pack right now. Keep in mind the distance to the next pack, give or take more than 2 seconds on the track. That's about 15 car lengths going up the straightaway on difference between the packs so far. Their average speed, meanwhile, 2 to 3 tenths between the cars just up the road and this entire train. Just those little nuances as this run goes on that's popping up for some of the drivers here. And it kind of showcases differences driver to driver. Those little tiny little differences on your marks can be massive on the racetrack on overall interval on your average.
Yeah, as it looks like Fabrizio Bellizzi coming down into pit lane. That's one of those off-cycle drivers that we pointed out in the previous stint. But right now, doing a great job, BS Competition, of just keeping themselves forward. Again, so difficult at this point on the circuit. We come down over Skyline and down into the S's and the Dipper. You really just cannot think about anything else but the track in front of you. There is SDR Sim Racing with Bellizzi down into pit lane. That very, very distinctive pink, magenta, I don't know what shade you want to call it there necessarily, but that machine down into the pits. So they're getting their usual service. Looks like this is a scheduled stop for them. As we said, they were off cycle a little bit. Wide run coming down into the chase for BS Competition, Ryan Barneveld. I'm impressed here with Luca Kita. Kita putting a lot of pressure to the back of Alexander Spets.
Yeah, Kita's been providing a lot of pressure here. Always been solid whenever we've seen him make stints. Just 23 years old. Again, one of the drivers that a couple years ago had been a part of Apex, now with Grid and Go, part of Transitions. He's actually also one of the drivers that will help coach you in terms of sim side, has competed with teams like Stormforce, that sponsorship deal last year. He's a busy person, to say the very least. And he's looking to make a busy pass, nearly cut through the grass. Tries to look to the outside. A little bit of a dangerous look at first in the mountain straight. That would have been bold if he would have went to the right there for Quarry Bend.
Yeah, if he had tried to push around the outside there, that would have been ridiculous. Shades of Colton Herta coming down the back straightaway at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course a couple of years ago, just popping this way and that way. And look what this has allowed here for BS Competition, Ryan Barneveld, to be able to do. Stretch his legs, get a couple of car lengths advantage here over Alexander Spets, buy himself some breathing room. Spets probably a little inadvertently having to look in that rear view camera to check behind him a little bit, not really able to focus fully forward, but credit where credit's due. Spets gaining a lot of time coming over Skyline.
Yeah, right now they are getting bottled up here. Look at the onboard. And it's really filled up with a rear view cam by Luca Kita. Spets trying to follow tire to tire. They've been running about the middle here. You see that middle inseam with the way I've heard with tracks that we've seen in past events years and years ago. They talk about how the middle of the racetrack might have that little speed advantage. Kita says, you know what? Good send up the inside for me. The chase is a deep set for Kita and a pass made.
That was deep. That was late. That was brilliant from the Grid and Go esports machine of Luca Kita. Kita on an absolute charge here. And now he's going to have his eyes set ahead to that BS competition machine in front of him of Ryan Barnfeld. And they've only got 2.5 seconds up the road to WSR Esports. So Kita, if he continues on with this pace, he could really gain some positions here. I want to also draw your attention. We don't need to go to it, but we are seeing Bloomer Q of Prevost starting to close down on Elvis Rankin to the tune of about 0.2 of a second a lap. That gap has come under 11 seconds. You can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. Impressive stuff here early on from Prevost. This could be a little bit of a race come the end of this stint.
It's going to require chipping away this entire run. Remember, with the offset, it's going to be the big thing for the 33 as this run goes on. This main group, though, Kita might have the ability to actually move its way past all these cars here, and it's going to be requiring to get it done pretty quick to get up to the next pack here in this choo-choo train. The Drago Racing machine seems pretty on par with Lombardi, we'll say, because with the average, Lombardi's pace dead even to Spets over the past 5. In terms of the average, they've been both in the 2:02.3s compared to Kita, who's been a 10th quicker than this pack, which is quicker than the drivers running as high as the top 4. So Kita definitely on a roll with this momentum here in this pack. Does he try another look in the chase here? Might be a little bit too far back this time. No look, but he will gain in the braking zone as you see Spets staying and gaining on the rest of the group.
Just starting to reel them on in. This is very, very impressive stuff, again, from Kita. I mean, look at that gap. He's just closing on in. This is brilliant stuff. What he's able to do. For me, right now, Luca Kita is the driver who is hottest on the track. By the way, Belizzi had something go on there. This was not a scheduled stop for him. He's been in the box 5 minutes plus at this point. Unfortunately, something going wrong for that number 2.
Well, there is a counterpoint. That 2 car did pass every other car that was out of the race. They can't go any higher, DJ, unless somebody DNFs.
That's a good point. So this may be a bit of a situation where they have called it quits and they are happy with where they are. So maybe this is a semi-retirement from them. Just kind of waiting to see what happens a little bit later. I don't love that. I mean, if you've already put in the time, gotten your way through the field, might as well. One driver who's definitely getting his way through the field, that's Luca Kita on the back of Ryan Barnfeld here. This Ferrari coming alive, pushing, coming out and into Skyline, down through the S's, and the plunge into the Dipper. Looks like he lost a little bit of ground there, but he has been so strong coming out of Forest Elbow, down the Conrad straight and into the chase. Let's see what this Ferrari from Grid and Go Esports can do.
It is close. Might have some chances to look ahead. Loud traffic may also play a factor because the battle for 24th is just up the road to the cars in 4th. Eventually gravitate to this. Kita is more focused on the now, though. Barnfeld covers off the outside for a moment. The dive to the chase, and the BMW lets him have a BS competition, lets the Grid and Go Esports car move up to 6th. The hot rod Ferrari continuing to charge. Now the next focus, get up to where that next pack has caught up the lap traffic. You see them at the other end of the straightaway.
Yeah, just got to try to see if he can get up there again. As we mentioned a little bit earlier, it's only about 2.73 seconds, let's call it, if we're rounding up to WSR Esports and Martin Katalich, and that gap is with him and Denny's. So it's definitely a battle on here for Luca Kita. We also keep an eye on that battle for...
That will be the Manizzi Racing machine you see in the lineup, fiercely forward, staying behind. They've stayed connected much of this stint here, by the way, I've noticed in regards to this. So here comes the question. In terms of the situation, DJ, when you have a battle of, say, lap cars that are for position, how do you play that as the leaders here? Because as Paul Smith had mentioned earlier, it's advisory for the blue flag. It's not mandatory.
I mean, you kind of deal with it on a case-by-case basis. If you're in the middle of a fight, if you're in the middle of a very, very close battle, don't worry about it. Fight, let the driver behind you pass you. It is up to them. It is their prerogative to get past you. Now, there comes a fine line that if you are actively battling them, that's where things get a little bit, okay, don't necessarily do that. But right now, as we watch that Lamborghini up in front of the Mahler Racing team, they're under no obligation to get out of the way here. They're in a battle of their own. I mean, this is Manti Racing, and I believe Fiercely Forward Gold. That's that gold Lamborghini. They're under no obligation to get out of the way. Tritopoulos doesn't have to. Now, if he puts up a fight here, as Mahler tries to go down to the inside, that's where I'm going to get a little bit sketchy. Over-opportunistic move there from WSR. You see that Lamborghini get pushed off a little bit. That was maybe just a little bit this hair of aggressive from WSR, but you also have to understand that instinct that you cannot get a lap car, get in between yourself and your competition, and rest assured that Kadalic has been told that Luka Kita is coming and coming on strong.
Yeah, they knew. I think the Fiercely Forward machine at this point is going to take the lumps and take a break from the battle here in this situation. Maniti not going to be as easy to pass around because Maniti's pace has been on par with a lot of those cars in this group. By the way, well, this Kita's built up a buffer of about 6 car lengths and is almost in the tow with the other cars. Martveld continues to park the bus in the 90 machine. So as they go here, you have to wonder what the plan here is for BS Competition's red-looking car in the 90 camp here. In terms of this, we know they've been slowly staying, if not losing a spot or two per pit cycle here. Anything you adjust in this circumstance to get yourself back into the ballpark of your next pack, because remember before, they were hanging out with the 10 car in the Maui Racing team earlier on today.
Yeah, exactly. As we continue to watch here. Now, this battle is starting to play itself out. The battle of the BMWs, BS Competition, and Drago Racing. Alexander Spets, I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen Spets put his way forward. Spets, one of the more fierce drivers that we see across the different competitions. And he's just not quite able to have the pace to be able to close down on Ryan Barneveld here for BS Competition up in front of him. Let's see if he's got a little bit extra. Now that gap's staying relatively the same. Meanwhile, Luka Kita already escaping up the road 0.3 of a second. Not really able to close in on the back of WSR, which surprises me. But now he's got the draft up in front of him of that Fiercely Forward Gold machine, so maybe that'll help him get a little bit of space.
Yeah, a chance to have a buffer car, if you will. Maniti did get passed, by the way, by Maui. Is letting WSR by as well in the air pack. Lap traffic no longer a factor for that era group. Barneveld building some buffer himself. He was one of the many different drivers noticed in terms of social medias over the past week that try to assist drivers as much as they can through the socials, because he's one of the drivers that coaches drivers on the sim service. And that's the big thing. A lot of the top competitors, it's not just about driving and trying to win in the major events. Part of being a full-time sim racer, as crazy as that may have sounded in 2020 to say, in terms of that, you can also get yourself busy in the business by teaching drivers how to drive in these races and improve the next generation also.
Yeah, you really can, and I think the prime example of that to me is a driver that we've seen quite a few times over on the sim side that has now ventured out into real life and has made coaching a big, big part of everything, and that is Suelio Almeida, who now has raced a couple of races in IMSA. I'm not sure what his 2026 schedule is. I haven't gotten a chance to check on it. Kita makes the move down to the inside of Fiercely Forward Gold. And that pass is going to be, looks like that Lamborghini will lift off, just kind of let him have it. Good play there. But Suelio has really built a business for himself as a coach, as a sim racer, and now he's been able to translate that into real life. Raced in Radical for a while, then made the jump over into Michelin Pilot Challenge, running in the GT4 category, or excuse me, the TC category. It's been a very impressive run, and I think he is one of the many that has really been able to make that charge forward.
Yeah, that's just amongst those that have gone to the sim to reality pathway that's really come into play for some of the top drivers in some teams, as one of the Quinn Go 4 machine, in fact, comes on down for its scheduled service. Remember, they are off cycle by half a pit cycle compared to everybody else with their situation. Was about to say, a lot of these drivers, and note comes up every major conversation, you're talking about competitors in many of these cases that, if you put them in the right spot, can help develop a real-world team. We've seen a couple of the drivers in the sim world really become vital as simulator drivers. Here's a good example that comes from the Coanda camp. Your team leaders, Keegan Leahy, remember from eNASCAR competition, works right now with 2311 Racing in real life. Actually was contributed to when they won at Circuit of the Americas with Tyler Reddick a couple years ago, just because of, remember, how good Coanda was in the first place with the roadside, and that developed because of what's happened in 2020 and the connections built up with Denny Hamlin at the time. So you build the connections, you have the talent, you know how to engineer a car, you can be put with a real-world team. And some of the drivers I've seen up to the ranks that are now coming out of university now, that were some of the young guns a few years ago, are now some of the new race engineers on the state side and in Europe too.
Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive stuff to be able to see just how many opportunities there are for a lot of these drivers to make their way forward. I mean, it's not an easy path, rest assured, as is anything in motorsport. Motorsport's a difficult industry to get yourself into, but at the same time, it's pretty impressive to be able to see everything and see all of these drivers really make their way into the real world. I mean, another driver that I always talk about, is Adam Block. On the IndyCar side of things, he had run in multiple different series, runs in the Thrustmaster iRacing Pro Series right now, and he's an engine guy over on the Indy Next Series. I mean, you know, you see these folks that are able to marry the love of motorsport and sim racing, make it work in real life. And Justin, you and I are two prime examples of that as well. We've been able to do some stuff in real life that I would have never thought possible 5-6 years ago.
Exactly, and it's really, again, being able to not only have some of the experience coming in, at least is my idea of it, but also them building connections and building the exposure in terms of being able to compete against them, the best, or showcase yourself against with the best available, really allows your opportunities to blossom over the course from sim to reality. That's the big difference we've seen pop up here. By the way, in terms of what you've been seeing on screen, battle for fourth has stayed within 2 to 3 tenths of a second down the hillside. It should be worth noting that Kita is right behind that Maui car, or rather that Maniti car, should say, just about that 7 car lengths difference from this pack. So Kita is digging. He just needs to get around the lap traffic, and then he can focus on gaining, because he's running 2:01.9s. To these drivers, 2:02.3s.
Yeah, he's really starting to close in. He is really, really pushing here at this point. And that gap back to BS competition has expanded upwards of about 2 seconds as things run. It's a very impressive day for Luca Kita, you have to say, as he continues to close on in on the back of this pack, able to get by that Aston. So now it is just full speed ahead, focus forward, and see what this driver can do. I think this is just a matter of time before he makes his way up into the top 5.
Indeed, as they continue to sort things on out. Talking about the wacky side of the storylines, I guess you can say, in terms of the popularity of sim racing, in terms of teams. go back to Grid and Go. We know we were talking a lot about Kita. Talk about the team itself in that grouping for a second. I want to mention an idea of this. The popularity of esports is to where now you have fan bases that have built up on the team side. The Grid and Go side, apparently, a few weeks ago, announced its own card game for its drivers. A card game. They legit have their own trading card game at this point. You're at the point where sim teams now have trading card games.
If you had told me that a couple of years ago, I would have called you a crazy man, Justin, but nowadays, nothing really surprises me all that much anymore when it comes to the world of sim racing. I kind of love it. It's a little bit off the beaten path, but it's super fun. Why not? Have a good time with it.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see doing the social dig in terms of that, in terms of when you have booster packs for your respective team, it kind of showcases just the ability to connect to the marketing side, because it's not just in terms of the big teams now. Let's just drive, gas and go. Not pun on Grid and Go. You also have that ability for a lot of these teams to connect with the drivers now. For example, it's about being able to communicate with the fan base. It's about streaming the perspectives. We've seen some of the teams today on their own Twitch feeds. They do have some personal perspectives here today that they provided. So it's a chance to really extend to not just, okay, we're just a bunch of drivers, we're people too.
Yeah, I think that's very right. We see that's one of the things, and you also see that in real-world racing as well. I think particularly over on the U.S. side a little bit more, although I will say Drive to Survive certainly has changed things, obviously overseas as well. But you want personality, you want fun, you want drivers that are going to have a good time with everything. You're not going to want to necessarily see the old school dead forward, never laughing kind of thing. You want to see a little bit of fun. Whether that's the IndyCar drivers back in the day playing pranks on each other, that still happens in the bus lot nowadays, whether that's obviously the rivalries and the personalities that you see on the Cup car side of things, or the personalities in we talked about Turner Motorsport a little bit earlier, tacos. Victory Tacos, and they always bring out the little plushy taco guy whenever they get a victory. It's always super fun.
Yeah, fun, different aspects. It's about fun. Broadcasts are fun. Race cars are fun. Being able to race cars are fun. You know what I mean? It's not just about vroom vroom, car, go zip zip. By the way, in reference to the card game, one of the cards you can get is practice if you're Grid and Go. That's a half a second quicker advantage. Guess what? That card may have been used by Luca Kita because his gap was half a second quicker last time by than the rest of the cars now in his pack.
All right, I just got to tell you, that was a brilliant transition. That was really, really nice. I loved that segue. But yeah, Luca Kita absolutely on it here. I wonder if we're going to see this pass up into Griffin's Bend. He's going to start pushing ahead onto the back of Kadlich. Let's see. He's got enough to be able to make it play. Flash of the headlights, kind of an indication that he could be coming through. We see the defensive line there from WSR Esports. Here comes Kita to the outside. He's going to try to push it, and the Ferrari's going to back off, gain another position for Luca Kita.
Kita continues to fly. He is your fastest car on the racetrack, by the way. Now looks to try and secure fourth spot. Over the rear end up the hillside. It's about set up for Kita. Right now, he's looking so much better coming through the acceleration zones. He's just got that extra bit of boost on the straightaway.
Really does. Here, we're going to jump on board with that WSR Esports BMW as you see Kita up ahead, already starting to put pressure onto the back of that Mala Racing team. Oh! And you see just how in control Kita is of that Ferrari. That thing was almost fully sideways coming through the dipper, able to keep it together. Brilliant stuff with the Ferrari driver.
Remember, Kita a couple times here. This run alone has gone deep in the brakes through the chase. This has been about the distance he sent it from. Will he go for it again? On, needs to try and go ahead. Looks like he's going to be let go. So the 10 recognizes this is the fastest car you have right now and allows him on by. Doesn't want to fight it. Focus on the own race, and Luca Kita now up to 4th at the Ridgeway, starting the stint as low as 8th.
And look at this. Here comes WSR Esports in the Ferrari, making things bad to worse for Malo Racing Team. That's 2 positions in 2 corners they've lost. And now leading the train from behind is BS Competition, Ryan Barnveld. I wonder if that kind of battling that we saw up ahead is going to allow them to close in a little bit more. The gap now 2 seconds in between them. Meanwhile, for Luca Kita, he's got 6.7 to close down on Johan Harth, up in 3rd place for Drago Racing.
See those small differences in the battle boxes right now as they work their way through quarry. Barnfeld's been able to hold the fort for a while in this fight. Still not in range of the 10 on draft. They're doing very well in terms of their sync up here. In terms of trying to find a way to close. With the battles, they dropped as low as the 203s, by the way. We'll see where things steady now that the pack has kind of shuffled. With all that being said here. But the goal has to be, if you're this grid and go machine, long term. The next car up is 7 seconds, Johan Hart. They closed 2-3 seconds this stint to get themselves to 4th for the first place. Realistically speaking, depending on how the driver rotations go here, DJ, Kita and company might be able to get there by 5 hours to go at the latest.
I think that's certainly possible. I think by the time we're off air, he's going to be close enough. I mean, look at the last lap. You know, he was just about a 10th or so faster than Johan Harth on the last lap, but I think he was recovering a little bit from what we saw. No, excuse me, that's their best lap time. Last lap, he was 0.3 of a second faster. So they've got it. Let's see what it is when he crosses the line this time. You know, last lap, he was definitely still kind of working his way back forward after passing WSR. Let's see, once he's got a complete lap underneath his belt, 2:02.019 for Drago, 2:01.977. So about a 10th of a second. That's not a lot, but it certainly could be enough for him to close on in.
It's just going to take time. That's the critical part in this conversation point, because it's not just as simple as, okay, let's turn on the speed boost. Let's rocket our way up. It takes consistency in terms of being able to actually get there, especially here at Bathurst. You cannot afford to really sleep on the lap, as you said here. And we've seen this all throughout the past couple hours with our stint here in the broadcast booth. Have about an hour in our stints to go, give or take. It's for a lot of we've seen the difference. Some of these teams that have slipped back here, even a simple driver change could be the difference of a couple seconds. Now, there is an error point on that note with the driver change of Rankin, by the way, DJ. He stabilized that gap that we're seeing the 33 close on.
Yeah, he's been able to do that. I was a little bit worried when he first got in for Bloomer Q to be able to close that back down. But as you said, Rankin really has responded. I mean, he's running, it looks like on the last lap, 87 thousandths of a second faster than Bloomer Q. So I think that's a little bit of conversation going back and forth between Coanda Esports and Coanda Esports, excuse me, and Elvis Rankin. Having that back and forth saying, hey, we need to respond in this way. Rankin being able to do so just the way he needed. So I think that's a good play for him. It's a good response. It's a good heads up, and I'm very, very happy to see it happen.
So as we check in on a couple of the other situations going on, you see how things are going for 10th spot. Where BS Competition holds firm for the time being in the 89. Leonis in the 32 below McHugh machine. Staying on in. Dominic Hoffman on the bumper as well in that pack. They've already worked around the traffic and fiercely forward, for example. It's these small little battle packs that you gravitate towards, commonplace when it comes to this type of endurance race at this point. Bussy Otis, still, I think at this point, it's got to be a fuel-saving device. If you are the 32 in this circumstance, use the lift and coast when you have an opportunity like this, DJ, because remember, they're going to have to save, right? As we've hammered home, this is your free card of fuel-save car. Stay behind car and let them pull you on the straights.
Yeah, and I worry about the flip side here as we get down into that fuel-saving window for Luca Kita, that may be the reason why we're seeing so much speed out of him, is that he may have to pull into pit lane a little bit earlier than anticipated. So I'm going to keep my eye on that grid and go machine. But yeah, for the rest of the field that we continue to watch, the Parker White and the grid and go machines in the back, that fuel save is going to be huge. And the same is true here for WSR. What are these fuel numbers going to be? How are things going to break out? We do have to remember that as part of the balance of performance, the Ferrari does have a couple of percentage points less on a fuel tank than those around them. Compared to the BMW, who's everybody else we've seen, the Ferrari has 1% less fuel capacity. Not a whole lot. Could spell the difference come the end of this race.
Bad news if you're Paul Defro and company. The 86 car just had a technical issue. The Unity RDV competition machine just had its car have to reset to the pits because its driver ended up falling out of the session. Unfortunate for them, they were running in the mid-pack and have already lost a lap. So that's why you may have noticed one car just fall a lap down here. It's quite simple. This is what happens when your driver is running fine and then boom, all of a sudden, they have no idea what's going on and they no longer have connection.
Yeah, and that's one of the scariest things you can have happen. Not only as a driver personally, when that does take place and you sort of go, what's this going to be? And you realize that you've lost the session and you don't have any communication with your team. You're jumping back and forth trying to figure things out as quickly as possible. But it's also very, very difficult when you are a driver around them. Thankfully for them, nobody else around them, but there is nothing more terrifying than seeing that car blip out of existence and not knowing when or where it is going to reappear.
By the way, that driver that had the tech issue is a familiar one if you follow along with Euro NASCAR. That is the driver from the NASCAR Euro Series that ended up running in Euro NASCAR 2 previously, has also made iRacing starts when it had its Pro Invitationals back in the 2020 era. It's ran as recently as 2025, chasing a Pro title in that competition. So, as we continue on, we're 10 minutes away from the top of the hour here. And we've talked a bit about the real-world connections. One of the teams we haven't touched upon too much, I want to give a quick shout-out to, for the karting world. You and I both have done some stuff in the karting scene also. Team Bennick is another team we haven't touched upon who is going to be lap traffic for these cars you see here soon in the 8 car. A lot of the drivers here today also come up in some cases from the karting world. Well, in some circumstances, having connections to be able to build up is one thing. And I know some brands like Bennick have been amongst those really expanding out to be able to also add an e-racing presence with their young drivers.
Yeah, Bennick, a stalwart in the chassis supply train for karting. You recognize them by their kind of light red and white liveries. And to be able to have them branching into the sim racing world is really huge. You want to have those opportunities. Obviously, there are so many comparisons between sim racing and between karting and the real world. Max Verstappen obviously made some comments a little recently about sim racing versus karting that are up for debates, I think. But to me, karting, to get that wheel-to-wheel experience, nothing quite like it in the world.
So we'll see that car pop up eventually in these battle packs here. That's going to be your 8 car for the course of this. Bussy Otis, by the way, as we were having that quick point, did take pit stops in the 32 car. So their stop is complete. It's worth noting, For the 32, they did move the pit window forward from the last stop by 3 minutes. So watch for the 33 on your pylon 2 for when they come down on their fuel save as we continue to follow along with this battle pack for 7th.
Right, so those questions start to linger a little bit about those pit stops. We anticipate Blue Mercue probably coming in relatively soon, as they are the team that has really gone early on those pit stops. A little bit of movement farther there in the back. Drago Racing just trying to find a line, maybe to get by BS Competition before everything is said and done. And there we go. Blue Mercue, number 33, out of second place. That's Prevo down into pit lane.
Couple minutes further along. Not as much as the 32's efforts with the ability to save off some BMWs. But there's the stop there. As they now get the service up on the jacks. No driver change in this circumstance. Everybody else should be coming down in a couple minutes' time. And as they continue to chug along here in this circumstance, for a lot of these teams left here on the order with about 32 cars left on the racetrack. It's worth noting, over the course of basically the past 2 to 3 hours or so, attrition's been at a minimum. The Blue Mercure 34 also comes down. But for the most part, we haven't really lost any cars that were involved in incidents already, that haven't been involved in major incident. We've kept stable for a couple hours.
Yeah, we really have gotten into a good rhythm of the race here at this point, and it's been impressive to see everybody continuing to run the way that they are, not seeing a lot of silly mistakes. I mean, I think really since we jumped on here, Justin, I think we've only seen 2 spins. I think that's correct, and both of those have been coming in and out of pit lane.
Yeah, exactly. And so far, been good racing throughout the course of this run. As we get towards the top of the hour here, remember we'll be making some switches when it comes to our stints in terms of our broadcasters at about 1:45 to 2 o'clock Eastern Time. That will see Jake Sperry and Brad Dalton shuffle in. Dalton set to come for 1:45. Sperry around 2 p.m. Eastern Time for those on the East Coast. As we continue on with the racing here. By the way, you see that gap? Only about a second, 1.6 between the 10 and the 90. So they've almost migrated in, almost magnified back together here as Maui's fallen off late.
Yeah, it really kind of has. I'm a little surprised by that, frankly. Maybe just overran the tires a little bit. I mean, we've seen Dennis do really, really well. But again, I don't think you're going to have a tire wear issue. Maybe, you know what it is, now that as I work this out in my brain, it really is, I think, a situation where they're probably in a fuel save mode here at this point, trying to stretch out one more lap, maybe pushed a little bit too hard, missed their numbers, and they're trying to back off just a little bit more. That would be my guess out of this BS competition, or out of this Male Racing team.
Absolutely. Again, we do have live time minute scoring for those watching on the RaceSpotTV side of things. It is pinned on your YouTube comment section for today. To be able to find line timing, it's, again, be sure to find that here. We'll get you exact links forward to those direct channels for those on the Twitch side and RaceSpot. Specifically, RaceSpotTV's watch timing is usually the main hub. You can find timing here for these broadcasts here today. Now, back to the cards at hand here. 26 laps for Coanda. Some of the drivers 23. They are well past the expended window when it comes to the top of the hour here for these battles. We'll say, talking about some of the other teams in terms of their efforts here, Dino Lombardi, one of the many drivers that tried to assist DJ on helping everyone else out to learn by corner just because, as we said, it takes so much practice to do this track right, and being able to have reference points is so critical if you don't have a big team.
Yeah, and that's really one of the biggest things when you talk about the advantage of these bigger teams, whether it's BS Competition or Drago or Coanda. The biggest thing to have those teammates for, well, it's a couple-fold. Number one, it's that ability to lean on each other, to talk about how to handle the corners, to talk about what the fastest lap time is going to be, et cetera, et cetera. The other side of it is setups. Dealing with setups, getting setups together, testing setups over the course of a long run, over the course of changing conditions. Remember, we started in the dark, and now we are running about midday here, and we're talking about 31 degrees Celsius, 88 degrees Fahrenheit track temperature. That's raised about 15 degrees since I came on the air about 2 hours and 15 minutes ago.
Indeed. See right now, Kita continuing to chug along with this spot. 18 seconds, by the way, the margin. He's gained about a second on the race leader. It's the last time we really checked in. His teammates and Snow just completed stops the 005 for their stints. But again, a busy special event here today. Again, happy to have Ready, Set, Sim a part of this event this year. We talked about the sim rig side a little bit here today. A lot of these drivers definitely putting those sim rigs to use over the course of this one. As we come up to the top of the hour, Kita is coming down for pit service.
And I'm not altogether unsurprised by that. The Kita's one of the first takers in. Now, granted, this is going to be, I think, roughly within that pit window. If he's able to maybe do a fuel save on the next 2 stints or so, that will see him come back into a longer pit window, as we also see behind them. I think that's BS Turner coming in, Dominic Hoffman, behind the wheel of that machine. Kita staying behind the wheel of the gridandgo.com esports machine. So I do think that this is probably expected here from Kita. With as much as that 001 was pushing, I'm not surprised that we're seeing him come down a little bit early, maybe a lap early, but it's all going to be in the later runs here. If he's able to get back onto that traditional stop and maybe running a little bit quicker here can pay off. I mean, he was flying through the field with a really, really good run. It's all going to be questions that are going to be answered by the end of this race.
As the drivers complete some of the services here, by the way, 40.2 to 40.5 for some of the drivers who completed service. Blue McCure actually gained 3/10 down pit road. Out of those you see on the left side of your screen, the one car was completed service, the BS Turner car with 40.7. Just marginal differences on the pit stalls so far from the sim racing crews. And keep in mind, it's almost a little bit of a science on where you stop with your lollipop man, as it used to be called back in the day, DJ, because you'll see this in some circumstances where you'll have a green box, a yellow box, a red box. Your exact stop position for the car can impact the exact amount of time, depending on your service, by a few tenths of a second, how fast your service can be on the service.
It really is very, very touch and go. In terms of that, if you're running in the actual service, it's kind of funny. It's a fun animation. You'll actually see your pit team kind of shuffle forward or shuffle back depending on where you are in the box. But that can cost you a couple of tenths of a second in that pit box. It's very, very different. You've got to be aware of it. You've got to stay on your toes about it. But yeah, it can certainly throw you for a loop if you're not careful.
A lot of drivers came down that time by, including your leaders, Coanda. BS Competition also made a change to BMW M Team BS Competition, I should say, in the 89 car. There is that distinction with Felix Bombach now behind the wheel of that car. 78's also in. Lasse Back's now in the 4 car. A part of those changes here for service. Remember, the BMWs seem to have that little extra ability to push here as they continue to now lead up on the track. And as we get ourselves now through past the top of the hour here, past 1 p.m. in real length time, Eastern time. Reaching the top of the day. Haven't talked about the weather too much as of late. The temperatures are slowly rising, DJ. Slowly. Because it's state partly cloudy. There is a mostly cloudy system expected to hit the track in less than 20 minutes.
All right, that's going to bring temperatures on the track. I don't know if it's necessarily going to bring them down. It is 11 a.m. here, and as Reese said before I jumped on, especially in Australia, everybody kind of taught that the hot part of the day going to be between 11 and 3. Pretty true across the world as well, but the question's going to be with that then, how does this track respond to it? 32 degrees Celsius as things stand right now. That's 89 degrees Fahrenheit. If that cloud cover moves in, we may see it stay at about 90 to 95 degrees Fahrenheit, which is going to be just about where you want it to be. That's going to be in perfect range.
And remember, a lot of these teams plan for when a majority of the race is going to be, knowing majority of this race is going to be likely, obviously, in the daytime compared to Daytona, where, say, you're going to have a lot of racing in the cool temperatures in the peak part of the time of the clock. Those balances so critical to be able to calculate for your team and make sure you know the right conditions here. As some say, some of these teams can practice as high as 15 hours a day. I know that sounds like a lot, but here's a lot of trouble if you're the 006 car, the grid and go that's a lap down. Isaac Phelps, he just picked up a black flag, I think, here, we're being told. Yes, we have a black flag for the first time in the past few hours, and this is an interesting one. They just completed service about a lap or two ago. Now Phelps will have to come down pit road.
That's got to be a pit lane speeding penalty, I would have to imagine. Or unless we're talking about incident limit here. An incident limit, by the way, is every 50 incidents or 20 thereafter. So it is a compounding problem if that is what happened. Have to see if we can get a better read on that. But, yeah, that's what broke down.
Now, the speed limit we haven't touched upon too much today yet is 31 miles per hour today when it comes to pit road. That's in the miles per hour. That's, my math is really bad on terms of miles per hour to kilometers. That's around 50-ish kilometers, give or take. Now, keep in mind, you have to stay at the 31 to the cone. Can confirm what Phelps did here, DJ. He hit 33 miles an hour at the cone.
Just a hair over, just enough to make things difficult for him. You hate to absolutely see that, but again, coming back to bite, you've got to play within the rules. And there it is, coming back to hit you hard.
So that car, a lap down, likely going to fall an extra half a lap to 3/4 of a lap down. As there goes fiercely forward, you see their box pop up for the pit service. We chug along with their stint. We hope you've enjoyed the action so far, by the way, here at iRacing and our race spot here today. Be sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons to keep an eye on the biggest events in all of iRacing. Be able to keep up with World Championships, to keep up with special events and more. Be sure to do the same with the race spot. Again, broadcaster for today's action here for the Bathurst 12 here in Australia. Just out of curiosity, have you gotten the chance to go to Bathurst yet, DJ?
I have not. As a matter of fact, I just took my first overseas trip in many years, and I just got back from Japan a couple of days ago. I have not been able to make it over to Bathurst, but it is certainly on my list. Everyone that I have talked to that has gone has said it is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of experience, because we've got a little bit of a pass here. That's Tarika. Good move there for the Mike Colino team.
Able to get the zippity-zip going. Up at the quarry. The 11. Able to cut ahead. By the way, that pass to get around in terms of the traffic there, that is pasture only Ford in the field. Team Floral by Impulse. So they dig up the hillside. Oh, wow. It's pit stop time. Likely going to be coming up for a couple of these drivers that are still on circuit. Fuel at 29, that includes Maui that just came on down. BS Competition comes down. Drago, they're still on 28. They can keep going here and will keep going. Able to extend an extra lap and continue to save. As near collision on pit road, by the way, Dion Lombardi just about sent into the back bumper of the 90.
Again, you've got to be so careful when you are coming down into the pits here. Really, at any point on this circuit, you've got to be hyper vigilant. But in the pits, it can just come back to bite you a little bit if you are not careful. You have got to make sure that you get everything together. We've got a whole gaggle, by the way, down into pit lane, as it looks like the only driver that was able to stay out was Alexander Spets for Drago Racing. I want to give Spets some credit. I was a little bit of a detractor of his, saying that Spets was running a little bit slower than I expected, but Spets clearly doing some good fuel saving here. I'm impressed by that.
Gary Rene, by the way, behind the wheel of that red 90 you see on screen. He's came away with some good endurance runs. In particular, has run in events like the iRacing Indy 6 Hour. Done well there with some podium finishes there a couple of years running when he took part in those. And he's off and away, trying to make sure to cut those yellow little curves coming out. The Fit is now off and away here in that fight. Here's a look at how some of the drivers are warming up the tires, though. Seen this a lot more in the sim. We've seen this in real life a fair bit. Just trying to make sure you get some temperature up with the cold tires.
Yeah, trying to work them as much as possible. Make sure you're looking good there. As there we follow right now, gridandgo.com esports, Dina Lombardi and Ascari Rene. Rene, who's I originally came to my knowledge racing in the Lotus 79s and some of the more historic series. Still races in them on the weekends, I believe. Probably not doing it this weekend, but for Grid and Go Esports, trying to be able to close in with their teammate up ahead, who's about 2.7 seconds up the road, and there is that. Excuse me, we stay on this battle right now. BS Competition as Spets does come down into pit lane.
This will close out the window this time through, by the way. As things have separated out with the pit stops. Again, the time delta lost for comparison to WSR for the BS Competition 90 is a grand total of 8 seconds side by side for Maui Racing Team as they try and work their way around with Grid and Go. That's Kita trying to make up some ground. Kita actually lost a fair bit of time with the cycle on track position. WSR jumped him on the cycle with the outlap because the outlap difference, the pit lane difference, was about 3/4 tenths.
Impressive stuff there to be able to do that. I mean, it comes down once again. This race is going to be won or lost in pit lane. I can guarantee you. This is going to be what it is. It's going to be very tricky to try to sort out. It's going to be very tricky to try to get right. At the same time, if you're able to maximize and you're able to extend those pit stops, keep an eye here on the likes of Drago Racing with Alexander Spets, able to make that extra lap, that could have huge dividends by the end of this race.
Noticing a small trend, and it might be just be me. It feels like the BMWs have gotten better pit stops over the course of the past few hours, especially compared to the Ferraris. The Ferraris have the boost on the short run to gain the spots, but these BMWs have gained a lot of the spots back on the overcut.
I wonder if that's maybe a little bit of a result of that fuel save. I mean, you know, just like we said, the BMW has a percent more of a fuel capacity, 1% more. Not a whole lot. Contact up ahead. We've got the Ford Mustang spun around.
Trouble up at the top of the hillside. That's a problem spot. That's one of the impulse entries. The only Ford Mustang in the field today went around there. Don't think anyone else has made contact as we keep on going. That was a little bit of a treacherous spot there. That is Sosiak for Team Floral having to take a tow because they can't turn around.
Heartbreak there for them, but I've got to give good heads up there to Solzek to just kind of recognize, you know what, I'm going to do the right thing here, get out of the way, good heads up, good play. Oh, Male Racing Team down to the inside of Drago.
Yep, and try to send it for a spot there. Able to get it stuck and able to get that spot back. Again, the overcut worked out well for a couple drivers, but the undercut still coming into play. The difference for Drago now is they fall down to 7th. They look to reset. So again, reset of how things are going for those just tuning in. Coanda continues to lead. Drago Racing 69 car is in 2nd. They picked up more than a second. Here's a what happened to Team Floral's head on to the wall.
That hurts. That really, really hurts. If you are that Team Floral car, just lost it coming over the crest of the hill there. And there you see the double impact. You know, I think even if they were able to get that car turned back around there, Justin, I think the steering damage would have been so bad they probably wouldn't have made it back in.
Yeah, that would have been a tough trek, especially with a single file line to the top of the mountain. Would have been a traffic jam, and I'm not going to make reference to the real-life incidents, to say the very least there, but that is not a spot where you want a car to then spin around again. Now,
no, it certainly is not. And look at this here. Male Racing Team. Phil Dennis starting to pull away a little bit from Alexander Spets, but as we may suspect here, Spets in a little bit of a fuel save mode. So I'm not worried about that. If Spets is able to last this out, I think this is going to be a strategy that will come into play for Drago Racing near the end of the race rather than early on.
Exactly. We'll see how things plot and plan out here as we approach the midway portion of this race, and as the temperatures of the track get to around 88 Fahrenheit. We've seen earlier 31 Celsius. For reference, they've stayed around that since that last check-in. But as said, Coanda and Drago, Blue Mercure, the top 3. BS competition at the tail end with their MT top 10. But in between that, WSR Esports, Gwynna goes 001 with the top 5. Maui, Drago 67, Gwynna go 02, BS competition 90. We're ahead of your 10th place battle with a lot of BMWs lined up and a Blue Mercure machine. Looking to try and save a little bit of gas. Remember, they were saving off the 89 before. Now they save off both the cars in a line.
There they go as we take a look at the split screen here. Both of the split livery machines, as you said there, Justin, holding in together. Battle for P10. And that is Blue Mercure directly behind them in that Ferrari, trying to close on in. 3-car battle. Alex Noki, not about 7.5, 8 seconds behind, so they've got some room. They've got some room to battle if they want to. That's going to be the real question there, if they want to. But I think with these two, at least semi-teammates together, you're probably not going to see too much of it.
Yeah.
And if Alexander Spets here, as we look back on that lead, is saving fuel, he's doing a really good job of it, at least keeping things competitive between himself and Phil Dennis.
Yeah. Right now, 207.7 for the 10, 202, or rather 202.7, then 202.8 for Spets on the comparison last time by on the time stopwatch. De Lombardi did find a way with the cycle to get around Ascari Rene. So Rene has now fallen to the tail end. A lot of these cars as they had been grouped together here. Right now, at this point, it's another one of those set up on the strategy, the lulls to set things up for the full portion of the race. It's worth noting, by the way, the gap between the 33 and the 69 is closed as well, as we keep an eye on your battle for 6th. These groups will stay stuck together again for much of this strategy. It's those small differences that set you apart here, DJ, over the course of the run. So, at this point, what are you telling your drivers?
At this point, I'm telling my drivers to just settle in. You know, there's still 6 hours, 45 minutes, 43 minutes left to go in this race. If you're in a battle here at this point, I'm telling you, look after the car first. And if you're particularly like the likes of Alexander Spets, you may be second in line here, just hold it back a little bit. Just kind of relax a little bit. Don't push too hard. You don't need to go too hard. You don't need to really get too aggressive as things go along. You can just wait a little bit. Wait to come back and play. Wait to see how things are going to shake themselves out. You don't need to go for broke. I think the flip of that is if you are the likes of Luka Kita that has established himself as one of the quick drivers here, I think you worry about fuel save later. I think Kita gets up and goes and tries to close that 4 seconds down up to the battle for P2. So I think it's really dependent. Beautiful angle. I think it's really dependent on what you want from your not what you want, of where you are in terms of this field is what you're telling your driver.
Exactly. And right now, field taking itself to a calm portion here for now as we go. On the battle boxes, by the way, this group, you have the group we talked about up the front. You have the group for 10th. Our battle packs could 19th. Soulpack Precision behind Team Alta that has the last say back with it. Then you have Byte and Team Bennett that have also found a way with each other 21st, 22nd. See how a couple of those other groups are doing. Here's a look at that battle towards the rear end. Give a little bit of love to these two. We've seen the Porsche move ahead. One of the few, if not the only Porsche we've seen. Byte 500 connections we've seen. Is currently trying to maintain in front. However, 6/10 gain by Gilbert last time by.
Yeah, 6/10 gains here, so we've got a lot of room to try to go here. And I think for that Team Bennett sim racing machine, talked a little bit about Bennett earlier, how good it is to see the name of that kart maker making their way into the sim racing scene, kind of putting the two of them together. Closing in on the Porsche, and this is a little bit of an advantage here, I think. Could be typeset, could be kart style for the two of them. As this is Porsche versus Ferrari, and we have not seen the Porsche really favored here, which normally goes to show you that Porsche is very familiar to a lot of drivers. A lot of drivers know what it does, and so it tends to be a favorite if it's in the balance of performance range. And that just kind of tells me that Porsche has not necessarily had the bop hammer the way it wants to.
Yeah, at Daytona, we talked about this in length during the multiple stints then, was that balance of performance for the Porsche. It just handled the curbs better. It just had better turning. That's why a lot of teams went with it, even though we've seen a lot of teams also pick the difference for straight line speed when it comes to Daytona. There's not a lot of curbs to take advantage of. It's a lot of your ability in the elevation changes we've seen be the major difference, and a lot of longer straightaways down the mountainside and up the mountain a little bit before you get to those technical areas that we've seen kind of be a little bit of a difference maker.
Yeah, and so it just doesn't favor the Porsche. That's not necessarily the way that it comes into play. And not an indictment of the balanced performance. It's different horses and different courses. It's what it is. But I'll tell you right now, we've got a good battle here between BMW and Ferrari. This is Drago Racing and Blue Mercue. Hearth and Prevo up the front of the field. This is that battle for P2, and the Ferrari coming on strong.
Hart, 27 years old. He's been in the sim for a while, to say the least. He's raced in the Porsche Motorsport Esports Super Cup, for example. Also was picked up by Drago Racing just 7 weeks ago. They also picked up Peter Berryman at that same time. Hearth, one of those veteran drivers you want in your corner. We've called his name for so many big events, and he's contended for so many wins. Big pickup for Drago a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it's a big pickup to get that Frenchman on board. And again, this goes back to that silly season conversation that we had a little bit earlier and how that all plays in. Very, very important to, as a team manager, to keep everything together and to really make sure that you've got the best drivers that you can coming forward. I mean, you do not want to change things up you do want to change things up to keep everything fresh, to keep everything good, and to keep everything as precise as possible. And sometimes that does require bringing in a new team.
Absolutely. And we'll have to see how Harth does now be one of the top drivers when it comes to the Drago side on a loaded roster. They make their way here, just doing a good job defending, staying at the same times. That's 33. It's not been an easy time for Luke McHugh to be able to make this pass like it was earlier on where they ran away with the spot, but also have the difference on the fuel stint. So we're coming up in a few minutes time, by the way. We will have a switch, so we will let you know when we will go to a immersion situation, a RaceSpot fan immersion, to be able to listen to the sights and sounds. When we have that crossover, we'll let you know that situation to be prepared, because on the YouTube side of our broadcast feeds today, we will have a switch eventually to part 2. That is going to be in about 4 minutes time. So be prepared in a couple minutes time on the iRacing and RaceSpot side to be able to switch onto a new tab and set up to where it'll be part 2. That camera operator, by the way, taking photos, I'm surprised that back is still holding out after 3 hours since the last time we checked in.
You know what? Like I said, I just got back from Japan, so my back is very much in pain because of a 12-hour plane ride. Even if my back was at fighting strength, I'm not sure I could move that quickly, so, like, credit to him, that's really, really impressive.
Hey, you're not the Flash?
No, last time I checked, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I ran track, but not that quick in track, to say the very least. But just having a little bit of fun, to say the very least. I know iRacing works hard on those cameras to make sure they have all of the immersion here. Those virtual fans here, too, they have standing along race side. You have to give them credit. They stand all 12 hours, plus the practice, plus qualifying. Those fans have legs of steel.
That they do. They are the best of the best here, and they are ever present. And we've got to give credit. I mean, we joke a little bit about, you know, that kind of stuff, but the level of immersion that iRacing is really able to throw into the simulator here, down to those little details of the cameramen moving as the track, as the cars go by on track, it adds so much that you would not think it does. But people notice, and it's very, very impressive. Even as you look at the stands, there is a little bit of movement from the stands, from the fans. They programmed that into the system. It's all very impressive stuff. It's fantastic to see, and we are so very thankful for iRacing for putting it in.
So much immersion when it comes to these racetracks, and remember, seen a lot of updates to the platform over the years to be able to adapt and be able to keep up with the real world trends. It takes a lot of effort for the arts crews, for the designers, for the programmers to be able to build those stabs. So right now, 69 still holds on in this fight. They continue to avoid that big clump of dirt that's on the racetrack. They haven't gone too wide to be able to be carried off by the marbles. There's been a lot of marble buildup here today, DJ, but it's been, for most drivers, no issue because they've stayed out of those lines where those marbles would build up here because the way they've approached these corners.
Yeah, and really the number one area that you're going to see that marble buildup start to come into problems near the end of the race is going to be diving into Griffin's Bend, into that second corner on the circuit. That's where you're going to see a problem. That's why you're not seeing a lot of passes around the outside there. But nevertheless, very, very clean driving here, very heads-up driving from everybody, and a good run for him.
So guess what, everybody? It's that time. It's time to set things up for a RaceSpot fan immersion. So, if you're watching along on YouTube on the iRacing and RaceSpot feeds, be sure to tab open your Part 2 segments for today. We will be following on board for this switchover with one of the BS competition cars. Scary Rene has a good view of one of the battle packs here. 4 cars in the train. Let's follow on board with the 90 and listen to the sights and sounds here from Mount Panorama.